On the eve of genocide I sell blind boxes in Uchiha, Konoha 54 years. The sun is shining and the sky is blue. In the corner of the commercial street of the Uchiha tribe, there is an unremarkable small shop. Unlike the bustling Konoha commercial street, the Uchiha tribe has been forced to relocate to the edge of Konoha since the Nine Tails Rebellion. Therefore, the commercial street here is extremely deserted. Except for the people of the Uchiha clan, no one patronized. Mobai held a newly written billboard and hung it on the most conspicuous wall of the store. Open the blind box to become stronger, the strongest Uchiha, you deserve it. Our store is newly opened, with great discounts, blind boxes worth 1 million taels, and now only 100,000 taels. You can't buy a loss, you can't be fooled, you can have a pair of invincible Sharinans for 100,000 taels. What are you waiting for? Come on, let's open the blind box. After hanging up the billboard, Mobai watched it for a while, then shook his head and sighed. At this price, it is estimated that it will be difficult for anyone to come to the door in a short time. 100,000 taels, for ordinary civilians, this is definitely a lot of money. Take Ichiraku ramen, for example, a bowl of ramen costs between 60 taels and 90 taels. Even with the turnover, at least 2,000 bowls of instant noodles can be sold for 100,000 taels. Even if you become a ninja, it is not easy to earn 100,000 taels. Konoha's quest remuneration classification D level is 5,000 to 50,000 taels, and C level is 30,000 to 100,000 taels. Class B is 80,000 taels to 200,000 taels, and Class A is 150,000 taels to 1 million taels. S-level tasks are more than 1 million taels. It seems quite high, but this is the money that the employer has to hand over to Konoha. In fact, after the employer's money is handed over to Konoha, Konoha officials will take a cut. A part of the village's finances will be taken away, and the rest will be distributed to the ninjas who give the task. How much to take depends not only on the head count, but also on the ninja level, quest offering, credit, etc. to subdivide. It is subdivided layer by layer and divided into the hands of ordinary ninjas. In fact, there is not much money. Of course, this is only for the genin of civilian origin. For elite jonin with outstanding ability and strength, 100,000 taels is nothing, and if he completes a B rank or above task alone, he can get it. But right now, Mobai still has no customers. He asked the system in his mind, system, can this price really not be adjusted? Mobai came from across the country. Once he crossed over, he became a 15-year-old Uchiha boy whose full name was Uchiha Mobai, and now this unremarkable shop is his cheat. As long as someone comes to open the blind box and the number of customers reaches 10, Mobai will be able to perform a systematic lottery and become stronger. But unfortunately, Mobai has been open for 3 consecutive days, not to mention customers, not even a kitten. No way, he had to rack his brains to solicit business. Because there is not much time left for Mobai. In the original book, the time when Uchiha Shisui had his eye gouged out by Danzo and entrusted the other eye in last wish to attack it, jumped off a cliff and committed suicide this year. In more than a year, Uchiha Atake will be 13 years old, and it will be the Uchiha genocide event that shocked the entire ninja world. He must seize the time to become stronger. The price cannot be adjusted, please host hard to attract guests. As long as you open the blind box, you can become stronger. Fine. Mobai did not force it. Although this price is not low for ordinary ninjas, it is not too high to be prohibitive. You know, his blind box can unlock all kinds of strange abilities, like chakra, ninjutsu, forbidden technique, and even all kinds of blood-based boundaries. Blood-based nets are all available. Advertisement. And, in addition to the abilities of the ninja world, there are also various abilities and items of the 5 gates of the 5 flowers in the heavens and worlds. Although it is more than 100,000 taels, it is still possible to make it together. After all, this opportunity to become stronger is undoubtedly a path to the sky for ordinary ninjas. As long as you can extract one good thing from the blind box, you can become stronger and even rewrite your ordinary destiny. Such temptation, let alone 100,000 taels, is 1 million taels, 10 million taels, or even 100 million taels. Now, just wait for the first guest to arrive. At the same time, Nissan is really, I promised to practice fire-style ninjutsu with me, but I went to find Shisui, I don't know what to do. Nissan is a big liar. Sixx Suzuki was on his way home, mumbling incessantly as he walked. While walking, Suzuki saw a newly opened shop around the corner, and he approached curiously. Ha! Blind box, what is that? Open the blind box to become stronger? And the Sharingan. Suzuki was stunned by this new and brainwashed ad. This is too dare to write. When Sharingan is Chinese cabbage, it can be opened from the blind box casually. Mobai, who was bored, saw little Suzuki standing at the door with sharp eyes. His eyes lit up, and he walked out with a smile. Yes, you can become stronger by opening the blind box. Suzuki, do you want to open one? After speaking, Mobai lowered his eyes slightly and looked at little Suzuki. 6-year-old Suzuki is well protected by his parents in Itaki, and he has a childish innocence about him. A pair of big black eyes also did not have the hostility when the original Hailstorm came out. Instead, it is full of innocence and clarity, and it looks quite cute. Thinking of what happened to Suzuki, Mobai couldn't help sighing in his heart. Itaki is really a ruthless person, such a cute Adaudu. He actually let Suzuki bear the hatred of genocide and live in the pain of revenge all his life. Brakan is really terrible. Fortunately, his current status is an orphan, and there is no such wolf-killing brother. How do you know my name? Suzuki froze for a moment, then took a few steps back defensively. Mobai applauded in his heart. Yes, well protected, but still quite cautious, worthy of being a future Uchiha genius. Mobai smiled slightly. I am also from the Uchiha clan, Suzuki, the youngest son of the patriarch, the dignified second young master of Uchiha. I know your name, isn't it normal? Is that so? Suzuki smiled, not doubting anything. His attention returned to the advertisement. Boss, what is a blind box? When you open a blind box, it becomes stronger. Is this true? Come in first, and I'll explain it to you slowly after entering the store. After Mobai finished speaking, he stepped into the store first. Suzuki hesitated for a moment, and finally walked in. The decoration of the store is extremely simple, except for a cash register and a few scattered chairs. There are no other valuable furnishings. Suzuki's eyes fell on the row of shelves on the wall. Boss, is that the blind box you want to sell? On the shelf, there is a row of delicate cartons, only the size of a palm, and the colors are very beautiful. But pretty is pretty, and it doesn't look any different from an ordinary cardboard box. Suzuki's eyes can't help but flash a disappointment. Mobai saw Suzuki's expression in his eyes. He calmly said, yes, this is the blind box that my store will sell, a 100,000 taels. You can open it after paying for it, and you can open all kinds of things in it, taijutsu, powerful ninjutsu, infinite endless chakra, even Sherry-nan. Suzuki exclaimed with wide eyes. Sherry-nan. That is the limit of the blood of their Uchiha clan, and it is a powerful pupil technique that is famous in the ninja world. Even in their Uchiha clan, not everyone can open their eyes. Now the boss tells him that Sherry-nan can be opened by opening a blind box? What a joke! Suzuki looked at Mobai suspiciously. It's a lie. Sherry-nan is the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. How could it be opened from the box? And this ordinary cardboard box costs 100,000 taels. Boss, aren't you a liar? Facing Suzuki's question, Mobai calmly said, is it a liar? You will know if you open a blind box. As the son of the Uchiha patriarch, if I am really a liar, you can directly notify the police department to arrest me. I'll do it. Seeing Mobai's determined gesture, Suzuki was also shaken. It's really not a lie. Suzuki clenched his hand tightly at the thought of being put out by his big brother. I thought to myself, is it because I am too weak to help the big brother, so the big brother and Shisui are always doing something behind his back? 6-year-old Suzuki still doesn't understand the undercurrent between the village and Uchiha. All he knew was that the big brother who loved him the most was getting busier and busier. It has been a long time since I practiced shuriken and ninjutsu with me. Suzuki thought to himself, if he became stronger, would he be able to help the big brother like Shisui did? If the blind box really told the boss that it can make people stronger, then he is willing to spend 100,000 taels to give it a try. It happened that he had saved money for a long time, a full 100,000 taels. Mobai didn't speak, just looked at Suzuki and smiled, with a calm look. Seeing this, the suspicion in Suzuki's heart completely disappeared. With such an attitude, he cannot be a liar. Suzuki reached for his wallet, flipped through it, and found that there were only a few hundred taels in it. Suzuki shoved the wallet back with a snap. Boss, wait for me, I'll come back home and get the money. Okay, you go. Mobai sat back on the reclining chair and said something with a light smile. Mobai, who has read the original book, also has a certain understanding of Suzuki's character. He knows that the business of this order is almost certain, so he is not in a hurry at all. 15 minutes later. Running out of breath, Suzuki came in again. Boss, this is 100,000 taels, count it, I'm going to open the blind box now. Mobai got up from the reclining chair and took the 10 bills from Suzuki. Each one is 10,000 taels. Mobai put it in his pocket and was very satisfied. As expected of the youngest son of the Uchiha patriarch, he is arrogant. Advertisement. The number of 100,000 taels would hurt even Jonin. How could he be as calm as Urjuzi? The blind box is on the shelf. You can pick one or let me get it for you. Mobai smiled and pointed to the shelf. Then I'll choose it myself. After Suzuki finished speaking, he stood in front of the shelf seriously, thought for a while, and finally chose a purple blind box. He weighed it in his hand, and found that it had no weight at all. Suzuki looked at Mobai suspiciously. Boss, why is it so light? Shouldn't it be empty inside? All blind boxes are weightless. Mobai explained with a smile. Don't worry, all the blind boxes in our store are guaranteed to be able to open something, and there is no empty one. As for what can be opened, it depends on personal luck. With luck, you might hit something better than Sharingan. With bad luck, you might hit a normal shuriken, or even worse, you might hit a pair of rotten slippers or a rotten fruit, nuclear and other junk items. Really or not? Is there anything more powerful than Sharingan? I don't believe it. Sasuke obviously didn't listen to the rules explained by Mobai, his focus was on Sharingan. The Uchiha family is proud. Even though Sasuke is only a 6-year-old boy, he still has a lot of arrogance to belong to the Uchiha family. Hearing that Mobai said there is something more powerful than Sharingan, Sasuke was very unconvinced. Let's open the blind box first. Facts speak louder than words. No matter how much I explain now, I'm useless. Only when you open the blind box and take out good things from the blind box will you believe what I say is true, Mobai said indifferently. Well, then I'll open. Sasuke took a deep breath and started to unpack the blind box. I saw 3 golden lights flashing, and suddenly, something fell from the blind box. A-level ninjutsu, lightning style Chidori experience card from the A-level lightning style ninjutsu created by the genius ninja Heite Kakashi when he was a teenager. He gathers lightning style chakra in his palm to form a high intensity electric current, and his palm is like a sharp blade. Has strong penetration. This card is an experience card, which has 10 times of use. After 10 times, the card will be invalid. Chakra recharge card. This card has a 1000 chakra scale, which is equivalent to the chakra capacity of the primary Chunin level. It can be charged into the body at one time, or it can be replenished repeatedly. 1 Tomo Sharingan, the Sharingan, the blood following the Uchiha family, can open its eyes and evolve continuously through strong emotional stimulation. After experiencing the pain of losing a loved one, it can evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. It can be fused into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan by transplanting a relative's Mangekyo Sharingan. 1 Tomo Sharingan ability, can see through the opponent's moves. Sasuke stared at what fell in his hands, dumbfounded. Although he paid 100,000 taels to open the blind box, he basically believed that Mobai was not a liar. But seeing with his own eyes the magical scene where something really came out of the blind box still shocked Sasuke. Sasuke, your luck is very good. Mobai spoke at this time. 3 useful things can be opened in a blind box, which is indeed the second male in Hokage. The Son of Luck. Sasuke came back to his senses. He looked down at the thing in his hand, and looked at Mobai curiously and expectantly. How do you use these things? Mobai didn't give a shit, and said bluntly that A-level ninjutsu experience card is lightning style ninjutsu created by Heite Kakashi, a genius in Konoha. It's very powerful. As long as you have this card, you don't need to practice, you can easily master this powerful A-level lightning style ninjutsu. Nani? Sasuke was shocked. Looking at the unremarkable ninjutsu card in his hand, his black eyes were full of incredible colors. As Uchiha's second master of a famous family, Sasuke naturally knows A-level ninjutsu, but only a powerful ninja of the level of his father can master the skills. Now he just draws a card from the blind box, and he can unconditionally easily master such a powerful ninjutsu. So amazing. Boss, how do you control the cards? Sasuke flipped through the card and couldn't find a way to control it, so he couldn't help asking Mobai eagerly. Mobai, it's very simple. As long as you hold the experience card and recite the ninjutsu name of lightning style Chidori in your heart, you can perform this powerful A-level ninjutsu. It's great. As long as I have this card in hand, then I can become a ninja more powerful than my big brother. Sasuke was overjoyed and couldn't help grinning. Mobai then reminded, this card is not an unlimited card. As the name suggests, the experience card has a number of times. The one you open in your hand has 10 experience opportunities, that is, you can use it 10 times, 10 times. After that, the card becomes invalid. Sasuke sighed. But he was still excited. Then can I try it now? Okay. Mobai nodded lightly, just try it in the store. This small shop has systematic blessings. No matter how powerful ninjutsu or battle scenes, it cannot cause any damage to the shop. And Mobai, the shopkeeper, is immune to all damage in the shop. Whether it's physical attacks, ninjutsu, or any other power system, Mobai can't do any damage in the shop. Lightning style Chidori. Sasuke held a ninjutsu card and silently recited the name of the ninjutsu. In an instant, a warm force poured into his mind. Sasuke only felt relieved for a while, and in an instant, he mastered the Chidori technique. Boom! The blue lightning style chakra is condensed in Sasuke's hands, and the thunderlight illuminates the entire store. After a while, the lightning in Sasuke's hands dissipated. He was pale, panting and sweating, and it was obvious that chakra was overdoing it. Mobai, your current chakra is not enough to support using this ninjutsu for a long time. At this time, you can use the chakra recharge card you just opened to replenish chakra. Sasuke's eyes lit up when he heard that. Boss, is the chakra recharge card used the same way as the ninjutsu card just now? Well, it's almost the same. You just need to recite and replenish chakra in your mind. Your card only has a 1000 chakra scale. You can recharge it all at once, or you can do it in stages. Bai explained. Add chakra. Sasuke clenched the card tightly, and immediately meditated in his heart. Zizzy, a faint electric sound resounded around Sasuke. I saw the light blue chakra light lingering on his small body. After a crackling sound, the blue light dissipated, and Sasuke's face returned to a healthy rosy complexion. It's amazing, I feel like I'm full of power right now. Sasuke clenched the card in his hand and smiled happily. He is now full of excitement about power, and can't wait to run to Itachi to show off immediately. Advertisement. However, Sasuke remembers that he drew 3 things. The other 2 turned into cards and fell into his hands, but there was another that he didn't know what it was? At this time, Sasuke looked at Bai again. Boss, what is another thing I opened? Is it amazing? Bai smiled mysteriously. Instead of going back to Sasuke right away, he turned to the counter and pulled out a mirror and handed it to him. See for yourself. Sasuke was startled, then his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be Sharingan? Bai smiled in response, with a light-hearted look that made Sasuke's little hands tremble with excitement. Sasuke took a deep breath, quickly took the mirror from Bai's hand, and looked at it with his head. Sharing. Sasuke was so shocked that his breath was almost unsteady. Excited, shocked, followed by extreme ecstasy. True Sharingan, one Tomo Sharingan. I saw a mirror the size of a palm, reflecting Sasuke's delicate and lovely face. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that his originally black pupils have now turned scarlet, and there is an extra hook on the pupil. Bai smiled. Well, I didn't lie to you, this blind box can really open Sharingan. Sasuke was very excited. Boss, it's amazing, your blind box is really amazing, just 100,000 taels, you can open the Uchiha family's famous Sharingan in the ninja world, it's amazing. No wonder he was so excited. Anyone who opened the Sharingan from the blind box would be as excited as Sasuke. Don't look at the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, who are famous in the ninja world, the wealthy clan, but in fact, there are not many ninjas in the clan who open their eyes. Even a genius like Uchiha Itachi can open his eyes at the age of 8. At this moment, Sasuke, who is only 6 years old, opened Sharingan through the blind box. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly be a bomb. There will be an uproar throughout the Uchiha tribe. Who would have thought that such a powerful bloodline boundary as Sharingan could also be opened in a blind box? This was something that the Uchiha clan in the past never dared to imagine. Boss, is it possible that I can come here to open the blind box when I have money in the future? After a while, Sasuke stabilized his mind and began to ask Bai seriously. His attitude towards Bai was also respectful, not as casual as he had been at the beginning. Sasuke is just naive, but he is not stupid. This small shop can put all kinds of ninja abilities in a blind box for others to open. This ability of the boss is absolutely beyond the world of ninja. For such a transcendent powerhouse, respect is a must. Bai gave Sasuke a smile. Yes, as I said before, the blind box of our store is 100,000 taels. You can open it with money. You will receive both the silver and the goods. It is absolutely fair and just. After a pause, Bai added, however, it is not unlimited. Each person has 30 blind boxes a month. If you are not short of money, you can pay for the 30 blind boxes at one time and open them, or you can divide them up. It will be opened next time. In short, the number is limited, first come first served. After Sasuke heard this, he couldn't help but get anxious. Boss, wait a moment, I'll go back. Don't close the door yet, I'll ask my big brother to come over and open a blind box. Boss, you must wait. Leaving his sentence, Sasuke ran away with his own weapon in his arms. He has to hurry to find the big brother. This kind of good thing must be notified to big brother immediately. Otherwise, if it's too late, the good things in the blind box will be driven away by others, which would be a big loss. At the same time, Uchiha tribe, a quiet woods. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were sitting on the grass, neither of them looking very good. It's no wonder that the atmosphere between Uchiha and Konoha's executives has become more and more tense in recent days. The members of the police force, headed by the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, have begun to plot the friendship of the betrayal Konoha. Itachi, as the son of Uchiha Fugaku, was naturally arranged to participate. With the village on one side and his family on the other, Itachi, who is only 11 years old, is a member of Umbu. Fortunately, he is not alone, and Shisui is on his side. Shisui, do you think our choice was the right one? Itachi asked. Uchiha Shisui glanced at Itachi. Itachi, we have no choice now. Uchiha seems to be powerful, but in fact it is already at the end of the shot. You have also noticed that since our Uchiha family was forced to move to our land, the people in the village have become more and more indifferent to our Uchiha. Hostile. Shisui's voice was sad. The clan is too arrogant. Since taking power in the police department, they have treated the civilian ninjas in the village too harshly. The invisible vice admiral pushed our clan to the opposite side of the village. Before Uchiha's coup d'etat was launched, it was already doomed to lose. Itachi didn't speak. Shisui patted him on the shoulder. Itachi, I know you're in pain, so why don't I have my family on one side and the village I love on the other, but no matter how painful it is, we must make a choice. Speaking of which, Shisui's voice became firm. It is our mission to stop Uchiha's mutiny and maintain the peace between the village and the family, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui didn't actually tell Itachi. If the Uchiha clan does not stop mutiny, it is estimated that they are not far from the extinction of the clan. Although the power of Uchiha Sharingan is strong, there are only a few ninjas in their clan who have opened Senga Jade, let alone the powerful Mangekyo. As far as Shisui is aware, currently only the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku has the Mangekyo Sharingan with him. This kind of power can't shake Konoha, the intertwined tree. Konoha lost a lot of elite ninjas even after 3 battles, but there are still powerhouses like 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Sunin, etc. Although Orochimaru and Sunin defected, Jiraiya and Gangshand also left Konoha, but if something big happens in the village, these 2 cage-level powerhouses will definitely come back. These combat powers alone are enough to crush the current Uchiha. Not to mention, there are other ninjas in Konoha. Once Uchiha starts a civil war, what awaits Uchiha is undoubtedly the siege of the entire Konoha shinobi village. They have no choice or retreat. Itachi, we must stop all this before the clan rebels, Shisui said solemnly. Yeah, Itachi responded in a low voice. Ni-san. At this moment, Suzuki's happy shout came. Immediately afterwards, he rushed into Itachi's arms quickly. Ni-san, I have something important to tell you. Little Suzuki, why are you in such a hurry? You are sweating profusely running. Shisui smiled and reached out to rub Suzuki's head. The heavy heart was also eased a lot by the arrival of Suzuki. Shisui-san. Suzuki called out. Then he looked at Itachi and glared out a pair of scarlet Sharinans. Ni-san, look, Sharingan, I have a Sharingan. What? Itachi was shocked, his pupils shrank. Suzuki, you opened your eyes. Shisui, who was beside him, also widened his eyes in shock. It's not that they made a fuss and didn't know. Advertisement. But at the moment Konoha and Uchiha are surging under the current, Suzuki happened to open his eyes at this time. Could it be that someone in the village secretly did something to Suzuki? Itachi and Shisui looked at each other. The expressions of both of them became solemn. Yes, I opened my eyes, it's amazing, I am the youngest of the Uchiha clan, hahaha, I opened my eyes 2 years younger than Nissan, I am the youngest genius of the Uchiha clan. Suzuki showed off stinkingly. I have to say that Suzuki was still very naive at this time and didn't think much of it at all. Itachi crouched down and watched Suzuki's Sharingan seriously. It's true, one Tomo Sharingan is right. What, does Nissan think I'm lying? Huh? Suzuki pouted in dissatisfaction. Suzuki, what's going on? Can you tell us how you opened your eyes? Shisui asked seriously. The condition of the Uchiha family to open their eyes is that after frustration and pain, special chakra will flow out of the brain, which will act on the optic nerve and cause changes in the eyes. To put it bluntly, Sharingan will only be turned on after experiencing the loss of a loved one, suffering the ultimate pain in the heart, and intense emotional fluctuations. Suzuki turned on Sharingan at this time, which made Shisui and Itachi nervous. They were all secretly guessing, did something major happen in the clan that stimulated Suzuki? Being treated by Itachi and Shisui with such nervous and worried expressions, Suzuki touched his nose in embarrassment. I didn't open the Sharingan myself, I opened the blind box. Blind box, what is that? Itachi and Shisui were puzzled at first. Immediately came, they all looked cold. Don't tell them that someone is trying to beat their Uchiha Sharingan. Suzuki, tell big brother, what does the blind box mean? What the hell happened to your Sharingan coming out of the blind box? Itachi said seriously. Seeing his big brother's serious expression, Suzuki subconsciously became nervous and said everything, including the process of discovering Mobai's blind box shop on the way back, to the process of getting 100,000 taels of open blind boxes when returning home, and the process of opening things from the blind boxes, all of which are described in detail. After Itachi and Shisui listened to Suzuki's words, expressions on their faces were moved, and their pupils were even more shocked. The A-level lightning-style ninjutsu of Kakashi-senpai was drawn out of the carton. Even chakra can be replenished, and even Sharingan can be drawn out of the carton. It's just incredible, Shisui murmured. Immediately, he looked at Itachi. Itachi, what do you think? Do you think this is true? No wonder Shisui was so shocked, it was beyond their understanding. Throughout the entire ninja world, I've never heard of such a heaven-defying thing coming out of a carton. You know, that's Sharingan. Even for the entire Uchiha clan, the people who can open Sharingan are limited. And now, Suzuki told them that his Sharingan came out of a cardboard box. Is this really not a joke? Itachi's expression was solemn. Shisui, let's go and see for ourselves. If it is true, it may be a turning point for their Uchiha clan. If it is fake, then the shop owner who dares to trade their Uchiha Sharingan must not let it go. Blind box shop. Bai made himself a pot of tea. Lying on the lazy chair, he took a sip, then looked up at the clock on the wall. 17 minutes have passed, and it is estimated that it will be soon. That's right, Bai is counting the time, waiting for the second batch of leaks. Customers come to open the blind box. Suzuki's closest person at this time is Itaki. It is estimated that he will be the first to tell Itaki about this shocking news. The second wave of visits will be Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui. Friends, Bai just finished guessing in his heart. As predicted. The next moment, Suzuki hurried into the store with Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui. Boss, I'm here again. Suzuki smiled brightly at Bai, revealing his snow-white teeth. After he finished speaking, he saw his big brother and Shisui looked at Bai with a serious look. Suzuki also restrained his smile and blinked at Bai to give Bai a hint. Seeing this, Bai couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. With a sigh in my heart, Suzuki is such a cute child. Itaki has the heart to give hatred to such a cute Odaru, what a heart of stone. His eyes could not help but swept to Uchiha Itaki. At the moment, Itaki has a gloomy expression and looks handsome. Although he is only 11 years old, his aura is already quite extraordinary and should not be underestimated. Two people, do you want to open the blind box? Our store has a blind box of 100,000 taels. You can open it after paying for it. With just one glance, Bai withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth to solicit business. You're the owner of this shop. Shisui was the first to speak. He looked at Bai, his eyes lightly covered with surprise. Bai's age was beyond his expectations. Before coming, Uchiha Shisui secretly guessed the identity of the owner of the blind box shop. He thought it would be a wily, experienced ninja. But I didn't expect the owner to be so young. Shisui looked at Bai calmly. The other party has a handsome face, fair and gentle, and noble in temperament. About the same age as him, about 15 years old. Shisui's eyes fell on the clothes with the Uchiha emblem printed on Bai's body, and his eyes paused slightly. Since he was wearing the Uchiha clan clothes, it was obvious that the shop owner was also a Uchiha clan. The hostility on Shisui was a little less. It is a clan, indicating that the other party should not put the Sharingan into the carton for a transaction. There may be another secret about the blind box. Yes, I'm the owner of this blind box shop. My name is Uchiha Bai. You can call me by my first name or my boss. Bai said indifferently. He didn't care about Itaki and Shisui's sharp scrutiny. I heard that your blind box here can open Sharingan. Itaki spoke, his tone was a bit gloomy. Itaki was very concerned about Sharingan. That's right. Bai nodded lightly. Seeing that Bai had no more text, Itaki couldn't help frowning. Advertisement. The other party was too calm, and he didn't look like a liar. Itaki, however, did not dispel his doubts. Because everything in the Bai store is too incredible. It is simply shocking, and it is impossible to make him not doubt it. Itaki quietly activated Sharingan and watched Bai secretly. After seeing that there was no chakra fluctuation on Bai, Itaki couldn't help but froze for a moment. There is no chakra. Not a ninja? So how did the other party get Suzuki to open Sharingan from the blind box? Itaki couldn't figure it out. He was silent. Boss, can you tell us the specific rules of the blind box? Although we heard a lot from Suzuki before we came, Itaki, and I still want to hear what you have to say, boss. Shisui asked. Bai nodded. As you can see, the row on the wall is all blind boxes. His clear and smooth voice sounded in the store unhurriedly. 100,000 taels, as long as you pay, you can open the blind box on the spot, and the contents inside belong to the person who opened the box. As for what can be opened, it depends purely on personal luck. With luck, you can open all kinds of heaven-defying things from the blind box. For example, Suzuki only paid 100,000 taels to open a blind box, and he opened 3 very good things, including the Sharingan you see. Hearing Bai mentioning himself, Suzuki cheered on with a look of joy. The boss's blind box is super powerful. My Sharingan was opened from it. In addition, there are A-level ninjutsu and chakra recharge cards. Suzuki. Itaki glanced at his brother, and although his tone was not serious, it was quite serious. Nissan. Suzuki pouted, then fell silent. Itaki rubbed his brother's forehead and turned to look at Bai. The Sharingan that Suzuki opened from the box, did you put it in? Bai laughed. I know what you suspect, but I still tell you, you don't know anything about my blind box. You are just a mere one-tomo Sharingan. For my blind box, it's not worth mentioning. The things that can be opened in the blind box are much more powerful than Sharingan. A lot more than Sharingan. Shisui chewed this sentence and couldn't help frowning. You mean, those blind boxes can open a bloodline limit that is more powerful than Sharingan? Shisui felt very uncomfortable when he heard that Sharingan was belittled. He loves Konoha village, but equally, he loves the Uchiha family and is proud to be a Uchiha member. The Uchiha family is the noble family of the ninja world. It has been famous in the ninja world since the Sengoku period. And the Uchiha family's blood lineage, the Sharingan, is regarded as one of the strongest blood lineages by countless people by default. Now hearing Mobai casually say Sharingan Rao Shisui, who has always been known for his bright sunshine, can't help but feel an uncomfortable feeling of being punctured by family glory. Mobai said calmly, "You are wrong, it's not a blood-based boundary that is more powerful than Sharingan." Hearing this, Shisui and Itaka both breathed a sigh of relief. They just said, can this ninja world have a more powerful writing limit than Sharingan? Throughout the ninja world, Sharingan is not only the most powerful pupil technique, but also the most unrivaled blood lineage. Then in the next second, Mobai's words made them breathless before they could relax, and they were shocked again until their throats stuck. In the small store, Mobai's calm voice slowly sounded, "The bloodline limit is nothing. The blind box I have here can open things that are more powerful and heaven-defying than the various bloodline limits in the ninja world, such as immortality. For example, the enhanced version of the fairy bean from Otherworld has the power of regeneration. As long as the person is not dead, whether it is a severed limb or a hollowed-out internal organ, as long as one eats a fairy bean, it can instantly recover, and the body can be readjusted to healthiest and best." What? Shisui's pupils shrank suddenly. Itaki was also shocked. Is there really such a thing in this world? Broken limbs, loss of internal organs, as long as there is still a breath, taking the fairy beans will restore the original. This is simply coming back to life. Does such a heaven-defying thing really exist? Mobai saw the shocked expressions of the two in his eyes. It's not obvious on the face, but the heart can't help but be happy, and the big fish is hooked. Mobai clearly remembers that in the original book, Itake and Shisui were both members of Umbu. Especially Uchiha Shisui, who has a high status in Umbu, directly obeys third Hokage. These two are absolutely proper Uchiha local tyrants. 100,000 tails are sprinkled with water for them. Of course it exists, as I said, the blind box in my store is much more powerful than you think. There are only things that can't be thought of, and there are no things that can't be opened in a blind box. The magical items of the heavens and the world can be opened in the blind box. All the blind boxes in our store are random. Even the owner, including me, doesn't know what's in the blind boxes. Everything depends on personal luck, and absolute fairness and fairness are guaranteed. Itaki and Shisui were shocked by Mobai's calm words. Although the two are geniuses, they are still teenagers, and their knowledge and experience are limited after all. Plus they had seen what Suzuki opened from the blind box before they came. At this moment, although they were silent, they were convinced of Mobai's words in their hearts. "How? Do you want to open the blind box?" Seeing that they didn't speak, Mobai asked again. "Ni-san." Suzuki pulled the hem of Weasel's clothes and urged in a low voice, "The number of blind boxes in the boss's shop is limited, big brother. Let's take out 100,000 taels to open one first, whether it's true or not, just open one blind box. The box will know." Itake hadn't made a statement yet, and Shisui said at this time, "Suzuki is right, since we're here, let's open a blind box first." Itake nodded, took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a 100,000 tael bill and handed it to Mobai. "Boss, it's 100,000 taels. I want to open one." Itake glanced at the blind boxes on the shelf. "Can you choose any of these?" Mobai took the money and said without raising his head, "Yes, you can choose whatever you like. You can choose whichever you like." Mobai flicked the paper money in his hand and looked at the full amount of 100,000. He couldn't help but complain about the ninja's currency system. The money here is really huge. 1 taels, 5 taels, 10 taels, then 50 taels, 100 taels, 200 taels, 1,000 taels, 2,000 taels, 5,000 taels, 10,000 taels, 100,000 taels. The smallest amount is 1 taels of coins, and the maximum amount is 100,000 taels of banknotes. Among them, the most widely circulated banknotes are 200 taels, which appear the most in the original works. This is the first time that Mobai has received 100,000 taels of money. Advertisement. He was curious for a while before putting it in his pocket. At this point, Uchiha Itake had already picked the blind box. It was a blue blind box, he was holding it, and both Suzuki and Shisui gathered around curiously. Suzuki was more experienced in driving once. At this time, he saw that Itake was holding it still, and he couldn't help reminding Nissan, "Just open the blind box directly, just like opening a gift box." Kindness. Itake responded to his brother, and out of curiosity, he began to open the blind box. Although Shisui didn't say anything, the curiosity and anticipation on his face were no less than Suzuki's. Whether it's true or not, it all depends on whether this blind box can open something. As the blind box was opened, a burst of golden light flashed, and nothing fell. Instead, it was suspended in mid-air, with a faint golden light lingering. "Forgive me, Suzuki, this is the last time." Itake's life video clip, video clip content, an important part of Uchiha Itake's life. Emobai looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but startled. Unexpectedly, this is what Uchiha Itake opened. Boss, what did my big brother drive? His is different from mine before. The big brother's only has golden light floating in the air, and he didn't drop anything in his hand. Could it be that my big brother didn't drive anything? Suzuki looked at Emobai and asked anxiously. Itake and Shisui also looked over, waiting for Emobai's answer. Emobai glanced at Itake. Your luck is very good, you have opened a video clip of lifetime replay, in that golden light place, in the form of a movie. I will extract the most important picture clips of your life later. Come out and play, from birth to death, it will be played. What? Shisui's pupils shrank suddenly. This is not simply predicting the future. His whole life is broadcast in the form of a movie. Such a heaven-defying method is unheard of in the entire ninja world. It's not something that can be done by human beings. Even the rumored sage of six paths may not be able to have such amazing power and secret skills. The way Shisui looked at Emobai had completely changed. Suzuki also clenched his hands in shock, but his focus was different from Shisui's. Wow, Nissan's life. Suzuki stared at his big brother with adoration in his eyes. In other words, I can see the future of Nissan through the video later. It's great. The future of Nissan must be a powerful ninja who is indomitable and proud of our Uchiha family. Itake was also amazed at the moment. Is my life. The video starts, Emobai reminded. At this time, the golden light dissipated, and the store suddenly became as dark as night. In the center of the wall, the video lights up. Everyone present. All eyes are fixed on the direction of the video without blinking. In the video, the 16-year-old Uchiha Suzuki confronts Uchiha Itake. Suzuki stares at Mangekyo Sharinan and stares at Itake with hatred. Now what I see in my eyes, Itake, is your death. Uchiha Itake, who is wearing a black-bottomed auspicious cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization and sitting lazily on the stone chair, closed his eyes, and his voice was low and sad. Is it my death? Uchiha Itake leaps over in a flash and brushes shoulders with Uchiha Suzuki. Then, please show me again. In the picture, the two brothers made fierce moves, collided violently, and fought together. That's me. Seeing such a scene, Suzuki exclaimed in disbelief, and stared straight out of the scarlet Sharinan with an expression of doubt about life. No, it won't. How could the future me say such cruel and heartless words to Nissan? This is not me. Watching the video, Uchiha Itake's heart skipped a beat. The hands hanging on both sides were clenched tightly. Is this my future with Suzuki? Uchiha Itake's voice was extremely low, as if it would shatter when the wind blows. Uchiha Shisui is equally shocked and sad. Just a beginning is an explosion of information. The future Suzuki actually fights with Itake. The hatred in Suzuki's eyes is so deep. What exactly happened? To make Suzuki, who has been adoring and fond of Big Brother since childhood, hate Itake so much? Uchiha Shisui held his breath, staring at the video on the wall without blinking, for fear of missing any details. The video screen jumps again. The young Uchiha Itake experienced the ninja war firsthand and believed that life had no meaning. The soft music is soothing, and the video footage is equally heartwarming. Uchiha Mikato held out the big belly that was about to give birth, smiled softly at the 5-year-old Itake. Itake, you will have a younger brother or sister soon. Itake said, I want a younger brother. I think I will. It's my brother. As soon as the video screen turns, the chaos of 9 tails, the 5-year-old Itake holds the crying baby brother. Don't cry, Suzuki, no matter what happens, the big brother will definitely protect you. Time flies, Suzuki is 3 years old and Itake is 8 years old. This year, Itake witnessed the death of his teammates, and he started sharing on. In the silent courtyard, Suzuki slipped into the arms of his big brother. Without noticing, Itake burst into tears. Itake hugged Suzuki tightly, and whispered in his heart, I understand, I don't want to lose the feelings of those I cherish. The warm picture continues. Itake accompanies Suzuki to practice shuriken and plays with Suzuki, occasionally interspersed with the serious father Fugaku, and the smiling and busy mother Mikato in the kitchen, until, the picture changed suddenly. The music was exciting and sad. Uchiha Shisui appeared in the video. Shisui was gullible in Shimura Danzo. His right eye was gouged out by Danzo, and then he escaped under the pursuit of the root. Nagagawa, Shisui asked Itake to meet there, and he confessed his last words, Uchiha's coup d'etat cannot be stopped. If a civil war breaks out like Konoha, other countries will inevitably take the opportunity to invade and break out a war. I wanted to use distinguished heavenly gods to stop the coup d'etat, but didn't want to be taken away by Danzo. He never trusted me. Danzo sacrificed everything, just wanted to protect the village in his own way. I'm afraid my left eye would also become his target. Speaking of this, Uchiha Shisui reached out to dig out his left eye without hesitation. Before it is taken away, I entrust this eye to you. The only person I can entrust is your friend, Itake. Please protect it. Village, protect the name of Uchiha. After Itake took his eyes, Uchiha Shisui jumped off the cliff of Nanga River in relief, and witnessed the death of his friend with his own eyes, and Itake instantly opened Mangekyo's death wheel eye. Advertisement. Inside the small shop. Witnessing Shisui's death in the video, Suzuki burst into tears. Brother Shisui. No, that's fake, brother Shisui won't die, it's a lie. Shisui, I actually chose to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. Uchiha Shisui thought about countless possibilities of death, but never thought that it would be suicide by jumping off a cliff. Will my future self trust Danzo so naively? Shisui clenched his fists so hard that his veins swelled. Itaki widened his eyes, unable to believe the scene in the video. His dearest friend, Shisui, who fought alongside him, committed suicide in such a tragic manner. At that moment, Itake's face was as pale as paper, and he stood there for a long time. The video screen jumps again. In the screen, Itake sees Danzo alone. Danzo said to him, "From today, you are Umbu's sub-captain. Uchiha Police Department." Father Fugaku turned his back to Itake. "If you have Umbu's help, the bloodless revolution will definitely be completed. Itake, you are my son, please, save the family." Video continues. Danzo summons Itake in person. "I hope you make a choice, whether to stand on Uchiha's side and launch a coup with your family, and then wipe out the entire army, or stand on Konoha's side and leave only your brother before the coup to help us annihilate the Uchiha family." On the day of the extermination of the clan, Itake met the masked man in the woods, and the masked man assisted him in exterminating the clan. At the same time, as a condition, the masked man asked Itake not to use Sharingan to record his actions tonight. The masked man threatened Suzuki. Before leaving, the masked man said, "If you are desperate, you can come to our organization." Itake asked, "What is your organization?" The masked man, "Xiao Organization." Watching this scene, the three Uchihas present held their breaths in silence. The three pairs of scarlet Sharingan stared at the video without blinking. They know that the most important part of the whole video comes. The entire Konoha was on the first level alert on a calm night. Umbu and Genbi dispatched one after another. The police department controlled by the Uchiha clan, a masked man in a robe appeared, and the killing began. The blood splashed red on the white walls of the Uchiha clan. Under the joint killing of the masked man and Itake, the Uchiha clan was powerless to fight back, and the corpses fell one after another. The screen jumps. Itake holding a long knife comes behind his parents. His father Fugaku's calm voice is the same as always. "I don't want to kill each other with my own son, so it is, you are on their side." Itake's voice is low. "Father, mother, Mother Mikato is as gentle as ever. We all understand, Itake." Father speaks again and confesses his last words. "Itake, finally promise me one thing, and Suzuki will entrust it to you." Itake's hands holding the knife trembled for a long time. The back of his hands were wet with tears, and he burst into tears. "I understand." Seeing that he couldn't make a move, Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, "Don't be afraid, this is the path you decided. Compared to you, our pain is only for a moment. Even if we think differently, I'm still proud of you, you're such a kind child." The video picture is gray, bright red blood splashes, and the bodies of the parents overlap each other. What? Watching his parents being killed by his most beloved big brother in the video, Suzuki couldn't help holding his head and shouting, "Horse! It's fake, it's all a lie, Dad and Mom won't die, Big brother he won't do this is fake." Tears wet Suzuki's cheeks. No one noticed. The Sharingan of Suzuki's one-go jade began to spin rapidly, and the one-go jade became a double-go jade. Shisui's resolute eyes were also bursting with tears at this moment. He clenched his fists, even if it was just a video, but he still deeply felt the pain of Itake. He looked at his friend worriedly. Itake was hanging his head at this time. Shisui couldn't see his expression, but he could see his pain and fear from the trembling hands he squeezed tightly. "Weasel." Shisui opened his mouth and wanted to say something to comfort Itake, but he found that his words were so pale at the moment. "Yes, what can I say at this time, it seems so trivial." The video didn't stop there. Facing Suzuki, who pushed open the door, Itake said to Suzuki, "My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, just hate, curse, and live ugly." Then, Itake opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, forcibly stuffed Suzuki with memories of hate. The picture, after it came to the Itake extermination, he went to see the third generation alone, and the third generation promised him that Suzuki would go to the ninja school like other children of the same age. "Look at my brother, you can come back to see him any time." In the video, back to the beginning, the two brothers were fighting fiercely together. The strength of the Uchiha family was fully displayed in this brother battle. Ninjutsu, illusion, pupil, and the powerful Susanoo were dizzying. At the end of the video, Suzuki thought Itake was going to kill him. He stared at Itake with trembling eyes. When he had been ill for a long time, Itake walked up to him staggeringly and stretched out his hand to him, just like when he was a child. The same, tapped his forehead, smiled and said to him, "Forgive me, Suzuki, this is the last time." The video is fixed here until the picture disappears completely. The darkness of the store dissipated, and the normal daytime light was completely restored. The three Uchihas in the store were in a painful mood for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. Suzuki cried hoarsely. For a 6-year-old child, this scene was too cruel for him. Although it was broadcast in the form of a video, Suzuki knew that this was the future, and the future between him and his big brother was so cruel and cruel. Uchiha Shisui, a pair of Mangekyo Sherinan Scarlet Pain. Unlike Suzuki, he saw his helplessness before his death in the video. I saw the despair of the Uchiha family. I even saw Itachi bear the pain and sorrow of darkness alone. Shisui clenched his fists bitterly. With enough force, the nails pierced the palm of his hand fiercely, and the bright red blood dripped down. Shisui didn't feel anything, because at this moment, he felt remorse and pain in his heart. My future self was so stupid that he believed in Danzo and was poached by the distinguished heavenly god Sherinan. What made Shisui even more grief-stricken was that when he was disheartened, he cowardly chose to commit suicide and put all the burden on Itachi's small shoulders. At that time, Itachi was only an 11-year-old child. In Shisui's mind, the scene in the video just now flashed. Without his last words, Itachi would not have chosen to genocide so resolutely. It was him, Uchiha Shisui, who personally pushed his best friend to the abyss of despair. If it weren't for his protect the village, protect the name of Uchiha, Itachi might not have made such a cruel choice. Advertisement. It was he who misled Itachi and led Itachi to the paranoid and desperate road of genocide. Shisui closed his eyes in pain. At this moment, he hated himself. After Shisui opened his eyes again, he looked at Itachi worriedly, only to find that Itachi opened Mangekyo Sherinan because of the excitement of the video. Itachi, I'm fine, Itachi whispered in a hoarse voice. Dark red blood gushed out from the corner of his eyes, and the Sherinan, which was supposed to be a 3-go jade, now turned into a Mangekyo shape. The 11-year-old boy was stunned with clenched fists, trembling uncontrollably, and chills. The scene of weeping blood in the video kept surging in his mind. One family after another was killed by him, the tenderness and pride of his parents before his death, and the unbelievably terrified eyes his younger brother Suzuki looked at him. Scene after scene, like a cold blade, stabbing him constantly. Itachi's heart almost collapsed. It turned out that he was such a terrifying demon. Are you, a beast? Actually slaughtered a family inhumanely, including the elderly, babies. Itachi looked at his pale trembling hands, his eyes full of horror. Itachi, are you really okay? Shisui supported him worriedly. Ni-san. Suzuki walked over with red eyes. After hesitating for a while, Suzuki finally rushed over and hugged his big brother. Ni-san, you are the best Ni-san in the world, no matter what, I love you, we won't be like this in the video again, no, Ni-san. Suzuki. Itachi looked at his younger brother who threw himself into his arms and closed his eyes in pain. He hugged Suzuki tightly, his hoarse and painful voice revealed a firmness, everything in the video will not appear again. Now that he has seen the direction of the future, he will not repeat the same mistakes. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how hopeless, he will never choose the road of extermination. At this moment, Itachi is extremely grateful to Mobai and Mobai's blind box. If he hadn't opened a video clip of his life from the blind box, Itachi thought, his future would definitely be the same as in the video. Itachi let go of Suzuki. He looked at Mobai who had been standing quietly beside him, and bowed deeply to Mobai. Boss, thank you, although I don't know how the future Uchiha clan will go, from this moment on, you changed my destiny. Itachi sincerely respects and appreciates Mobai. Mobai was indifferent to this. Don't thank me, this is your luck, I, the shop owner, don't know what the blind box can open. To be honest, I'm also surprised that you can see this video clip. This is Mobai's truth. He thought that the blind box opened all kinds of abilities, either props or items. Unexpectedly, there are even video clips. Of course, for someone like him who's seen Hokage, the video clips are nothing. But for people in the world of Uchiha Itachi and Hokage, this is definitely a shocking killer. Predict future. Even the direction of his life, this is undoubtedly a rough cheat. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is rebirth. Uchiha Itachi saw that Mobai was so indifferent, and he respected and admired him even more in his heart. At this moment, he was convinced that blind boxes could produce heaven-defying things. Likewise, so does Shisui. Boss, I also thank you for Itachi, although you said that it is Itachi's luck to be able to make future videos, but all this is based on your blind box shop. If there is no blind box shop, there is no blind box, Itachi. No matter how lucky he is, it is impossible for him to know what will happen in the future. Shisui's respect and gratitude to Mobai is no less than that of Itachi. Through the video just now, he saw the direction of his own destiny, saw the end of the Uchiha clan. I also saw the ruthlessness and insidiousness of Danzo and Konoha executives. He will no longer trust Konoha executives, including Third Hokage. Nothing happened now, he and Itachi took the lead and predicted everything in the future. Shisui believes that with his and Itachi's abilities, the future of the Uchiha clan may not be without another way out. Besides, even if their strength and resourcefulness are no match for Konoha, there is a powerful and mysterious unknown in their Uchiha clan's clan. This unknown is Mobai's blind box shop. The others in Konoha didn't know about the existence of the blind box shop, which was the first opportunity for their Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Shisui calmed down. He looked at Mobai and took out all the money he was carrying. "Boss, this is all my money. Take a look. I can open a few blind boxes." "I open all of them." Mobai wasn't polite to him either, and took the heavy stack of money and counted it. 290,000 taels, you can open 2 blind boxes, and you are still 10,000 taels away. You can ask your friends to collect them, enough for you to open 3 blind boxes. Suzuki wiped his eyes and interjected in a crying voice at this time, "Brother Shisui, I still have a few hundred taels in my pocket, I'll give you all." Shisui rubbed Suzuki's little head. "Thank you, Suzuki, but Brother Shisui can't take your money, you can keep it as pocket money." Itaki was also calmed down at this time, and after listening to Mobai's words, he took out his wallet and handed it to Shisui. "Shisui, you can take it all. This is the reward for my recent mission. I haven't deposited it in the bank yet. As for the other money, I will go to the bank to withdraw it later, and then I will tell my father this important news and let him inform him." Tribe. There are many thoughts in Itaka's mind at this moment. Regarding the future of the Uchiha family, he decided to go back and have a good talk with his father. But I'll talk about this later, and now the most important thing is to see what Shisui can get out of the blind box. Advertisement. Shisui pushed and refused. He wanted Itaki to use the money to open his blind box. After all, Itaki opened a video clip of a lifetime. Not everyone can have such luck. Taking advantage of Itaka's luck now, it's better to drive more. Itaka refused. "My intuition tells me that my next luck will not be very good. Because of this video, I also opened the precious and powerful Mangekyo Sharinan of the Uchiha clan, and this luck is already heaven-defying enough, no more greedy." When Shisui heard it, he felt that Itaka was right, and didn't refuse anymore. He took Itaka's wallet, took out another 10,000 taels from it, and handed it to Mobai respectfully. "Boss, I'll pay for 3 blind boxes today." Itaki had a lot of money in his wallet, but Shisui didn't know how lucky he was, so he didn't dare to take it all at once to open the blind box. This is related to the future of the Uchiha family. Money must be spent on the edge of the knife. "Okay, you can choose 3 for yourself." Mobai took the money. His expression was calm, and he didn't mean to trick them into opening more blind boxes, because there is no need for that. The system's lottery for Mobai is calculated by head, not by the number of open blind boxes. To put it bluntly, as long as someone comes in to open the blind box system, a lottery chance will be recorded, no matter how much the person buys. The number of blind boxes purchased by customers has little to do with Mobai at this stage. Mobai only knows that as long as customers open 100 blind boxes in total, they can upgrade to VIP. After the VIP upgrade, they can open a super blind box for a price of 1 million taels. Of course, Mobai is also rewarded if someone buys a super blind box, that is to have a god-level lottery. Specifically about the super blind box, what are the rules of the god-level lottery, and what can be drawn, the system did not say, and Mobai is not clear for the time being. After all, it is still too far away from him at this stage. At this time, Shisui took a deep breath, walked to the shelf, and carefully selected 3 blind boxes. They are light green, brown, and red. Itaki and Suzuki surrounded him. "Suzuki, brother Shisui, come on, you will definitely be able to drive something super powerful." Itaki didn't speak, but looked at Shisui's blind box with anticipation. "Then I'll open." After Shisui finished speaking, he started to dismantle the blind box. Just like Itaki opened the blind box, after the box was opened, a golden light flashed dazzlingly. However, unlike Itaki, the golden light was not suspended in mid-air, but turned into a streamer and flew towards Shisui's palm. Postpartum Care of Sao's, a set of leather books. The content of the book is different. This is a masterpiece written by a great man, which involves politics, thought, reform, economy, art of war, strategy, philosophy, etc. Mobai, who saw the title of the book, was stunned for a moment, thinking that Shisui had won the country treasure book. After reading the description, he realized that Shisui had won a red book box. I have to say that Shisui is lucky, which is exactly what Uchiha Shisui and the Uchiha clan need. Suzuki sighed in disappointment after seeing the title of the book in Shisui's hand. "This is a book about raising pigs." Itaki was also stunned. Shisui twitched the corners of his mouth. "I'm so unlucky." He couldn't help but feel frustrated. For the next 2 blind boxes, he dared not open them. Shisui looked at Mobai hesitantly. "Boss, can I open the remaining 2 blind boxes for Itaki or Suzuki?" "No." Mobai shook his head. He pointed to the blind box that Shisui took down and put on the table. "Everyone's blind box is limited, 30 per person per month. Whoever pays can only open it, and cannot be transferred to others." "Shisui, I see, that's fine. Brother Shisui, come on." Suzuki cheered Shisui aside. Itaki also looked at Ash's friend. "Shisui, I believe you can do it." Seeing this, Mobai reminded, "It may not be what you think, you open the book and take a look first. After listening to Mobai's prompt, Shisui was stunned for a moment. Is there a universe in this book? Quick, Shisui-san wants to take a look, Suzuki said eagerly. Itaki also looked over curiously. Shisui hurriedly opened the book. Originally, he had a disapproving look on his face, but as he read the contents of the book clearly, the expression on his face couldn't help but sigh, and his pupils contracted violently. Brother Shisui, is there anything wrong with this book? Suzuki died of curiosity. If it weren't for the fact that others were too short to reach, they would probably have peeked at the contents of the book by now. This is a treasure. Shisui carefully closed the book and put it in the ninja bag as if he had been given it. Itaki, I'll show you when I get back. Itaki nodded. I want to see too, Suzuki shouted. Okay, Shisui nodded with a smile. Originally Shisui felt that Suzuki was still young and there was no need for him to read such esoteric books, but when he thought about seeing everything about the future through Itaki's video just now, Shisui changed his mind. There is no doubt about the power of Suzuki in the video. Learning these now will only benefit Suzuki's growth. Maybe in the future, Suzuki's growth is stronger than the future edited by the video. In his thoughts, Shisui had already put away the books properly. The book is based on the reading habits of the Hokage world. The whole book is only the size of a palm, and it is just right to put it in a ninja bag. However, Shisui thought that he had just flipped to the last page, and it seemed that he had not finished writing it. He couldn't help looking at Mobai. Boss, is there any other sequel to this book? Mobai nodded. Yes, this is a set of books. I don't know how many there are, but according to my experience, there are at least 20 books in this set. Nani? Suzuki's big black eyes widened. There are so many 20 books, so if Brother Shisui wants to read this set of books, wouldn't he have to open the blind box 20 times? More than 20 blind boxes. Itaki pointed to the blind boxes on the shelf. Each opening of these blind boxes is different. If Shisui wants to collect this set of books, he is lucky and at least stacks up several times the number of blind boxes. If you are unlucky, I'm afraid there will be more. Then Shisui-san wants to get enough of this set of books. Isn't it hopeless? Suzuki tilted his head worriedly. Advertisement. Shisui was not hit, his eyes were very firm. This is a treasured book. Maybe in the book, I can find a solution to Uchiha's predicament. In any case, I must collect enough. Even if it was just a cursory scan just now, Shisui was still deeply shocked. There is a great feeling of enlightenment and enlightenment. This feeling is as invigorating and dripping as the long-blocked chakra meridians have been unclogged. A new door was opening to him. As long as that door is opened, he can enter a completely different world. At that time, his consciousness, his wisdom, will be a comprehensive improvement, and the Uchiha family's predicament will definitely be able to find a solution and a way to deal with it. Itaki looked slightly startled. Can you solve the predicament of our family? If so, then the value of this set of books is immeasurable. Shisui, count me as one. Me, I want to join too. Suzuki waved his little hand. Can. Shisui converged his thoughts and returned his attention to the other two blind boxes that were not opened. Next, let me see if I can get something useful out of the blind box. After Shisui muttered a word, he began to dismantle the blind box seriously. In an instant, a burst of golden light flashed. An ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. Without Imobai's explanation, Shisui knew that his luck was not good this time after seeing the shuriken in his hand. The shuriken is really just an ordinary ninja shuriken. But Shisui didn't ask. The childish Suzuki still couldn't help but curiously asked Mobai, Old Ren, what is the origin of this legion? It's just an ordinary shuriken. Mobai told the truth. Hearing Mobai's words, Suzuki muttered in frustration, 100,000 taels, this is definitely the most expensive shuriken in the entire ninja world. Itaki patted his brother on the shoulder, our luck is good enough. Just take out the things we just opened, and the value cannot be measured by money. Even if Shisui can't drive anything good, it's understandable. After all, one's luck cannot be so good all the time. This is also the reason why Itaki did not reopen after opening the first blind box. Suzuki thought about it for a while, and felt that his big brother was right, and nodded earnestly in agreement. Our luck is really good. I drove 3 great things. Even Sharinan, big brother, also made an amazing lifetime video, and Shisui brother, although a little worse, also drove with very useful books. Big brother is right, we can't be too greedy. Shisui laughed and joked at this time. It seems that my luck has ended here. The last blind box is probably something like a ninja tool. After he finished speaking, he didn't hold out any hope and opened it at will. After a burst of golden light, Mobai received a prompt from the system. 1 Fire-style ninjutsu experience pack. After using it, the Fire-style ninjutsu controlled by the user can be improved by 2,000 points on the original basis. When Mobai looked at the system description, Shisui was stunned. The things that came out this time seemed to be a little different. Shisui looked at the bright, fire-like light in his hand, and his voice couldn't hide his surprise. It's really different. The light group has been held by Brother Shisui for a long time. It has always been the same as the light group, and there is no change. Sasuke also came over, his fair and lovely face was full of novelty. Boss, can you explain it for us? Itachi respectfully looked at Mobai and asked quietly. This is an experience light group. Shisui has drawn the Fire Style Ninjutsu Experience Pack. After integrating this experience light group, Shisui's current master's Fire Style Ninjutsu will comprehensively increase the experience points by 2,000 points. The 2,000 points of experience points are roughly acceptable. Let Genin be pulled directly to the level of Chinin, and as for the power of Shisui after fusion, you can try it out for yourself after fusion. After a pause, Mobai went on to explain, as for the fusion method, it's also very simple, you just need to hold the light group, and then silently recite fusion experience light group in your heart. What? Shisui's eyes widened. Although he had been shocked several times by the magic of the blind box store, Shisui couldn't help being surprised after listening to Mobai's explanation. Even the experience points of ninjutsu can be instantly merged, which is incredible. This is too powerful, Sasuke said with starry eyes. I thought to myself that if he could also give out experience points, wouldn't that mean that he could skip Genin and become Chinin directly? Really looking forward to it. Itachi had other ideas. The name of this light group is called Fire Style Experience Light Group. According to the classification of this name, does it mean that there are other experience light groups with chakra attributes in the blind box, even Sharingan's? Experience lights. Itachi's words reminded Shisui. Shisui's eyes couldn't hide his excitement as he stared at the light ball in his palm. If our Uchiha clan draws Sharingan's experience light group next, then the power of our clan. Shisui didn't say anything after that, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. Shisui, take a look at the fusion, Itachi said at this time. It is good. Shisui came back to his senses and carefully followed what Mobai had just explained. After a while, the light group in his palm was completely absorbed into his body. A pleasant warm current poured into the limbs. In just a split second, Shisui had a lot of experience popping up in his mind. These experiences, as if he had experienced it himself, were extremely skilled dungeon master. How's it going, Shisui-san? Sasuke asked expectantly, blinking his red eyes from crying just now. Itachi also looked at his friend expectantly. It feels very novel, as if I have experienced many battles. Those experiences are incomparably skilled in my mind, and every fire style ninjutsu has improved. Take the most basic great fireball technique as an example. If you cast this technique now, its power is no worse than fire style ninjutsu of A rank and above. But it's a pity. Now in the store, it can't be used, otherwise, Shisui can't help but release this spell for Itachi and Sasuke. Let Itachi and Sasuke see the 2,000 point boost. Advertisement. Wow, this is too awesome. Sasuke's eyes widened with interest. The current Sasuke doesn't know these techniques yet. The most basic great fireball technique, he can only cast a tiny bit of sparks. It is far from being a complete master, a basic C-level fire-style ninjutsu. However, Sasuke had seen Itachi used it and knew the power of the great fireball technique. As for A-level fire-style ninjutsu, Sasuke has seen his father perform it, so he is no stranger to it. Hearing Shisui's description now, Sasuke immediately had a specific image in his mind. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you for the time being. I'll show you one by one when I go back and find a time. Shisui laughed heartily. He was very satisfied with the experience value from the blind box this time. If you are interested, you can release these ninjutsu directly in the store. Mobai was speechless when he saw the regretful expressions on these people's faces, but as a competent boss, he took the initiative to remind them. Hey, is it okay? Shisui was surprised. I remembered, when I drew lightning style ninjutsu before, the boss also let me release it in the shop. The technique is all lightning style, but there is nothing in the boss's shop. It's super amazing. The more Sasuke spoke, the more excited he became, and his little hands couldn't help waving. In his heart, Mobai has become the person he admires the most besides his big brother. Shisui and Itachi looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. After successively opening magical things from the blind box, the two no longer doubted what Mobai said. Mobai said that if you can release ninjutsu in the store, that's fine. After a while, Shisui said, then let me try it. However, Shisui chose the C-level great fireball technique out of prudence. Although Mobai said that it would not affect the store, Shisui still couldn't let go. After all, the blind boxes sold in this store are all paper, so it is always right to be cautious. Fire-style great fireball technique. With Shisui's quick seal, a huge fireball shot out. The fiery heat wave made the surrounding air steam up. The power is several times stronger than the original great fireball technique. Be careful. Seeing that the huge fireball was about to hit the wall, Itachi shouted. Immediately, he quickly formed the seal, intending to use a water-style ninjutsu to extinguish the fireball. At this time, Suzuki pointed in the direction of the fireball and called out, "Nissan, look!" A huge fireball slammed into the wall silently. After a while, the fireball was annihilated, and as the white smoke dissipated, the white wall came into the eyes of everyone on the field. "It's totally fine," Suzuki said happily. That white wall was brand new as before, not to mention bursting. It didn't even have the mark of smoky black. Uchiha Shisui and Itaki watched the scene, and their awe for MO deepened. The other side. Black Zetsu, who has been monitoring the movements of the Uchiha clan, after Suzuki found Itaki and Shisui, he also quietly sneaked behind the three of them and went to the blind box shop. After the three of them entered, Black Zetsu also sneaked into the ground. However, he was blocked and could not get in anyway. Black Zetsu stared at the unremarkable shop, shocked to the extreme. You know, he is the product of the will of his mother, Satsuki Kagaya. Throughout the entire ninja world, there is no place that Black Zetsu cannot enter. In the past, he could come and go anywhere, as if he was in a no man's land. But at this moment, Black Zetsu's omnipotent exploration skills were blocked in this ordinary shop. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. What's going on? He has lived for thousands of years and has never encountered such a situation. Unwilling, Black Zetsu activated his various spells. After trying several times, he finally stopped after exhausting himself. In my heart, I was extremely apprehensive about this unremarkable little shop in front of me. At this time, Black Zetsu saw the billboard. He walked over, limping with curiosity. Open the blind box to become stronger? Open 100,000 tails once. Can you open the Sharingan? What is this? Black Zetsu split White Zetsu apart and said to White Zetsu, "Go back and tell Afe Uchiha Obito that something unexpected happened in the Uchiha clan." "Okay, I got it." White Zetsu walked away. After White Zetsu left, Black Zetsu also went into hiding. It doesn't matter if he can't get in. He waits for the three little devils in Uchiha to come out, and when the time comes to eavesdrop behind them, he will know what's going on inside. "Great, Nissan, let's go back and tell father the good news." After leaving the blind box shop, Suzuki danced with excitement and admired Mobai's blind box shop to the extreme. Itaki nodded. "I really should have a good talk with my father about the future of Uchiha's genocide." Having said that, Itaki looked at Shisui. "Shisui, come with you too." "Shisui, I also have this idea. I just used the Mangekyo Sharingan to copy the video, just to use this video to persuade the patriarch to stop the rebellion against the village for now." Speaking of which, Shisui's eyebrows could not help but flicker with worry. "Itaki, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you about the video recording in advance." It's okay, Shisui." Itaki interrupted Shisui's remorse in a low voice. He looked at Shisui with a firm look. "This video is very important to us Uchiha family. I actually copied it with Sharingan." Itaki touched the corners of his eyes. Advertisement. The pair of Mangekyo Sharingan spun around, and soon returned to black pupils. After Itake and Shisui, Suzuki left. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, his dark eyes staring at the back of the three Uchiha leaving. "Uchiha Itake, the kid that Obito wanted me to focus on, turned on Mangekyo Sharingan unexpectedly. This is troublesome. This kid suddenly becomes stronger, which may affect my plans with Obito. No, I have to go and see." Black Zetsu murmured sullenly, then disappeared into the ground and disappeared. At the moment when Black Zetsu disappeared, Mobai's tall figure slowly walked out of the store. Black Zetsu is indeed the product of Satsuki Kagaya's will. You can drill anywhere in the dark, which is really hard to prevent. Fortunately, the blind box shop blessed by the system prevents all spying and prying. Unless customers enter the store to open the blind box, they will never use any means to spy on the situation of the blind box store. Mobai raised his long eyebrows. This guy should have asked White Zetsu to inform Uchiha Obito to go. As early as the moment Black Zetsu appeared, Mobai received a prompt from the system. The reason why Black Zetsu wasn't exposed was just to catch a big fish with a long line. To say which organization is the richest in the entire ninja world, the answer is definitely the Xiao organization. Aside from Uchiha Obito, the big boss behind the scenes. Let's just say Nagato and Konan. The wealth of the masters in the hands of these two people is definitely in billions. In the original book, in the battle between Konan and Obito, they threw 600 billion detonating charms, which is like a rich woman among rich women. In addition, Kakuzu, a miser who sees money, should not be underestimated. In the original book, this guy lived to be 91 years old. From first Hokage to Naruto period, he received all kinds of high-paying tasks. It is definitely one of the best money in the Xiao organization. Haiden, the leader of the cult, definitely has a lot of money. Scorpion has placed spies everywhere, and he can't do it without money. Coupled with his identity as a puppet master, he has a proper art of burning money. You must know that these materials for making puppets are rare and very expensive. As for the other people in the Xiao organization, they are definitely high-quality customers of the blind box shop, and Orochimaru should still be in the Xiao organization at this time. With so many potential dog owners, Emobai would be stupid to stop Black Zetsu from tipping off. Emobai smiled darkly and turned to enter the store. Ding, it is detected that 3 customers have opened the blind box in the store. Since the host is open for the first time, this system specially distributes rewards. There is no need to accumulate 10 people, and the host is now rewarded with 3 consecutive draws. Emobai, who had just sat down, heard the system prompt sound in his head, and couldn't help but feel delighted. It's finally here, it's not easy. He racked his brains to come up with a plan, just to sell blind boxes for a systematic lottery. After worrying for 3 days, I finally got the chance to draw a lottery. Host, is there a lottery now? System, lottery draw. After Emobai finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes. In his brain consciousness, a burst of golden light emerged. The huge roulette was suspended, spinning continuously, and finally turned into a streamer and flew out. Ding, the lottery is successful. Congratulations host, get Chakra 30,000 scale, equivalent to Hokage World Elite Jonin. With the sound of the system machinery falling, Emobai only felt a warm and comfortable force pouring into his body. Chakra energy flowed through the meridians of his body in an instant. Emobai closed his eyes and felt it. The body is warm and full of power. No need to deliberately mobilize. His eyes can look directly at the body's meridians, and the blue chakra flows slowly. Good. After Emobai felt it, he was generally very satisfied with the reward he had drawn. You must know that before this, the body he passed through was an ordinary person who even chakra could not condense. In just a short moment, being able to go from an ordinary person to an elite Jonin level is definitely a qualitative leap. Emobai took a look at the system division. His chakra capacity is currently at Jonin's top tier. Only half a step away, you can jump to the level of cage level. Certainly. This is just the 4-dimensional data division of chakra by the system, which does not represent specific strength. The real strength of a ninja, in addition to its own chakra capacity, is the most important thing in the use of ninjutsu and taijutsu. To put it bluntly, the key still depends on the actual combat ability. At this time, what? Emobai noticed that his eyes had changed. He pulled out a mirror from the drawer. It was the same side that Suzuki had used before. Emobai couldn't help laughing, and then looked up at the mirror. In the mirror, a pair of scarlet Sharinans were reflected. It's really a Sharinan. A Guyu Sharinan slowly appeared in Emobai's eyes. I can't believe that after pouring in a lot of chakra, my eyes are so opened. Emobai whispered in surprise. His personality is relatively calm and indifferent, and he rarely has great emotional fluctuations. Emobai thought that Uchiha, who had crossed over halfway, did not have the innate conditions to open Sharinan, but I didn't expect it to be slapped in the face so quickly. Without any mood swings, his Sharinan turned on so inexplicably. But after a closer look, Emobai calmed down. The chakra of the Hokage world, to put it bluntly, is the product of an equal mix of self-spiritual energy and physical energy. The original body is very ordinary, there is no chakra. But no matter what, the spiritual energy of the soul that Emobai passed through is powerful. Emobai dares to say that in the entire ninja world, apart from the old monsters who have lived in the 3 holy places for hundreds of thousands of years, no one dares to say that his spiritual energy is stronger than him. Such a powerful spiritual energy will instantly open your eyes after activating chakra, which makes sense. After all, Sharinan is a female property. The yin attribute is the embodiment of spiritual energy, also known as yin escape. Advertisement. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan can open their eyes, but they are more or less mentally abnormal. They are all paranoid lunatics. I have to be vigilant, but don't go in there. Emobai couldn't help but alert himself in his heart. Unlike the Uchihas, he is by no means a paranoid lunatic. Kindness. That's right. Emobai calmed down, and he instructed the system, conduct the second lottery draw. Ding, the lottery is successful. Congratulations to host, get a full attribute ninjutsu gift pack. Chakra attributes are divided into 7 types: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. The gift package includes 21 ninjutsus of 7 types. Includes 2A level fire style ninjutsu, 2A level water style ninjutsu, 2A level wind style ninjutsu, 2A level lightning style ninjutsu, 2A level earth style ninjutsu, 2A level earth style ninjutsu, A level yin yun ninjutsu, 2A level yang yun ninjutsu. 3 basic 3 body technique, transformation technique, body replacement technique, clone technique. 1A level multiple shadow clone technique created by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. 1A level sealing technique for red yang formation. 1S level sealing technique, ghouls are sealed, improved version, no life cost is required when performing the spell. 1A level healing ninjutsu, healing jutsu. Listening to the system's tinkling sound that kept echoing in his mind, no matter how calm Emobai was, he couldn't help but smile at this moment. It's not bad luck to get so many rewards at one time. This is a proper Emperor OU. Let's not talk about the pile of A-level ninjutsu, just to win the improved version of the S-level forbidden technique, Ghost Sealing. This lottery is worth a lot. Mobai closed his eyes again. Carefully feel these ninjutsu poured into the brain. Every ninjutsu, just like Mobai's training, is firmly mastered and mastered by his brain. After reviewing these rewards, Mobai's attention returned to the lottery again. This is the last lottery draw. I don't know if my luck is still so good. A low voice fell. Mobai instructed the system, last draw, let's start. Ding, the lottery is successful. Congratulations host, get a space ring. The volume is 200 times 200 cubic meters. Only inanimate objects can be placed in the space. Time is forbidden, and it can be kept fresh forever. This space ring can be upgraded. Is it a space ring? Time prohibits permanent preservation. It's just right to store food. It's suitable for me who is dead. Mobai rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Immediately, a light flashed away. On Mobai's left index finger, there is an extra simple ring, the size is just right. Mobai did some research. Afterwards, he threw in the few Chinese cabbage left over from the chef's cooking today, and he watched it for a while. Yes, it is indeed very fresh. I can stock up on more vegetables in the future, so that I can eat fresh even if I don't go out. For these 3 draws, Mobai is very satisfied. So many good things can be drawn in just 3 draws. Mobai is now more and more expecting customers to come to open the blind box. I don't know, what's going on with Black Zetsu? Has Uchiha Obito notified him? And the Uchiha clan, Shisui, Itaka Suzuki should have gathered the clan at this time. I don't know, what kind of waves will be caused in Uchiha? It's really exciting. At the same time, Rain Shinobi Village, the base of Akatsuki's organization. Is what you said true? Obito stared at White Zetsu who came back to report, his tone slightly gloomy. Uchiha Obito is dressed in a robe with a black background and red clouds, and wears an orange mask with strange lines on his face. Because he declared himself to be Uchiha Madara, Obito at this time deliberately had long hair that burst like Madara. Hey, I don't know. Black Zetsu asked me to come back and tell you. I don't know if it's true or not. White Zetsu's slouched tone is slow Kaido. Obito frowned, scolded White Zetsu for being mentally retarded, and then ignored White Zetsu. Kamui. Obito used his Mangekyo Sharingan ability and decided to go to the Uchiha clan to see for himself. Destroying the Uchiha clan is part of his plan, and no accidents are allowed. At this moment, no one knows that about the undercurrent between Uchiha and Konoha. Obito has always been behind the scenes and controlled everything. Uchiha Obito wants to carry out the Infinite Tsukuyomi project. In this plan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is crucial. The Sharingan of Uchiha, once evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, can easily control the tailed beast. Once someone in the Uchiha tribe owns the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it will create a lot of unnecessary surprises for Obito's later capture of the tailed beast. Out of this concern, Obito decided to completely erase this uncertainty. Only by destroying the Uchiha clan, completely retract Sharingan, Obito can really go ahead with his Infinite Tsukuyomi project without hindrance. He wants to create a pure land with Lin. He absolutely does not allow any accidents to hinder his plans. Is this the blind box shop that White Zetsu said? After Uchiha Obito appeared, he glanced at a quiet shop in the corner and murmured gloomily. Immediately, he walked over. Ding dong, there's another guest here. After the system had finished the lottery, Mobai heard the doorbell and walked out of the inner room slowly. Welcome to our store, Mobai greeted subconsciously. After seeing who was coming, he couldn't help but startle for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth rose. Uchiha Obito. This is really fast. As expected of a man with time-space pupil technique. Guest, this is a magical and interesting blind box shop. Blind boxes are 100,000 taels. As long as you pay, you can open blind boxes. If you are lucky, blind boxes can open all kinds of powerful and interesting things. Guest, do you want one? Mobai smiled and started soliciting business. Are you the owner of this shop? Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes and looked at Mobai sharply. After noticing the thick chakra on Mobai's body, Obito couldn't help frowning. When did such a young powerhouse appear in the Uchiha clan under his surveillance? Why doesn't he know? Well, that's right, I'm the owner of this blind box shop. Since you can find a guest here, it means that you and my blind box shop are very faithful. I think your luck will be very good. Advertisement. Mobai's expression remained unchanged for Obito's sharp, knife-like gaze. The expression on Uchiha Obito's mask was very bad. Blind box? What the hell is that? The row on the shelf behind you are all blind boxes sold by our store. 100,000 taels can be opened by paying money. Inside the blind box, you can open 5 flowered 8-gate items, ninjutsu, and blood-based boundaries. Even the weird and wonderful items of Otherworld. For example, a fairy bean that is abundant in a certain world, as long as there is still a breath, eating a fairy bean can be resurrected with full blood. Another example is a resurrection card from a certain high-dimensional world. No matter how long you have been dead, as long as you write the deceased's name and date of birth on the resurrection card, you can completely resurrect the deceased. Bai's unhurried voice resounded in the store, calm but with demagogic persuasion. What is the most important thing in Uchiha Obito's life? The answer is of course Lin. Because of Rin Nohara's death, Obito turned into a big boss who controlled everything behind the Akatsuki organization directly from the black tail of a bright and sunny crane. It can be seen how deep and terrifying this attachment is. Mobai deliberately picked resurrection items to introduce, just to evoke the deepest desire in Uchiha Obito's heart. Once a person's desire is aroused, the brain cannot carry out rational thinking and analysis. In this way, he doesn't need to waste too many words to convince Obito to open the blind box. This guy is willing to fight against the whole world in order to resurrect Lin, and a blind box of only 100,000 taels is not at all for Obito. What? What did you say? As predicted. After listening to Mobai's introduction, Uchiha Obito's murderous tone was full of shock. Obito's expression could not be seen on the masked face, but from his clenched hands, it is not difficult to see that Obito has been deeply affected by Mobai's words. Obito's rampant murderous aura didn't make Mobai react. Mobai glanced at Uchiha Obito calmly, and said clearly, "Can't you hear it clearly? Then I repeat, the blind box in our store is 100,000 taels. As long as you pay for it, you can open the blind box on the spot. All kinds of magical items of the 5 Flowers 8 Gate can be opened in the blind box. As for what can be opened, it is purely based on personal luck. If you are lucky, you may be able to open a resurrection card that will shock the world, can resurrect a person who has been dead for many years." Hearing Mobai's explanation again, the waves in Uchiha Obito's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Easter card. These 3 words filled Uchiha Obito's mind. Reviving Nohara Rin had become the deepest obsession in his heart. If the resurrection card is real, then he can resurrect Lin, who has been dead for many years. Linear. In his mind, Lin's gentle smile like the flower of March sakura flashed across her mind. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, his emotions fluctuating violently. Blind box. He's going to open the blind box. Even though it might be a conspiracy, Obito couldn't control that much. His obsession with Lin made him lose his reason and ability to think. Is there really such an existence as a resurrection card? Uchiha Obito's voice was murderous. It is not difficult to hear that if Mobai dared to answer a no at this moment, Obito would definitely kill him immediately. Of course, Mobai spread his hands. Guest, I have made it very clear just now that resurrection cards are actually not unusual compared to the mystical items in the heavens and the world. If you are lucky enough, you can even open a resurrection card from the blind box. Cards are more heaven-defying stuff. Having said that, Mobai glanced at Obito, his tone still as calm as ever. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that you are lucky. Blind boxes, as the name suggests, means that the person opening the box does not know what is inside, so opening it is challenging and interesting, including my shop owner. In fact, I don't know what will be opened in each blind box, so absolute fairness is guaranteed. Having said so much, guest, don't you really plan to spend 100,000 taels to try it? I'm going, Obito said in a low voice. The eyes under the mask are fixed on the blind box on the shelf. Then, he reached out and took out a stack of money, without even counting it, and stuffed it directly into Mobai. How many blind boxes can I get with this money? Mobai quickly counted, a little more than 720,000 taels. It can open 7 blind boxes. Guest, I will charge you 700,000 taels. Please take back the extra money. As expected of the boss behind the Akatsuki organization, the shot is lavish. Mobai didn't mean to be cheap, and handed the extra money back to Uchiha Obito. Okay, then get me 7 blind boxes down. Uchiha Obito took the money and stuffed it into his pocket haphazardly. All the while, his eyes were scorchingly fixed on the blind boxes on the shelf. Eager and crazy. Mobai didn't say anything about it. He turned around neatly and took 7 blind boxes from the shelf and handed them to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito raised his hand. Wait, I want to get it myself. Obito suddenly remembered what Mobai said just now. Blind boxes are all based on personal luck. If the blind box shop owner helps him choose a blind box, doesn't it mean that the blind box has the boss's luck? That won't work. When it comes to resurrecting Lin, Obito can't trust anyone. These blind boxes must be chosen by himself. Mobai. In my heart, I couldn't help but be speechless. But the rants are rants. As a boss, Mobai is still very competent, and he still has a professional smile on his face. Okay, then I'll put it back, and you can choose your own guests. Obito walked to the shelf and carefully selected 7 of his favorites from the rows of blind boxes. The color is uniform light pink. After Mobai returned the blind box, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly when he saw the blind box that Obito had chosen. Uchiha Obito, who dares to pretend to be full of love, likes girl fans. I can't really see it. The big boss behind the ninja world has a pure girlish heart. Obito carefully placed the 7 blind boxes on the table. At this time, Obito, who was completely focused on the blind box, didn't know that Immobile misunderstood that he liked girl fans. But speaking again, Obito chooses light pink, not because he likes it, but because this is Lin's favorite color. Lin loved bluebells and sakura flowers during her lifetime, and these delicate flowers are all pink. How do you open these blind boxes? Obito hesitated for a while, but decided to ask about the rules. Obito didn't dare to be careless about anything related to linear. It's very simple. You can just take it apart. After you take it out, if you're not sure, you can ask me again, Immobile explained with a light smile. Obito didn't speak anymore. He lowered his head and started to open the blind box very seriously. A dazzling golden light suddenly lit up. Obito narrowed his eyes in surprise. This golden light. Obito didn't notice any chakra fluctuations. It wasn't ninjutsu or illusion, it was real. It seems. Advertisement. The owner of this blind box shop is not lying. The blind boxes in his store can really open magical things. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito couldn't help feeling excited. Cola Immobile couldn't help but feel weird after listening to the system's prompt. The system didn't even have an explanation this time. What was the coldness of this Chikuakuo? Uchiha Obito's luck seems to be really bad. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I opened? Obito just saw Immobile's reaction in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask Immobile nervously in his tone. But Immobile didn't answer yet. The golden light dissipated, and a bottle of Coke fell steadily into Obito's hands. The glass bottle still had the chilled air on it. Uchiha Obito. Immobile pointed to the glass bottle of Coke in his hand. What you prescribe is a chilled bottle of Coke, a glass bottle, it will taste better. Uchiha Obito's face darkened suddenly. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see it. Damn, how could his luck be so bad? This kind of glass bottle of cola is sold in all major ninja villages, and the price is between 10 taels and 15 taels. Nimid, he spent a full 100,000 taels to sell this product. Blood loss is not enough to describe it. Uchiha Obito stared fiercely at Immobile. Aren't you really a black shop? 100,000 taels, I actually opened a bottle of garbage. Uchiha Obito felt like he was being tricked. Immobile's face was expressionless. Guessed, I said before, what the blind box can open depends on luck. Maybe your luck is worse this time. Don't you have 6 blind boxes left? You can slow down. Maybe, it's not necessarily that you can sell something that satisfies you next time. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and decided to open the blind box first. If these blind boxes can't be opened to his satisfaction, then there is no need for this store to exist. Restraining his anger, Uchiha Obito proceeded to dismantle the blind box. Another dazzling golden light flashed. Medical bag carefully prepared by Nohara Rin. This is a gift from Konoha's 11-year-old Shinin Nohara Rin, who did not send it out. Before the Battle of Kamabashi Bridge on the S-level mission, Nohara Rin carefully prepared it for Uchiha Obito's medical kit. Was originally intended to be given as a gift for Uchiha Obito to complete the S-rank mission for the first time after completing this mission. Looking at the explanation prompted by the system, Immobile's mood suddenly became complicated. He glanced at Obito, not sure whether to say whether the shipment was good or bad. Don't tell me, let's drive out rubbish again this time. Obito's face darkened again. Immobile said calmly, no, guest, your luck is not bad this time, and you issued a gift medical package. It's called luck, okay? Obito was so angry that he interrupted Immobile impatiently. Obito is now deeply suspicious, whether the old blind box shop in front of him is deliberately playing with him. Just by luck, the Uchiha Obito is also served. Immobile was speechless for a while. Let me finish. What you issued this time is not an ordinary medical kit, but a medical kit with the owner's regret and sadness in it. This medical kit comes from Rin Nohara, a medical girl who used to be in Minato's class. This is a gift she carefully prepared for Uchiha Obito and her team before the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Nohara Rin originally planned to send it out after completing this S-rank mission, but the Uchiha boy died, and the girl couldn't be sent out. So, this is a gift with a girl's sadness and regret. In general, it is still very special. The core area of the Uchiha tribe. Meeting room. Headed by the patriarch Fugaku. Several elderly Uchiha elders were deputy, sitting at the conference table with solemn expressions. Konoha's surveillance is getting more and more excessive. Just now, Aoki told me that he found the surveillance system installed by Umbu on the only way to the police department. Although Aoki has been destroyed, it cannot be ruled out that there are other surveillance equipment. Damn Konoha, this is driving our Uchiha clan to a dead end. We're running out of time. Fugaku, how are Itaki and Shisui? Have you discussed it with them? Did they choose Konoha or decide to side with the family? Itaki and Shisui, both of us Uchiha's most talented geniuses over the years, must not let them turn to Konoha's side. Yes, Itaki and Shisui are Uchiha's most promising geniuses in recent years to start Mangekyo Sharingan. We agreed to let them join Umbu in order to monitor Umbu's movements and ease the increasingly tense relationship between our Uchiha family and Konoha. A gifted gift for Konoha. Fugaku, you have to keep an eye on it. Itaki is your son, and Shisui is Itake's best friend. They are willing to listen to your words. The elders of the Uchiha family, with every word you said, showed the unoptimistic situation of the Uchiha family incisively and vividly. The other standing Uchiha tribesmen, although they did not speak, had the same concerns as the elders. Uchiha Rice Fire, who was in charge of monitoring Itake's whereabouts, had a gloomy expression on his face. Lord Patriarch, elders, Itake's behavior is very suspicious recently. I suspect that he is very likely to be biased towards the top of Konoha. What? Hearing Uchiha Rice Fire's words, there was an uproar among the Uchiha people present. They whispered softly. The voice of accusing Itaki was noisy. Quiet. Fugaku patted the table. Sharp eyes stared at Uchiha Rice Fire. What's going on? Make it clear. Uchiha Rice Fire, the Umbu team that Itaki joined, was led by the genius Jonin Heite Kakashi. I noticed that Itaki and Kakashi had a close relationship, and in private, Third Hokage had summoned Itaki alone. Did Itaki really choose Konoha? The conference room, which was already dignified, became even more dignified as the elders' worried words fell. Fugaku did not defend the eldest son. His eyes turned to Uchiha Iron Fire. Where's Shisui? How is his condition? Uchiha Taihuo, like Uchiha Rice Fire, is an elite member of the Uchiha Police Department. At a young age, he opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, the most promising young generation under Shisui and Itaki. Rice Fire is in charge of monitoring Itaki, and Uchiha Iron Fire is in charge of monitoring Shisui. Uchiha Taihuo, Lord Hui Patriarch, there is nothing abnormal on Shisui's side. Maybe we were paranoid. This has to be guarded against. After all, it is related to the life and death of our Uchiha family. Just then, Uchiha Yatsushiro whispered to Fugaku, Master Patriarch, Itaki, Shisui, and young Master Suzuki are outside asking for a meeting. The meeting room fell silent. Fugaku waved his hand. Let them in. Lord Patriarch, elders, I have something important to report. Shisui glanced at everyone in the conference room and spoke calmly. Advertisement. Beside him, Itaki and Suzuki were standing. The 3 of them had already done some repairs before they came, so it doesn't seem like they've all cried in grief before. Fugaku glanced at his 2 sons, but said to Shisui, Tell me, what's the matter? Shisui didn't speak right away. Instead, he stared out 3 Tomo Sharingan and quietly swept the conference room. Regarding the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan by himself, only Itaki knows about the clan, except for the Patriarch Fugaku. Shisui didn't want to reveal to the clan that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sharingan can still use the 3-Goose Jade form after opening Mangekyo, which is something Shisui only knew after opening Mangekyo. Between thoughts, Shisui's Sharingan has already swept the field, after finding no abnormality. He squeezed another seal and used the seal technique to cover the entire conference room in a light green seal enchantment. It's too exaggerated. Is Shisui planning a showdown? Don't tell me, Shisui, he really went to Konoha's side. Hateful, doubtful eyes came. One by one, they stared at Uchiha Shisui with bad eyes. Itaki has been quietly observing the clan. After seeing the suspicion and hostility towards Shisui and him on the faces of all the clansmen, he couldn't help but lowered his eyes dimly. The clansmen are really too arrogant and self-righteous. If not changed, with such a temperament and strength, how can he fight against the high-ranking Konoha? Shisui didn't take the clan's suspicions to heart. He straightened his expression and said loudly, Not long ago, Suzuki discovered that there is a blind box shop in our clan, and the price of 100,000 taels can open a blind box. Blind box? What the hell is that? 100,000 taels. This is crazy. Just grab the money and forget it. Young Master Suzuki shouldn't really take 100,000 taels to open some blind box. What is Shisui doing? This is Sharingan's reconnaissance, and it's setting up a ceiling barrier, and in the end, he told us this shit. No, Uchiha Shisui, is he crazy? Shut up for me. An elder who was about 70 years old couldn't help but shouted violently. After everyone was quiet, Fugaku and the elders both frowned and stared at Shisui, as if to accuse Shisui of being half-speaking. Shisui was calm. As soon as the tone changed, Shisui's voice became brisk. Open the blind box to become stronger. Suzuki spent 100,000 taels to open a chakra recharge card from the blind box, and Heite Kakashi's own A-level lightning style forbearance. The experience card of the art of Chidori. What? From what box did Heite Kakashi's original A-level lightning style ninjutsu come out? Is it true or false? What is the experience card? Chakra top-up card? Unheard of. Don't tell me, Little Master Suzuki has now mastered that A-level lightning style Chidori? Hearing someone mentioning his name, Suzuki stood up happily at this time. That's right, I know it, super awesome ninjutsu, hey, look. After finishing speaking, Suzuki made a seal immediately as if offering a treasure, and displayed lightning-style Chidori in front of everyone in the conference room. Lightning-style Chidori. The blue chakra thunderlight condensed in Suzuki's tender palm, neighing, and the power was impressive. Shock. All the Uchiha tribesmen present were shocked and surprised. Inside the blind box store, Uchiha Obito looked at the delicate medical bag that fell into his hands, his eyes under the mask trembling violently. Lin. He held the medical kit carefully, as if holding the world's most precious treasure. Even though the movement was very light, the veins appeared on the back of the hand. A pair of scarlet Sharinans couldn't help but stare out from under the mask. At this time, Obito had forgotten to hide his identity. His excitement and ecstasy, after receiving the belated gift from Yulin, could no longer be restrained pouring out. What genocide conspiracy, what Project Tsuki no Mi, was thrown out of the sky by Obito at this moment. Now, what Uchiha Obito has, is just this small medical kit in front of him, as well as the purest love and grief for the girl who is haunted in memory. Mobai saw this scene in his eyes, but didn't make a sound to disturb it. To be honest, he actually resented people like Obito. In the original book, the fourth-generation couple took great care of Obito. As teachers and mothers, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are definitely qualified. However, how Obito treats them just because of Lin's death, Obito even disregarded the warm care of his former teacher and wife. On the night of Uzumaki Kushina giving birth, he used Sharingan to control 9 tails, and finally killed the Minatos. Now, Mobai watched Uchiha Obito's true feelings for Nohara Rin reveal his emotions. Uchiha Obito really is an extremely contradictory person. In him, there is the purest love for Nohara Rin. At the same time, there is also a devastating revenge and hatred for the entire world. To say that he is the most paranoid lunatic is an understatement. After a long time, Uchiha Obito restrained his emotions. He took a deep breath and quietly cast Kamui, carefully sucking the medical kit into the Kamui space. When he looked up again, Uchiha Obito's eyes had returned to the icy dark pupil color. This blind box is very interesting. He said something non-committal. Mobai knew that this guy was covering up his gaffe, but he didn't mean to expose him. Advertisement. For him, it is the customer who enters the store to open the blind box. As long as there is no trouble, he will not treat them differently. Mobai smiled lightly. Well, since it's interesting, you can then open the blind box. There are 5 left. I wish you good luck. Good luck, Uchiha Obito murmured without emotion. My luck today is really good. He was really lucky to get the gift that Lin couldn't give out back then. For Uchiha Obito, this is priceless. Even if the next 5 blind boxes can't open anything, the 700,000 taels are worth the money. Take your thoughts away. Uchiha Obito unpacks the 3rd blind box. Gold light flashed. An ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. Soon, the shuriken fell into Obito's hands. This time, Obito said nothing. He threw the shuriken randomly into the Kamui space and opened the 4th blind box. Another golden light flashed. Worn slippers. Mobai twitched the corners of his mouth after seeing it. He always thought that the bad slippers mentioned in the system description were just a metaphor. Unexpectedly, this thing actually exists in the blind box, and was given out by Uchiha Obito. Luck, no one else. Uchiha Obito was prepared, and looking at the rotten slippers in his hands, his face turned gloomy. Boom! He threw the rotten slipper directly. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but feel sick to his stomach when he thought of this rotten slipper that no one had worn in his hand. He released a small water-style ninjutsu on the spot to wash his hands. Repeated washing several times before giving up. Mobai watched the scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He remembered it clearly. In the original book, Uchiha Obito did not use any water-style ninjutsu. He thought that Obito had no water property chakra. It's not that this guy doesn't have water attributes, but he doesn't like to use water style. Obito is also quietly observing Mobai. Seeing Mobai staring at him with obvious surprise after washing his hands with water style, Obito didn't take it to heart. He thought it was Mobai's disgust that he used ninjutsu in the shop to get the floor wet. Completely did not expect. Mobai is surprised that he can water style. After wiping his hands, Obito said, I want to open the last 3 blind boxes at one time. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, in a flash, he created 3 shadow clones and opened the blind box at the same time. A golden light flashed. A handful of chives. The green chives are very fresh. Thousands of 10 roots. Ninja World Pass type needle type hidden weapon. Have eaten half a box of canned herring. After reading the system prompt, Mobai's mood can only be described in words. Green chives. Isn't the system really complaining? Thousands of 10. Well, compared to leeks, Kianben is much better, at least it can be used as a hidden weapon. What the hell is the last one? Eat half a box of canned herring. Immobile stroked his forehead, really unable to complain. Even more terrifying, the system also seems to have been shaken to the point of downtime, and directly spit out a line of ellipsis. Uchiha Obito's luck is too bad. The level of non-emirates is a bunker. In the air, a nauseating smell lingers, especially in the hands of Uchiha Obito. The smell is as irritating and unpleasant as shit. Boom! Uchiha Obito couldn't take it. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength with murderous intent, and threw the box of canned herring that had been eaten by others. Vomit! After throwing it, he smelled the stench from his hands, and even made a retching sound. This Nima is poisonous. What the hell is this? It stinks. If it wasn't for the medical bag gift that Lin couldn't have given him before his lifetime, Uchiha Obito would almost be sure that it was the shopkeeper Mo-bai who was making fun of him. The proper trick did not run away, damn it. Obito snorted softly. Then, start to cast water-style ninjutsu again to wash your hands. Halfway through the wash, Obito paused. At this time, Obito finally found something strange. What about the traces of the water-style ninjutsu he used just now? Although what he just cast was the most common water-style ninjutsu, but no matter how ordinary it is, it shouldn't be so fast that there is no trace at all, right? Weird. This little shop is full of mystery and weirdness. It's not just blind boxes that are magical. Everything in this store is extraordinary. A floor that can automatically absorb water-style ninjutsu is unheard of in the entire ninja world. Until now. Only then did Uchiha Obito face up to Mo-bai, the shopkeeper he had always despised. The other party was very young, probably about the same age as Uchiha Shisui, about 14 or 15 years old. He is tall, with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. Even wearing the most ordinary Uchiha costume, it is still difficult to conceal his unique noble temperament. Uchiha Obito looked more and more shocked. Their Uchiha clan, when did such a remarkable figure appear? Obito, who was waiting, couldn't help but have a big question mark in his head. Advertisement. Since the implementation of the plan of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obito has decided to get rid of the Uchiha clan. So, he is very familiar with everything in the Uchiha tribe. Any movement in the Uchiha clan's land is as straight as the palm of your hand. But the Mo-bai in front of him was completely beyond the scope of his intelligence. This young and elegant man seemed to appear suddenly, shockingly mysterious. At the same time, Uchiha meeting room. It's unbelievable that the 6-year-old young Master Sasuke can use such a powerful lightning-style ninjutsu. This power is at least the level of Chunin. Oh my god, what Shisui just said is actually true. I can't believe that in a blind box, a powerful ninjutsu can really be performed. It's worth it to get such strength in just 100,000 taels. This moment, all the Uchiha people present in the conference room were shocked. The bottom of my heart more or less began to believe Shisui's words. If lightning-style Chidori is displayed by an adult ninja, the people of Uchiha will not believe it. But it was the innocent Sasuke who cast it, and it was hard for Uchiha's clan to doubt it. They know Sasuke's strength. A 6-year-old child can only touch the threshold of Genin, and it is impossible for such a powerful A-level ninjutsu. The most astonished was Uchiha Fugaku. He looked at his little son with an unbelievable look deep in his tired eyes. Sasuke, tell dad, is everything Shisui said true? Sasuke rushed over and hugged his father enthusiastically. His cute little face was buried deep in his father's chest, and he said in a muffled voice, Dad, what brother Shisui said is true. It's great that Dad is still alive, it's really great. Since watching that video, Sasuke has been terrified. Fear that everything in the future cannot be changed. But now that he was holding his father, feeling the temperature on his body, his hanging heart finally let go. Fugaku was stunned. Being hugged so enthusiastically by his youngest son, he felt a little at a loss. Fugaku has always been a serious father figure at home, and this is the first time that Sasuke has been so enthusiastically thrown into his arms. He tensed up a little stiffly. Ahem. Sasuke, you first, let go of dad and get down to business. After a long time, Fugaku spoke awkwardly. Seeing his younger son finally let go of him, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Being a strict father for a long time, he is really not used to being intimate with his son. Itachi saw this scene in his eyes. No one noticed that his pale, thin lips pursed tightly, and at this time they rose slightly, revealing a long-lost smile. Shisui is also very satisfied with this effect. With Sasuke's help, he didn't need to spend any more words, and the clansmen already believed it a little bit. Next, it's fine. Shisui looked at Fugaku, Lord Patriarch, the blind box shop is real. As long as you spend 100,000 flowers, you can get all kinds of weird things out of it, including ninjutsu, chakra, Sharingan, and even all kinds of ninjas. As for the magical items mentioned above, in addition to the lightning-style Chidori and chakra recharge cards, Sasuke also issued Sharingan. Really or not, the Sherinan of our family can actually come out of that blind box. I heard that right, Sherinan can actually come out of the box? What a fool's joke. Sasuke was not happy when he heard this. He stared straight out of Sherinan and shouted at the clan, "Of course this is true, see for yourself, my eyes are Sherinan." Hiss. One of the elders took a deep breath. It's really Sherinan, or Tomo Sherinan. Young Master Sasuke is only 6 years old this year. He started Tomo Sherinan at the age of 6, which has never happened before in our family. Compared to young Master Itachi, young Master Sasuke's talent seems to be stronger. Sasuke is definitely the most talented genius our Uchiha clan has ever seen. A group of Uchiha tribesmen looked at Sasuke one after another, their hands turning red with excitement. The eyes of these people stared at Sasuke with green light, and Sasuke was frightened for a while, and quickly put away Sherinan and shrank behind his big brother. Nissan, the clansmen are crazy. Sasuke poked his cute little head halfway and whispered to Itachi. Itachi rubbed the top of his hair. They're just too excited. By the way, Sasuke, your eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? Sasuke tilted his head and asked. Shisui looked at him at this moment. Sasuke, your Sherinan has evolved into a double-hooked jade. Nani? Sasuke was shocked. He looked at his big brother with sparkling eyes. Nissan, is it really Tomo Sherinan? Itachi nodded succinctly. I have understood in my heart. Sasuke Shuanguya probably evolved his grief when he saw his parents killed by him in the video. Itachi clenched his hands and turned his eyes to Uchiha Fugaku. Father, I also have something important to say. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, what's the matter? The other noisy and excited clansmen also quieted down silently at this time, and looked at Itachi with eyes like electricity. I also went to open the blind box. I made a video about our Uchiha future. In that video, the Uchiha family was destroyed by me. Itachi's calm voice, like a thunderstorm, completely exploded the whole conference room. What did you say? Genocide? Damn it, I said that. Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe it. He really betrayed our family and went to Konoha. Traitor. We, the Uchiha family, don't need such traitors. Radicals in the Uchiha tribe have been accusing Itachi. Dozens of pairs of Sherinans glared out, wishing to gouge Itachi out on the spot. They can't understand Itachi. Itachi is the son of the patriarch, and has been placed on high hopes since he was a child. Advertisement. The Uchiha clan asks themselves how they treat Itachi. They couldn't understand why Itachi abandoned his relatives and chose to join Konoha. Those insidious high levels of Konoha, if they were so good, they wouldn't have driven them Uchiha to the end of the year. How naive is Itachi to choose Konoha to slaughter his own relatives in turn. The Uchiha Fugaku earthquake was there for a long time. He was completely stunned by Itachi's words, and what followed was disheartened sadness and pain. But he is the head of the clan. Although Fugaku is sad, he has not shown his cowardice. At the moment, he said solemnly, Itachi, make it clear, what's going on? Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes lightly, and Sherinan activated. The video content he copied earlier is displayed in the form of illusion. Father, watch it yourself. This video was drawn in the blind box. The video clips about my life are all in this video. Itachi's gloomy, low voice fell. All the Uchiha people present received this reenactment video. Itachi, you. Shisui hesitated. His trembling eyes were filled with worry about what happened next to Itachi. Shisui, I'm fine, this is my sin, I shouldn't hide it from the clan, they have the right to know the truth about the future. After watching the video, no matter what the clan does to me, I should bear it all, I owe them. Nissan. Sasuke's eyes blushed sadly. Blind box shop. Uchiha Obito originally wanted to question Mobai's words, but after realizing the mysterious origin behind Mobai and the magic of this blind box, he changed his tone in time. Speaking of which, I have already entered the store and opened 7 blind boxes. I still don't know what your name is, boss? Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed. He restrained his anger and started talking to Mobai in a serious tone. Mobai adapted well to Uchiha Obito's sudden pervert. Hikaito said, my name is Uchiha Mobai, you can just call me the boss, all the other customers in the store call me that. Uchiha Obito asked curiously, oh, are there any other guests before me? Of course, Mobai succinctly Kaido. He knew that Uchiha Obito wanted to talk to him, but he was very strict. He will not reveal the privacy of blind box guests to other guests unless necessary. Uchiha Obito knew that it would be difficult to extract useful information from Mobai's mouth by asking such a question. So, he changed his tone and asked unintentionally, boss, I just issued a gift medical bag from the girl Lin, which you collected in advance, and then put them into these cartons through mysterious means. Is it? When Mobai heard this, he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. How is this possible? I don't know Rin Nohara from the Minato class, let alone know the private matter of the girl carefully preparing gifts for her teammates. Guest, I know what you suspect, you are not the first to doubt the blind box people. Before you, the previous guests were also so suspicious, but after they spent money to open the blind box, all the doubts disappeared. After a long speech, Immobile paused for a while, and glanced at Obito with his clear eyes. Guest, I can only tell you, don't use your cognition to speculate on the blind box in my store here. Blind boxes are by no means as simple as you think. Let me tell you the truth. Even the owner of the store, I don't know the formation of blind boxes. I can only say that all this comes from the mysterious dimension, the strangeness of mysterious existence. Strength, mysterious dimension? What is that? Is it similar to the existence of the rumored Sage of Six Paths? At this moment, after listening to Immobai's words, Uchiha Obito not only did not get the answer, but he detoured himself. Full of doubts, no one answered him. This feeling, not to mention how uncomfortable. He couldn't help thinking of Uchiha Madara, who was still alive back then. From Madara's mouth, Obito knows a lot about the Uchiha clan, as well as the existence and origin of Sage of Six Paths. Obito knows more or less. Obito's eyes swept to the rows of delicate and colorful blind boxes on the shelf. God Tree. Are these blind boxes related to the sacred tree of the origin of chakra in the ninja world? Or, are these blind boxes similar to the divine tree? While thinking about it, Uchiha Obito's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Those eyes staring at the blind box also faintly emit a greedy and fanatical light. Guest, your 7 blind boxes have been opened, do you still need to open them? Immobile spoke at this point, interrupting Uchiha Obito's wild fantasies. Uchiha Obito came back to his senses and said in a very serious tone, "Open, boss, I will continue to open the blind box, and give me 10 more blind boxes." After he finished speaking, he activated Kamui's pupil technique and sent the money out of Kamui's space. After Obito took out a large stack of money, he patted it on the cashier very boldly, covering the more than 1 meter of the cashier. The scene is extremely spectacular. Put this money here first. Boss, please count it for me. It's enough to open a few. Tell me when you're done. I'll use it all to open the blind box. Obito is unbelievably fighting the blind box, his luck can never be so bad all the time. Okay, then I'll count it for you. Immobile smiled. He turned and sat down at the cashier, his fingers fluttering, and he quickly counted the money. In less than a minute, Immobile was counting. Advertisement. Guest, the total is 1.24 million taels, that is to say, you can open 12 more blind boxes, and the remaining 40,000 taels, I will put them at the cashier for you first, and you will think about it after you finish opening the blind boxes. If you open it again, just make up the money, and if you don't want to open it, you can take the 40,000 yuan with you before you leave. So fast. Uchiha Obito, who was about to pick out a blind box in front of the shelf, was surprised by the speed at which Immobile was counting the money. The money he put in the Kamui space is the war money accumulated over the past few years. Quotas range from 100,000 taels to several hundred taels. With so much scattered and messy money, it can be counted in more than a minute? I'm afraid that Kakuzu, the money-collecting slave, will come and bow down to the blind box owner named Immobile. Facing Uchiha Obito's surprise, Immobile smiled lightly. He is a systematic person. As long as the payment is made, the system scans at one time, which is fast and accurate. Even if the money is pulled by a truck, Immobile guarantees that it will be counted within 3 minutes, and will never waste the time for customers to open the blind box to ensure that the service is in place. Uchiha Obito's shock quickly subsided, turned around and picked the blind box seriously. 12 blind boxes, still selected pink. I want all of them. Uchiha Obito puts the blind box on the table. Okay. Immobile glanced at it and nodded. Bang! Uchiha Obito opened the first blind box. This time, in addition to the golden light shining, there was actually a sound effect. Boss, what's out this time? Seeing that the golden light hadn't fallen for a long time, Uchiha Obito couldn't help asking Immobile. Magic BGM small speaker, pretend like the wind, always with me. How come you don't get BGM when you appear as a forceful person? As long as you bring a small BGM speaker when you appear, you can become a cool man with his own BGM. This time the system not only has a text introduction, but also simultaneously plays a very magical brainwashing BGM. Immobile remembered that this was the BGM of the very brainwashed alien frog courtship dance he had seen on the internet before he crossed. He forgot the exact name, he only knew that there was a lyric called, "He Hasn't Read Western University." After seeing the introduction of the system and listening to the magical BGM in his head, Ra was as calm as Immobile, and he couldn't help being shocked at this moment. He didn't even know how to vomit. All I can say is, Uchiha Obito, poisonous. Seeing that Immobile didn't speak for a long time, Uchiha Obito couldn't help frowning. What's the matter, is it those stinky garbage again? Uchiha Obito's face almost turned green at the thought of the smelly can of fish he smelled just now. No, it's a very special music. Immobile considered the words and explained to Obito in a calm tone. Immediately, he took the light group down, and in Immobile's hands, the light gradually dissipated and turned into a small horn. Music? Uchiha Obito took the small speaker that Mobai handed over. How do I make the music broadcast? It's very simple, you can carry this small BGM speaker on your body, and then silently recite "Turn on BGM" in your heart. Mobai blinked his eyelids and explained. I see. Uchiha Obito whispered a word. It can be pulled out of the blind box. He is still a little interested in this small speaker. It seems to involve Otherworld. He is curious. What music is in Otherworld? Then, Obito operates according to Mobai's instructions once again. In an instant, a brainwashed and magical BGM sounded in the quiet shop. He hasn't read Western University. Uchiha Obito. What the hell is this? Uchiha Obito was extremely irritable. He clenched his fists and slammed the small speaker with BGM on the ground. However, yeah, he hasn't read. She did wasn't broken. It was thrown by Uchiha Obito with great effort, and the small speaker was intact, and the magical singing still reverberated. In an instant, the face under Uchiha's mask was as black as the bottom of an old pot that hasn't been brushed for decades. Damn! Why did he drive out such a ghost, and what was his luck? Uchiha was so angry that he raised his foot and crushed it several times, but he still couldn't crush the small speaker. The BGM of the ghost still keeps ringing. In the end, Uchiha Obito could only use Kamui to suck this annoying little horn into the Kamui space. Guests, if you think this BGM gets in the way, you can recite "Turn off the BGM" in your heart, and the music will fall off. Mobai spoke in a timely manner. Although Obito was irritably sucking the small speaker into the Kamui space when he was talking, Mobai, as the shop owner, still dutifully explained how to use the items. I'll open a second blind box, Uchiha Obito said viciously. It's not about Mobai, but he was really d off by the ghostly stuff he gave out. As a Uchiha, Obito naturally carries the inherent pride and arrogance of the Uchiha family. Obito was very unconvinced about how many junk items he had sent out in a row. Advertisement. Obito does not think that his luck is not as good as others. Blind box, quickly disassembled. After the golden light, Mobai received a prompt. Wazoo of 50 good and quick knives. This knife comes from the world of pirates and is one of the 50 good and fast knives. Agent, in the Alabasta chapter, was defeated by Marine Tashigi, and Lem's famous sword Flower Island was also acquired by Tashigi. The golden light quickly turned into a streamer and fell into Obito's hands. This is a knife? Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed, and his tone was rather surprised. Originally, he saw the streamer flying towards his palm, but he refused. For fear that something strange and stench would be fired again, the knife fell into his hand too fast, and before Obito could dodge, the handle of the knife fell firmly into his palm. After seeing that it was a knife, he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the knife was, it at least showed that his luck was much better than before. Boss, does this knife have any origin? Uchiha Obito held the handle of the knife and waved it a few times, feeling that it felt good, and asked Mobai curiously. Mobai's eyes swept over the knife and explained, this knife does have a history. It is a famous knife with a certain reputation in Otherworld, and the other 49 knives are called Good Knife 50 Workers. This one, named Flower State, is owned by a female marine officer. A famous knife? Obito flicked the blade with his fingers and felt a pleasant hissing sound. He nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed a good knife. Immediately, he retracted the knife into the Kamui space. At this time, Obito had no intention of concealing it. After opening so many blind boxes, Obito already believed that Mobai's blind box shop came from a mysterious and powerful dimension. There is no need to cover up. With this rather good luck, Uchiha Obito confidently uses Shadow Clone. This time, I'm going to take it apart all at once. 10 shadow clones, and unpack the blind box at the same time. 10 bright golden lights illuminated the entire shop. The system's prompt sound also kept ringing in Mobai's mind. One Leaping Charge model. Leaping Charge is the ultimate model of the World Star Mahou from Four Wheel Drive Brothers, the flagship version of the Charge series. This is a model for viewing only. A bowl of golden egg fried rice from the world of China. Little Master, the glowing egg fried rice made by super chef Lu Angxing is said to be delicious enough to make people cry. One Ninja Kit, a general-purpose ninja kit for the ninja world, waterproof, wear-resistant, and necessary for home travel and missions. Half-stepping with a smile, it is prepared with honey, chuanbei, campanulaceae, and tianqian snow lotus. It does not need to be refrigerated and has no preservatives. In addition to being highly toxic, it tastes delicious. Note, you must not walk half a step after eating, or show a smile on your face, otherwise your whole body will explode and die. Old Voyage Notes, a note from an unknown pirate in Pirate World, which records the short life of the captain of this low-strength pirate ship. An ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. Pokeball, a prop from Pokemon World to capture or carry Pokemon. Different types of Pokeballs also have different special effects. This time, the Pokeball is an ordinary Pokeball. Price, 200 yen, manufacturer, Silver Corporation, Devon Corporation. used to catch ordinary Pokemon, can be used in any situation and environment. Bing food pills, a must-have item for ninjas. Use carrots, buckwheat flour, wheat flour, potato, licorice, koya seed, and glutinous rice flour, all ground into powder, soaked in wine for 3 years, and after the wine evaporates, knead it into the size of a peach pit. Only eat 3 a day, no need worry about exhausting energy. Note, eating too much can cause indigestion. Underworld phone experience card, you can call the deceased. Just write the name of the deceased on the handwriting board on the phone, and then imagine the face of the deceased in your brain. After the phone beeps 3 times, you can connect to the underworld to talk to the deceased whom he misses and cares about. Note, whether the underworld phone can connect the dead requires 3 conditions. 1. The soul of the dead needs to exist completely in the underworld. 2. The underworld in this world must exist in order to be connected. If the underworld does not exist in the present world, it cannot be connected. 3. The deceased on the phone must have the memory of his life and a certain lucid will to connect. If the deceased to be contacted has become a confused undead, it cannot be connected. The card is an experience card. The usage time is 3 minutes after the call is connected. After 3 minutes, the call is terminated and the card is invalid. Mobai raised his brows in surprise after reading the series of introduction instructions of the system. This time Obito's luck is generally pretty good. A few other things aside, the golden fried rice is very tempting, and the weird and funny poison like half-stepping with a smile must have unexpected effects in the ninja world. As for the Pokeball, I don't know if it will work for summoning beasts in the ninja world. If it is useful for summoning beasts or tailed beasts, then the value of the Pokeball is absolutely inestimable. What surprised Mobai the most was the Underworld phone experience card that was finally opened. As long as you write the name of the deceased, you can make a phone call to the underworld to talk to the deceased who have been dead for many years. This underworld phone is really weird and powerful. Presumably, there are not many people in this world who don't want to have such a phone, especially Uchiha Obito. Being able to open this underworld phone experience card, it fits Obito's mood so well. Mobai's eye stopped for a long time on the light group of the underworld telephone experience card. I am guessing in my heart, will the blind box distribute blind box items according to everyone's desire? For example, before Suzuki released his pigeons because of Itachi, Suzuki felt that it was because he was too weak to help the big brother, so the big brother went to Shisui and left him in the cold. For this reason, the blind boxes opened by Suzuki were all in the direction of becoming stronger. Whether it is the Chidori experience card, Chakra recharge card, or Sharingan, it can make people stronger instantly. Let's go back to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, the pair of close friends who opened the blind box. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was actually at a loss, and Uchiha Itachi was uncertain whether to choose the Uchiha family or the senior Konoha team. Advertisement. For this reason, Itachi will open a lifetime video clip that involves the future direction from the blind box. And compared to Itachi, Shisui's determination is very firm. That is to stop the rebel war between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and maintain the peace between the village and Uchiha. That's why Shisui opened the Red Revolution book in the blind box. This is somewhat similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, also known as the Eye of the Soul, reflects the soul, what the heart desires most, then the pupil power after opening the eyes will move closer to this direction. The more Mobai thought about it, the more reasonable he felt. Now he finally understood a little bit about the regularity of the blind box. However, Mobai didn't dare to be too sure. After all, only a few people have opened the blind box. If you want to completely calculate the regularity of the blind box, you have to refer to the data of more customers who open the blind box. Boss. Seeing Mobai standing there for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking about, Obito couldn't help raising his voice and called him several times. Sorry, guest, just thought of something and got distracted. Mobai regained his senses and said apologetically to Obito with his eyes closed. The pupils under Obito's mask flashed an unpredictable meaning, which quickly disappeared. His attention returned to the blind box and asked, "Boss, what are these 10 blind boxes?" The light group remained suspended in midair for a long time, and nothing fell. Obito is also making guesses and summarizing the blind boxes in his mind. Uchiha Obito has opened more than a dozen blind boxes in the store, and he also found that Jingwan's reaction after opening these blind boxes is different each time. Yes, it fell directly into his hands. Without asking Mobai, the shopkeeper, Obito would immediately know what it was. But more than that, the golden light floated and fluttered, and he couldn't see what was out. He had to ask Mobai, and after Mobai, the shop owner, explained, the items wrapped in the golden light would fall into his heart. Obito lowered his eyelids and thought to himself, it seems that these blind boxes are really as the boss said. They are completely random and have no regularity. Even if I use Sharingan, I can't understand the rules of blind boxes. It's a mystery. The first item, the leaping charge model, also comes from Otherworld. In that world, this is the ultra-popular flagship 4-wheel drive car. The model you draw is a model, which can be used as decoration or as a gift for children. Children are good as gifts. Under the explanation of Mobai, the first light group flew towards Obito. The golden light faded, and the charged model fell firmly into Uchiha Obito's palm. The size is larger than Obito's palm, and the workmanship is extremely delicate and cool. Uchiha Obito didn't say anything about this. His lowered eyes were slightly curious as he looked at the model of the car in his hand. There are no cars in the ninja world, there are only a kind of car called a sled car, which looks similar to a truck, but the chassis drive is connected to the sled, not the real motorization. Although not in the ninja world, no man can escape his love for racing, and Uchiha Obito is no exception. Almost at a glance, he liked this exquisite racing model. Mobai started explaining the rest of the blind box items to Obito as he packed the racing model into the kamui space. A bowl of golden egg fried rice is also something from Otherworld. It is fried rice cooked by top chefs. It is said that it is delicious enough to make people cry. You can pay for it. The third blind box is a ninja kit. The fourth blind box came out with a very interesting poison. The name is half-stepping with a smile. It tastes very delicious. After eating it, if you take a half step or laugh out loud, you will explode and die. The fifth blind box is a sailing note, a diary written by a pirate in Otherworld. The sixth blind box is Coke, and the seventh blind box is Shuriken. The eighth blind box is a kind of pokeball from Otherworld that carries and captures elves. Pokemon, also known as Pokemon or Pokemon, is a kind of magical intelligent creature with high IQ and ability of the 5 flowers 8 gate, similar to summoning beasts or tailed beasts in the ninja world. Having said this, Mobai paused for a while, and said with a little thought in his tone, this Pokeball may not necessarily be able to capture the summoning beasts and tailed beasts here. Pokemon? Pokeball? Hearing Mobai's introduction here, Uchiha Obito couldn't help being surprised. In particular, hearing Mobai's explanation of that mysterious world aroused Obito's deep curiosity. Pokemon, elves, you know it's very powerful just by hearing it. I don't know how it compares to the ability of the tailed beast. Boss, can those Pokemon elves be opened from the blind box too? Obito asked while holding back his excitement. If he can open a elf creature that is no less capable than a tailed beast from the blind box, then his future project Tsukinomi will only go on more smoothly. I don't know, I can only say that everything is possible, Mobai said with a half-smile. This answer is very ambiguous, a panacea-style answer. But Obito is not disappointed. If Mobai told him for sure that he could drive it out, it would be a ghost. After all, Mobai, the owner of the blind box store, has always sworn that the blind boxes in the store are absolutely fair and impartial, and even he himself does not know what the blind boxes are. Advertisement. If Mobai replied at this moment that he would definitely be able to open that kind of Pokemon dream, wouldn't he slap himself in the face? Shoo. After the introduction by Mobai, several golden lights flew towards Obito. The items that have been introduced are now all presented in front of Obito. Obito just glanced lightly at the other items. Finally, his eyes stopped for a long time on the red and white Pokeball. How to use this Pokeball? During the questioning, Obito reached out and took the Pokeball in his hand, played it carefully and studied it, and then probed and asked Mobai. If the Pokeball can really capture the tailed beast, it will undoubtedly be a secret killer for him. Mobai, there are 2 ways to use it. You can open it directly by throwing it out, or you can directly touch the switch on the dot above it. Forward. Obito spun the Pokeball, snorted, and then found the switch that Mobai said. He reached out and pressed it, and sure enough, the Pokeball turned on. Because this is just an ordinary Pokeball, it is ordinary inside and has no other functionality. After learning how to use the Pokeball, Obito absorbed the Pokeball and other items into the kamui space. Obito is in a very good mood at the moment. The items opened from the blind box this time brought him a lot of surprises. With joy, Obito turned his attention to the blind box items that had not yet been introduced. This time he was lucky, and Obito was looking forward to the rest of the items. The 9th blind box item is a military ration pill. The last item opened from the blind box is called the Underworld Phone Experience Card. As the name suggests, it is a phone that can contact the dead in the underworld, a telephone, a communication tool that can communicate directly. After crossing over, Mobai also has a relatively comprehensive understanding of the ninja world. In this period, Konoha, including the other 4 major countries, actually did not have telephones and mobile phones. At present, some of the communication tools in the ninja world are only radio earphones, and things like telephones and mobile phones were not invented until at least the period of bloggers. Therefore, when Mobai introduced it, he also briefly explained to Obito what a telephone is. What? Uchiha Obito was shocked, and the pupils under the mask shrank suddenly. Boss, what did you just say? Repeat what you just introduced. Obito looked at Mobai in shock. A turbulent wave had already set off in his heart. Immediately, he stared at the light group with burning eyes. The shock and excitement in his heart made his heart beat like a thunder drum, thumping violently. Lin! If this underworld call is real, then he can hear Lin's voice. Mobai smiled indifferently. Guest, your luck is very good. You have issued an experience card for the underworld phone. The so-called underworld phone is a communication tool that can connect to the underworld. Having said that, Mobai's fingertips lightly pointed, and the dazzling light group flew over, escaping steadily into his slender palm. It was a card the size of a bank card. He looked at Obito and gestured, just hold this experience card in your hand, and recite activate card in your heart. This can make the card become a real thing. As Mobai's clear voice fell, the experience card in his hand turned into a black phone. The phone is about the same size as what Mobai had seen before crossing. The difference is that the phone has become a writing pad in the place of the caller ID, and the place of the phone line is replaced by a pen. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was dumbfounded, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Fortunately, he couldn't see it with a mask, otherwise anyone would be able to see his sluggish foolishness. Can this really talk to the dead in the underworld? Obito murmured incredulously. Yes, Mobai nodded affirmatively. Then he hands the phone to Obito. Uchiha Obito answered the phone blankly. Mobai could even see that his hands were trembling so hard that they turned white, and he didn't need Mobai to guess what Obito was excited about. Rin no Hara. To make Obito stunned and ecstatic to such a degree, except for Lin, he did not think. Mobai blinked his eyelids and said in a low voice, Guest, let me introduce you to the rules for using the phone in the underworld. Did you see the buttons on the phone? This is where you enter the date of death of the deceased you want to contact. I see, boss, please continue, Uchiha Obito said eagerly. Then, you take the pen on the phone and write the name of the deceased on the white tablet. After everything is done, you need to close your eyes and imagine the face of the deceased you want to contact in your mind. After doing the above steps, just you can wait for the call to connect. How long will this take? Obito asked impatiently, in an extremely anxious tone. After completing the above steps, as long as the phone beeps 3 times successfully, the call is successful, Mobai explained. After thinking about it, he still intends to clarify the precautions to Uchiha Obito. In addition, there are 3 points to pay attention to whether the call can be made successfully. You can listen to the guest. Okay, boss, please say it. Although Obito was in a hurry, it was a matter of whether the phone call to contact Lin was successful or not. He had to suppress his excitement and ecstasy and listen carefully to Mobai's detailed notes on the phone call. First, the soul of the deceased must be complete. Second, the underworld of the ninja world must exist. Third, the deceased in the underworld you want to contact must have memories and a conscious will. Only if the above 3 points are met at the same time, can the call you make to the deceased be connected. After Uchiha Obito listened, he took a deep breath. He nodded solemnly to Mobai and said, I understand. I'm going to try it now. Advertisement. Mobai, yes, the guest is your own. After speaking, Mobai turned around and entered the cashier to sit down, leaving the small space to Uchiha Obito alone. Anyway, he has already said the rules that should be said, and he is not interested in the next step, and he has no eccentricity of eavesdropping on other people's phone calls. Thanks, Obito gratefully whispered to Mobai's back. Then he hugged the phone tightly, his fingers excitedly pressed Mobai's introduction, and finished everything seriously. Duo with every beep, Uchiha Obito felt his heart tense enough to stop. The hand holding the phone was even more anxious and sweating. Fortunately, the call was successfully connected. Hey, is it Obito? Lin's gentle and melodious voice came from the other end of the phone, with an ethereal air. Uchiha Obito, completely stunned on the spot. Hearing this voice that had been haunting him for countless nights, Obito seemed to have been immobilized there, completely forgetting to respond. Can't go wrong. This is Lin's voice. Real. Lin's voice. Not illusion. It's not his illusion. Obito? Is that you? At that end, after waiting for a long time for Obito's response, Lin asked softly again. It's me. Fortunately, this time, Uchiha Obito returned to his soul, and his tone was excited. Lin, it's me, Obito. Lin, are you alright there? Lin, you. Because of his excitement, Uchiha Obito even became incoherent. On the other end of the phone, Lin's laughter was heard, as if she was amused by Obito's appearance. Obito, long time no see, how are you? Nohara Rin asked with a gentle smile. Uchiha Obito's eyes turned red, and tears of excitement were faintly refracting. Lin, I'm fine, I've never been better. However, Obito's words stopped suddenly. He thought about everything he had done over the years. If Lin knew that he had killed the 4th-generation teacher and his wife, Lin would definitely be disappointed with herself. No, maybe more than that, linear. She might hate him. Obito, you're still alive, right? Lin asked. This time, Uchiha Obito hesitated. This made him not know how to answer linear Lin. Obito's tone changed. He didn't answer Lin's question. Instead, he looked at her and asked, Lin, how did you know that this call was made by me? So the thing from which the voice came is called a telephone? Lin said something in surprise before answering Obito's doubts. It's like this. This thing called a phone has your name on it. I was just curious at first. I didn't think it was you, Obito. Is that so? I thought. Do. Before Obito could finish speaking, the call was cut off abruptly. Uchiha Obito's expression changed. Hey, what's going on? Lin, can you hear me? Damn, why did it suddenly stop? Then, Obito hurried to the cashier holding the phone. Boss, what's the matter? The call was cut off at the most critical moment. Imobai, the underworld phone call you made is an experience card. It only has 3 minutes of use, and it will be invalid when the time is up. As if responding to Imobai's explanation, just after he finished speaking, the underworld phone in Obito's hand suddenly changed back to the card form. Hateful. Uchiha Obito was so irritable that Mangekyo Sharinan glared out. He glanced at the card in his hand and said unwillingly, Boss, is this card really unusable? Experience card, once used, it will be invalid. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and released the pupil Chuan to teleport a pile of money from the Kamui space. Like a goddess scattered flowers, not only the cash register is full, but even the money is scattered on the ground. It is estimated that there are at least several billion. Moxin couldn't help being surprised by Uchiha Obito's arrogance. As expected of the boss behind the Xiao organization, he really didn't do it in vain over the years. Boss, I have all the blind boxes in your store. The money is at least several hundred million. It's more than enough to buy these blind boxes. Bai's mouth twitched. Guest, I forgot to tell you that the store has a limited number of blind boxes, and each person can only open 30 blind boxes per month. You have opened 19 blind boxes before, and you still have 11 blind boxes left to open. You mean I can only open 11 more blind boxes? Bai nodded, not bad. Uchiha Obito's face turned green under the mask. He is in the middle of the conversation with Lin, and now it's okay to tell him that the underworld phone experience card is invalid, and the blind box is still limited? Advertisement. There are only 30 places in a month. Who are you looking down on? Uchiha Obito asked unwillingly, then the next 11 blind boxes will allow me to make the call to the underworld just now? This depends on your personal luck. If your luck is good enough, you may be able to open it. However, I think the probability of this is very small, Bai said bluntly. Guest, you have opened enough blind boxes today. I guess your future luck will not be very good. You have already prescribed what you want in your heart. If you continue to open the blind box, it will be difficult to open good things again. For the current Imobai, Uchiha Obito is the same whether he opens 1 blind box or 30 blind boxes today. The system counts the number of draws by head. Anyway, Obito's lottery number system has already recorded it for him. Imobai didn't mean to trick Uchiha Obito to open more blind boxes. He looked up at the time. It is already past 2 in the afternoon. The space ring drawn from the system before is still empty. Imobai wanted to take advantage of the good weather to take time to visit Konoha Commercial Street, do some shopping, and stock up the space ring with food. However, Obito was not willing to give up. Boss, give me 100 blind boxes. While Uchiha Obito spoke, he secretly used Mangekyo Sharinan to activate the illusion. Going to hypnosis Imobai. Imobai was speechless for a while. In order to open the blind box, this product even used the Mangekyo Sharinan, which is really enough. But it's a pity. No matter how powerful illusions are on him, in the blind box store, he is an invincible existence, and he can be immune to everything, not to mention just Mangekyo Sharinan. Even Rinnegan wouldn't work for him in the store. Bai's face was expressionless. I don't have 100. If you haven't opened enough, you can use the remaining 11 blind boxes this month. Uchiha Obito frowned. What happened? His Mangekyo Sharinan turned out to be ineffective against Bai? It's just that 11 blind boxes can't open the underworld call I want. Boss, give me another 100 blind boxes. The money is all yours. There are at least 4 or 5 billion taels here. Uchiha Obito reluctantly cast the illusion again. Imobai was speechless. Guests, it's not about money, I've made it very clear, it's the rules in the store, and every customer who enters the store must abide by the rules, including me, the owner. Words fall. Imobai glanced at Uchiha Obito involuntarily. Also, don't use illusions on me. I can sell the blind box. Do you think I'll be afraid of illusions? Plain tone, but full of warnings. Uchiha Obito was completely taken aback. He just saw clearly that the chakra on Imobai is only close to cage level. How did Imobai like this quietly destroy his Mangekyo Sharinan illusion? This is not right. Uchiha Obito turns the Sharinan in disbelief and shoots at Imobai. At this time, a majestic and terrifying force surged out of Imobai. Powerful, shocking, like a god. Uchiha Obito felt a sudden cold shroud. The chakra in him seems to be imprisoned by something invisible, and he cannot run the chakra in his body without any anxiety. All of a sudden, Uchiha Obito's back froze involuntarily, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Startled, he couldn't move just because Mobai glanced over at him. What on earth is it? Uchiha Obito's heart trembled and he was horrified. With his strength, looking at the world of ninja, it is already a top level. However, the owner of this blind box shop is just an understatement, and he has not even made a move, making him a top cage level powerhouse unable to move. Uchiha Obito was stunned. The face under the mask is full of dull expressions of doubting life. Guest, I have already said, don't use illusions on me. Why are you so disobedient? This is the last time, and next time, you will be the first blacklist in our shop. Mobai's tone was as calm as ever. However, it fell in Uchiha Obito's ears, but it exploded more than thunder, causing a violent wave in his heart. Regret. At this moment, Uchiha Obito only had deep regrets in his heart. Isn't it what he should have thought of? To operate such a mysterious and powerful blind box shop in the Uchiha tribe, how could the owner be just an existence close to cage level? If this were the case, people would have been murdered long ago. Sure enough, these years have been too smooth, which made his mentality float, and he lost his previous cautiousness. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm down his horrified mood. Sorry, I was impulsive. He apologized to Mobai with a sincere tone. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Mobai removed the protection function that the system had enabled. At this time, advertisement. Only then did Uchiha Obito feel that the icy oppression on his body disappeared. Before I could take a closer look, I heard Mobai's unwavering voice. Guest, today's blind box is here for the time being, and you are welcome to come next time. This is an expulsion order. Although Uchiha Obito was very unwilling, he did not dare to offend Mobai, for fear that Mobai would really set him on the blacklist of the blind box shop. This will not work. He also wanted to open the blind box, eager to continue to open the underworld phone from the blind box, so as to contact Lin, who had returned to the underworld. Excuse me. Uchiha Obito left a sentence, then cast Kamui to leave. At the moment when the time-space pupil technique was distorted, Uchiha Obito cast a glance at Mobai, who was sitting at the cashier counter. At this look, fear and awe, and many more. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was about to leave, Mobai hurriedly stopped him. Obito was taken aback. Is there anything else? Mobai pointed to the pile of money scattered on the ground. Guest, don't forget to take your money with you. Thanks for the reminder. Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a reminder that he didn't take the money. He thought it was the owner of the blind box shop who had repented and planned to put him on the blacklist in the shop. The air was twisted. Uchiha Obito vanished with a piece of money. At the same time, Rain Shinobi Village, the base of Akatsuki. Afii, are you telling the truth? Konan, who was dressed in a robe and wrapped in a slender figure, frowned slightly and looked at White Zetsu with a slightly sharp tone. Hey, of course it's true, I won't lie. White Zetsu's lazy Kaido, his tone is still very slow and flat. Unlike other White Zetsu, he is self-aware and thinking. Usually share the same identity with Uchiha Obito, both are called Afei. White Zetsu Afei. Not long ago, Black Zetsu found a new shop called Blind Box in the Uchiha tribe. I heard that if you buy a blind box for 100,000 taels, you can open a Sharingan from the box. A hint of coldness flashed across Konan's delicate face. Konan didn't say anything because of White Zetsu. He just frowned and said to White Zetsu, Afei, or Akimura was looking for you just now. You should have a look, he should be busy. Well, then I'll go take a look. White Zetsu Afei muttered and turned to leave. After seeing White Zetsu's back disappear, Konan looked at Nagato, who had been quiet. There is indeed something wrong with Madara. Nagato, do you think the news that Black Zetsu asked Afei to bring back is true? No wonder Konan didn't believe it. It is really exaggerated what White Zetsu Afei said. How could the powerful Sharingan who is famous in the ninja world come out of the cardboard box? Incredible. Nagato said warmly to Konan, my gut tells me that this may be true. Madara, this man, has been trying his best to hide himself since he found us. Although you and I doubted his origin and identity, we searched secretly for a long time and found no clues. It can be seen that Madara is an extremely cautious man. This time, just because Black Zetsu brought back news about the blind box shop, Madara went straight to it. It's not easy here. Originally Konan still didn't believe it, but now, after hearing what Nagato said, Konan was shaken. She frowned slightly and said, I want to go and see for myself. If it's true or not, I'll find out when I check it out. Nagato, alright. However, what Konan is going to go to is Konoha, and that Uchiha still shocks the ninja world with the name Sharingan, and his strength is extraordinary. Nagato paused for a while and said uneasy, Konan, let Pain go with you. No, Pain stays here. Konan shook his head. She knew Nagato was worried about her safety, so why wasn't she? In the current Xiao organization base, except for the Scorpion, everyone else is in the base, and they are a group of dangerous elements. She can't believe it. Although she and Nagato recruited these S-class rebels, Konan wouldn't trust her wholeheartedly. In the entire Akatsuki organization, she could trust her wholeheartedly, only Nagato had known since childhood. Konan couldn't help but glance at Nagato. The pair of Rinigans are too powerful, and they are absorbing Nagato's chakra all the time. Even though Nagato is a Uzumaki family, he is still getting thinner and thinner by the Rinnegan. If this goes on, Nagato's situation will only get worse. Others in the base, if they saw Nagato like this, they may not secretly try to test it. Special Konoha Betrayal Orochimaru. This man, to Konan, felt very dangerous, and with him at the base, Pain absolutely couldn't leave her. Okay, then be careful. Nagato knew what Konan was worried about, and didn't say anything. Konan nodded, then turned around and headed to Konohagakure in the Land of Fire alone. The other side. It's really prosperous. In comparison, the commercial streets in the Uchiha tribe are simply too tragic. Emobai stood in the center of the commercial street, looking at the bustling scene of this street. He couldn't help sighing. The commercial street is very large. In addition to the local villagers of Konoha, Emobai also saw many merchants from other cities in the Land of Fire. There are also merchants and civilians from other major countries, and some nobles can even be seen walking down the street with their samurai servants. Besides, Emobai also felt the many chakra fluctuations lurking around the streets. It is estimated that Konoha arranged for the ninja to maintain the law and order. If my blind box shop opens on this street, there will be no worries about customers. It is estimated that there will be a long queue of customers who come to open the blind box. Emobai thought of his racking his brains for the first 3 days, and couldn't help but feel sad. Fortunately, he has now opened the market. Even in the Uchiha tribe, there is no need to worry about the source of customers in the future. Hey, look, there's a billboard over there with a blind box and a box of 100,000 taels. As long as you pay 100,000 taels, you can get a Sharinan from the Uchiha family. Advertisement. Hahaha, this is written by some ninja clan kid in the village. He is really brave enough to make a joke about that Uchiha clan. Hurry up and help to dismantle it. If Uchiha's police department sees it, it is estimated that it will be strictly investigated again. Emobai listened to the voices of these people and raised his eyebrows. He remembered that this sign was hung on the first day he crossed over. In order to attract business, he remembered that he had written more than a dozen signs. 2 are placed in this commercial street, and the rest are placed in the most conspicuous and most crowded places in Konoha. He remembered one of them, as if he had quietly put it on the only way to the Hokage office building. I don't know, are these brands working now? After Emobai murmured a word, he stopped paying attention to the matter and turned to go to the big shopping. Now he is not bad for money. The customer pays 100,000 taels for opening the blind box. After the system accepts it, it will give him another commission. For 100,000 taels, he can get about 10,000 taels in cash. Squeeze what, you son of a demon fox, get out of the way. An angry voice came at this time. Emobai's footsteps stopped. The son of the demon fox. He remembered that this was the name that the Konoha village people scolded Naruto. Sure enough, after he turned around, he saw Naruto of Xiao Doubting being isolated by the crowd. The crowd who were crowded in front of the sign to watch the excitement immediately vacated a space, as if in their eyes, Naruto was a plague, and they all showed disgust. Ah, enough of you, I'm not the son of a demon fox. You are not allowed to call me a demon fox. I have a name. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't hear it. Naruto pretended to be fierce, but anyone could see that he was just bluffing. Go away, you unknown demon fox. Go away, don't get in the way here. I hate him when I see him. Why is he alive? He is destined to bring bad news to the village. Go, get out of here quickly. Get out of here, you damn demon fox. All kinds of abuse made Naruto's eyes red when he was uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and stood there in pain. What are you doing? Emobai walked over and stood in front of Naruto, his eyes swept over a group of fierce Konoha civilians. You adults, is it interesting to bully a 5 or 6-year-old child? You, who are you? Someone shouted unwillingly. However, as soon as he finished shouting, he was pulled by his companion's clothes and told him in a low voice, he is wearing Uchiha's clan clothes, that is from the Uchiha clan, don't provoke him, let's go. What, the Uchiha clan? Why is he here? Aren't the Uchiha clan rarely coming to the commercial street? After all, they are the arrogant Uchiha clan. SHH, stop talking, go. Soon, no one was left of the crowd. Emobai couldn't help shaking his head and thought to himself, it seems that the atmosphere between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is getting more and more tense. Even ordinary villagers are so repulsive and afraid of Uchiha. No wonder the Uchihas are rebelling. Big brother, thank you. Naruto's voice came from behind him, hearty with deep gratitude and joy. No, it's just a little effort. After speaking, Emobai glanced at Naruto, then turned and left. Hey, big brother, what's your name? You helped me a lot, I said. I don't even know your name. Naruto hurriedly ran after him and asked with a big smile. This was the first time a stranger had cared so much about helping him. My name is Uchiha Mobai. I opened a blind box shop in the Uchiha tribe. The brand you just saw was written by me. You can open a blind box once for 100,000 taels. You are welcome to come to the commercial street of the Uchiha tribe to find it. Me, little Naruto. Leaving a sentence with a smile, Mobai left without looking back. Yo-shi. Behind him, Naruto looked at the background of Mobai's departure, clenched his fists and laughed excitedly. It wasn't until Mobai walked away that Naruto reacted. Eh? How does Big Brother Mobai know my name is Naruto? I said. Damn, that's a member of the Uchiha clan. He is contacting Nine Tails Jinchuriki, River Fish. You go back and report this news to Lord Third Generation, saying that someone from the Uchiha clan deliberately contacted Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In a potentially dark place, Umbu, an elder who was in charge of monitoring Naruto, ordered. Yes. Soon, an Umbu member wearing a fish-shaped mask left and galloped towards the Hokage house. Wait, this person seems to have said that the blind box brand was written by him, right? Indeed. That's right, I heard it too. Not only that, but that Uchiha young man also said that he opened a blind box shop in the commercial street of the Uchiha tribe. He opened a blind box once every 100,000 taels, and he could open a Sharingan from the box. The remaining two Umbu members looked at each other with serious expressions in their eyes. It was the older Umbu who said, Fufu, you also go back and tell Third Hokage this news, the blind box shop? Sharingan? Maybe this is a conspiracy of the Uchiha clan. Yes. Mobai, who was going shopping, stopped abruptly. The two chakras waved and left, so it seems that those Umbu who were monitoring Naruto have listened to what I just said. It is estimated that they are rushing to the Hokage building to report to Third Generation, which is exactly what I want. To say that he helped Naruto, is he really passionate? Of course not. Mobai just wanted to help Naruto to attract the attention of the lurking Umbu members. For Third Generation and Konoha executives, any existence that comes close to Naruto will be labeled with bad intentions. Later, Konoha Umbu and the people at the route will be secretly checked, even ordinary villagers in Konoha, let alone Uchiha. At that time, the senior officials of Konoha will definitely send someone to investigate him. As long as you check it, the blind box shop he opened in the Uchiha tribe will definitely be exposed. This is a good thing. At that time, senior officials such as Konoha will definitely send people over to test it. Advertisement. After spending 100,000 taels to open the blind box and seeing the magical power of the blind box, are you still worried that they will not pay to open the blind box? Thinking of this, Mobai couldn't help raising the corners of his lips, feeling relieved. Hokage office. After Sarutobi Hiruzen handled a group of official duties, he had a rare moment of free time. He took out his bong, puffed clouds in intoxication, and enjoyed this moment of tranquility. However, within a short time, someone from Umbu came to report. Lord Third Hokage, when our Umbu team was monitoring Nine Tails Jinchuriki just now, we found that someone from the Uchiha clan was waiting for an opportunity to approach Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression sank slightly. Do you know who the other party is? How strong is he? I don't know the identity of the other party. I have never met him in the Uchiha police department. It is a very young Uchiha tribe, about the same age as Uchiha Shisui, and has an extraordinary bearing. As for the strength, it is not known for the time being. There are no perceptive ninjas in our surveillance team this time, so it is not clear what the strength of the opponent is before the fight. Okay, I understand, you go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on his smoking gun and waved at the Umbu. Yes, Lord Third Generation. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became serious. He frowned, thinking about what Danzo was busy with behind his back recently, and his mood was even worse. The Uchiha family, I hope you will do your best and don't seek death. As the shadow of the village, I will not tolerate it. At this time, another Umbu came to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the Umbu's identity. Like the Umbu member who just reported, he personally arranged to monitor Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered coldly. Could something happen to Naruto again? Uchiha's people couldn't help but shoot? Tell me, what's up this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Lord Third Generation, you asked Umbu to thoroughly investigate the blind box billboard in the Hokage building, and now there is a result. Just now, when our team was monitoring Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we heard the young Uchiha say it was him. Written. What are the people of the Uchiha family doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered in an unclear tone, and then he looked up at the Umbu. I understand, don't worry about him, you can do it. After a pause, he continued, by the way, don't disturb Danzo's side about this first. If he asks you, you can say that there is nothing unusual today, understand? Yes, Lord Third Generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take the blind box thing to heart. To him, it was nothing more than a prank. Not worth his attention. What he was focusing on now was Uchiha's plans for a rebellion. How could he have the energy to follow such a trivial matter? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know what he has missed, so that every time he thinks of today's decision in the days to come, he regrets it and wants to vomit blood. No, we are too unlucky. I just came here with the money to open the blind box, but the business is closed? The rest time is uncertain. In front of the blind box store, there were more than a dozen Uchiha people. In addition to Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the clan, there are 3 elders with the highest prestige. If Shisui said before departure that the blind box store is very small and cannot accommodate too many people, it is estimated that more people would come. Another point is that the Uchiha family is not 100% safe. There are not a lot of surveillance cameras placed by the high-level Konoha in the Uchiha tribe. The Uchiha family also knew that if they acted with great fanfare, Umbu, who was in charge of monitoring their movements, would surely be alerted. Uchiha doesn't shy away from Umbu's people, but it's an eventful time, and more things are worse than less things. This blind box store is their first opportunity. The internal opinions of the Uchiha clan are very unified, that is, to hide the existence of the blind box shop for as long as they can. In this way, their Uchiha clansmen can take advantage of the opportunity to open more good things from the blind box. Certainly, Itaka's video played a lot of roles in making all the Uchiha people so highly unified. Not long ago, after watching the video that Itake reenacted, the radicals of the Uchiha clan hated Itake to the extreme and wanted to kill Itake on the spot. However, it was discouraged by Fugaku and the elders. Some of the more restrained and calm Uchiha tribesmen also began to analyze. From Itake's video about his life, the amount of information is very large. At least one thing is absolutely certain, their Uchiha clan was destroyed, and the high-level Konoha intervened a long time ago. Shimura Danzo, the insidious root leader, even used Suzuki to blackmail Uchiha Itake. Although the old guy from 3rd generation didn't do anything to Uchiha secretly, he knew what Danzo and other Konoha executives did to Uchiha. 3rd generation didn't stop, he acquiesced. The most important is, on the night of the genocide, aside from Itake, the man wearing the Uzumaki mask was the terrifying culprit. The elites of the Uchiha police department recognized the identity of this masked man. This person is the mysterious man who started the Nine Tails rebellion against Konoha a few years ago. Because the masked man owned Sharingan, the 9 tails he controlled caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses. Among them, 4th Hokage and Mrs. 3rd Hokage both died that night. It is precisely because of this masked man who started the 9 Tails rebellion that the Uchiha family was hated by the entire Konoha village. Because that night, the Uchiha sent no reinforcements. Everyone in the village suspected that the 9 Tails rebellion was planned by their Uchiha. This black pot can't find the culprit one day, and the Uchiha will be infamous for one day. Compared with Uchiha Itake, the Uchiha people hated the masked man even more. Itake, can you and Shisui contact the boss named Imobai? Uchiha Fugaku asked, looking at his son. Advertisement. Itake shook his head. Sorry, father, I don't have his contact information. Shisui shook his head in the same way. They were so happy when they left the blind box that they forgot to ask Imobai for contact information. Hey, Nissan, look there, that seems to be the owner of the blind box shop. Suddenly, Suzuki pointed to the path in the distance. As his voice fell, not only Itake, but other Uchihas followed the sound. I saw the bluestone paved path, Imobai dressed in dark blue Uchiha clothing. The sun shines on him, casting a faint golden light, reflecting that he is tall, imposing, noble and handsome, like an immortal who came out of the painting. Is this the boss of the blind box shop? When Uchiha met Imobai for the first time, he was stunned. It's not because of how handsome Imobai is, but because of his unique temperament. One can tell that he is not ordinary at a glance. Even the top cage-level ninjas are no match for anyone. Just this air. It made all the Uchiha people present put away their contempt, and their faces became solemn. It's him, Itake said softly. Immediately, he looked at Imobai with a hint of astonishment, because he found the chakra waving on Imobai's body. How is this going? He used Sharingan to investigate very clearly before, and there was no trace of chakra fluctuations on Imobai, the owner of the blind box shop. In just a few hours, the boss actually has a thick chakra? This, Shisui also discovered. But compared to Itake's entanglement, Shisui was relieved. After all, Imobai is a mysterious and powerful blind box shop owner. How could it not have the strength? Shisui even suspects that Imobai's chakra fluctuations are just a disguise. It is estimated that his own strength is already unimaginable. Also, Shisui even felt that the identity of Imobayu's Haibo clan might not be true. Dazzling clansmen like Imobai, if they were really members of their Uchiha clan, would never have been unknown for more than 10 years. Even if his strength can be hidden, his outstanding appearance and bearing cannot be hidden. Shisui asked, including the patriarch Fugaku. None of the clan members in the conference room had seen Imobai or knew him. Uchiha Imobai seems to have suddenly appeared in their clan. Shisui couldn't help but guess. This mysterious man, like the rumored sage of six paths, transcended the category of human and belonged to a great being like an omnipotent god. "There are customers." Emobai smiled brightly, then took out the key to open the door of the blind box shop. "Sorry, I went out to buy a few things. I kept you waiting for a long time. Please come in." After speaking, he went in first. Behind him, more than a dozen people from Uchiha looked at each other, and then they all followed. Once inside, everyone's eyes were staring at the blind box on the shelf. After Itake and Shisui had spoken in the conference room, there was no more Emobai to say at this moment, and the Uchiha people who came here were no longer unfamiliar with the blind box. "Boss, is that the blind box that sells 100,000 taels in your store?" But among them, there was still one Uchiha who couldn't help but ask Emobai out of surprise. From beginning to end, he didn't look away from the blind box. "Yes, those are all blind boxes sold in the store, 100,000 taels each. You can open them with money. Everything depends on luck." Emobai didn't introduce much this time. I believe Itake and Shisui explained to the clan after they went back, that Emobai is not a person who likes nonsense. "Boss, here is 300,000 taels, I want 3. "Boss, I want 2, I have 200,000 taels here, please give me 2 blind boxes. "I want 5, I want 7, just give me 1, I only have 100,000 taels on me for the time being." Seeing the enthusiasm of the Uchiha people who came in, Emobai's mouth couldn't help but draw a smile. "Don't worry, take your time one by one. Our shop guarantees that each of you can open the blind box as long as you pay. There is a limit of 30 per person per month. As long as you don't exceed this number, you can open it freely if you have money." "Boss, please accept my money first." Uchiha pushed through the crowd, and while the rest of the tribe were listening intently to Emobai's words, he quickly shoved 100,000 taels into Emobai's hands, then quickly walked to the shelf and took down a blind box. From the beginning to the end, Uchiha Taihua was silent with a paralyzed face, and it could even be said that there was no fluctuation, but the behavior he did made a group of Uchihas grit their teeth. "Uchiha Iron Fire, seeing that you are usually unsmiling and silent, it is golden. I didn't expect you to be such a person. This guy, Taihuo, is really hateful. This guy Taihuo is really too much. Alas, the first one to open the blind box may not be able to usher in good luck. Really, why didn't I think of it earlier? Such a good opportunity was missed by me." "Okay, shut up, be quiet, and be noisy." Seeing a group of young people making noise, the elder Uchiha could not help frowning and scolding. Advertisement. The scene fell silent in an instant. "Taihuo, since you are the first to pay and get the blind box, then you will be the first to open it." Fugaku opened his mouth and made a final decision. Uchiha Taihuo rejoiced in his heart, but his serious and paralyzed face was still expressionless. "Okay, the patriarch." Then, he carefully placed the blind box on the table. Looking up at Emobai, he said in a respectful tone, "Boss, can you just take it apart like this?" "Yes, that's right, good luck." Emobai nodded, and while putting away the money, he casually said auspicious words. Suzuki stepped forward curiously, but he was polite. Although he was extremely curious, he didn't get too close, for fear that he would affect Uchiha's Iron Fire. After all, things related to luck are mysterious and mysterious. Take him as an example. If he was opening the blind box, he would definitely not want other people to get too close, of course, except for Nissan. Itake and Shisui stood behind Suzuki. Although the expressions on the two of them were calm, their burning eyes staring at the blind box revealed that they were no less curious than Suzuki. Itake and Shisui naturally disliked Uchiha Taihuo, the person in charge of monitoring them, but they also understand that this involves the life and death of a family, and Taihuo is also ordered to act. Therefore, even if the two knew that Taihuo was secretly monitoring, they did not conflict with Taihuo. Uchiha Fugaku and the three elders hold their own identities, and they are not too embarrassed to squeeze in with the juniors to join in the fun. Although it was unbearable, he still cared about his decency and arrogance, maintaining a solemn expression on his face. "Then, I'm going." Uchiha let out a low sound of Iron Fire, and soon, the blind box was opened by him, and a dazzling golden light shot out. This strange scene caused a group of Uchihas to widen their eyes in surprise, including Fugaku and the three elders. All eyes flashed with surprise. "Is this a blind box? It's really amazing. Does that golden light mean that something can definitely be opened?" "Taihuo, what did you drive?" Uchiha people are very curious. If the patriarch had not explained to the elders before they came, they were not allowed to use Sharinan in the blind box store, otherwise this group of people couldn't help but use Sharingan's ability to explore the golden light. A bottle of Zhuangyuan Red, a famous wine from the ancient martial arts world. The origin of the name of Zhuangyuan wine: after giving birth to his son, he buried the well-brewed wine in the ground, hoping that his son would take out the banquet when he was a champion in the future. This bottle of Zhuangyuan Red, the age is 50 years, and the longer the age, the more mellow the wine will be, the softer the entrance, and the more aftertaste. "Boss, what's the matter? Why didn't the things I drive fall down? Uchiha's iron-fired low voice was vaguely anxious. Emobai glanced at him. You have a good bottle of wine, you are lucky. Hey, is it wine? It seems that this guy Taihuo's first place has been grabbed for nothing. I'm a little fortunate now, this is a full 100,000 taels, only one bottle of wine, and it's a big loss. At this time, the golden light disappeared, and the Zhuang Yuanhong, which was fired by Uchiha's iron fire, fell steadily on the table. Really pop a bottle of wine out of a box? It's unbelievable. Although I knew the mystery of the blind box store in the conference room before, I was still shocked to see something open from the palm-sized box. This bottle of wine looks good, but if it's just a bottle of wine, it's really a bit of a loss. After all, the price of a blind box is 100,000 taels. Uchiha Yatsushiro sighed regretfully. Although they are Uchiha from a famous family, their money is not to be squandered. Even if they are the elite of the police department and can have a stable income every month, 100,000 taels is still a lot of money for them. 100,000 taels to open a small bottle of wine is really blood loss. When the other Uchiha tribesmen heard this, they all showed expressions of pain. Immediately, they all prayed secretly in their hearts that their luck must not be as bad as Uchiha's iron fire. This is 100,000 taels. Uchiha Fugaku didn't say a word to the three elders, but his astonished eyes kept staring at the bottle of wine. This little shop is called Blind Box. It's amazing. Don't underestimate this bottle of wine, this is no ordinary wine. When Emobai saw a group of people who didn't know the goods, he couldn't help interrupting the chatter of the group and said calmly, "Ha!" Uchiha Ricefire let out a sigh of surprise, and then he looked at Emobai expectantly. Boss, what is the origin of this bottle of wine? This is a bottle of top-notch wine from the ancient martial arts world. In that other world, it is praised as a fine wine by countless powerhouses. After a short pause, Emobai introduced in one breath. The name of the wine is Zhuanggai Yuanhong. When my son was born, he buried the brewed wine in the ground. The longer the burial, the more mellow and delicious the wine will be. The bottle of wine just opened is underground. Buried for 50 years, it must taste great. Furu take other world? It sounds like it's not the same time and space as our ninjas. I don't know what kind of world it is. How does the ancient martial arts world compare to the power of the ninja world? It's really fascinating. Jade liquid nectar? How delicious is this wine to have this reputation? Tai Huo, give me a drink. I want to. Don't you guys don't like drinking, so don't join in the fun and fight with our seniors who like to drink. Tai Huo, give me a taste. Advertisement. Everyone don't grab it first, let the iron fire open the wine bottle, and everyone can smell the aroma of other world's top wines. Uchiha Taihuo heard that everyone was so enthusiastic about the fine wine he opened, and his face lighted up. Okay, no problem, I'll open it now. As he unscrewed the bottle, a strong aroma of wine wafted in the air. Except for Emobai, everyone at the scene was drooling at the tempting aroma of wine, and couldn't help but move their noses. Oh my god, this is too delicious. It has a strong alcohol smell. Just smelling this smell makes people intoxicated. It is worthy of being the top famous wine in Otherworld. Gudong gudong. Several people were so greedy that their saliva was about to flow out, and they swallowed hard. Don't think that ninjas avoid alcohol. On the contrary, most of these ninjas who lick blood and make money with their lives are addicted to alcohol. In their spare time when they are not working, they are basically gathered in izakaya in groups of 3 or 5, or have a drink or a drink. This is their favorite relaxation activity. Even the proud Uchiha clan is no exception. Now smelling such a good wine, several older Uchiha people are hooked. They all stared at the bottle of wine with green eyes, licking the corners of their lips from time to time, drooling. Among them, there are Uchiha Fugaku and 3 elders. If it weren't for their own identity, it is estimated that they could not help but grab the wine as soon as they smelled the aroma of the wine. Patriarch, elders, take this bottle of wine and drink it. After Uchiha finished speaking, he picked up the wine and handed it to Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Taihuo and admired it in his heart. This kid is good at being a man. He was not polite to Uchiha Taihuo, he just held his head up after taking the bottle. Grumbling. Hey, I said Fugaku, you can take it easy, don't drink it all, save some for the 3 of us old guys. The elder couldn't stand it any longer and hurriedly spoke to stop Uchiha Fugaku's booze. That's right, such a small bottle, you can't drink it like this, you'll be finished drinking it soon. Get it now, Fugaku. That is, the 3 elders with high authority dared to speak to Uchiha Fugaku like this. Uchiha Fugaku's political ability and means are not good, but his prestige is extremely high in the Uchiha clan. It can be said that no one in the Uchiha family dares to despise him as the patriarch, and no one dares to disobey him. Ah, good wine, really good wine. This wine is really just as the boss introduced. It can be called the holy product of wine, and it is supremely delicious. Uchiha Fugaku stopped, wiped his mouth, and laughed heartily. Readily. Since he became the patriarch, his mood has never been so carefree and wanton as it is now. Uchiha Fugaku even had a wine burp. Happy. Uchiha Fugaku said cheerfully. The haze and pressure over the years seemed to pour out with this drink, and the whole person became clear. Uchiha Itake cast a surprised look. This was the first time in his memory that he had seen such a cheerful expression from a serious father. Did your father love wine so much? He always thought that his father was a man without any hobbies. It seems that his understanding of his father has always been wrong, with his own arrogant prejudice. Uchiha Itake looked away, his eyes closed, wondering what he was thinking. Dad, is it good to drink? I want to drink it too, can you give me a drink? Suzuki leaned over, and his slightly raised eyes were sparkling, full of curiosity and desire, as bright as the stars. Fugaku looked down at his younger son. Suzuki, you are still young, you are not old enough to drink. On top of that, if he did give Suzuki a drink, Mikato would probably scold him when he got home. Of course, this was impossible for Fugaku to tell his son. He rubbed the top of Suzuki's hair in a rare and intimate way, and then handed the wine to the elder. Gyala Gyalu. Similarly, the elder who took over the wine also drank for a while. The two remaining elders were so anxious that they hurriedly grabbed them, and the two of them shared the few remaining wines to drink up. After drinking, he still licked the corners of his lips as if he was intoxicated and enjoyed the ultimate, which made the other Uchiha tribesmen present greedy. However, no matter how greedy it is useless. There is only one bottle of wine, and they do not have their share. The Uchiha people all stared at the blind box shelves with fiery eyes. If you can't make something stronger in the blind box, but if there is fine wine, it seems to be good. Boss, let me open the second blind box. It's 500,000 taels. Please accept it. Uchiha Fugaku handed 5 100,000 tael banknotes to Emobai, and his attitude towards Emobai also revealed a faint reverence for the strong. Not only him, but also the other 3 elders. Although Emobai claimed his surname was Uchiha, neither Fugaku nor the elders believed that he was a member of their Uchiha clan. Therefore, in front of Emobai, they did not dare to pretend to be an elder, let alone trust him. As for Emobai's identity and origin, they don't care. Uchiha is now facing the danger of genocide. Emobai's blind box shop is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for them. They hold on tight. As for the rest, it is useless to think too much. Advertisement. Emobai took the money. Guests, you can pick the blind box by yourself. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and took down 5 blind boxes of different colors. He simply put the blind boxes on the table and immediately opened them. 1 Fire-style ninjutsu experience pack. After use, the fire-style ninjutsu controlled by the user can be fully increased by 4,000 points on the original basis. Boss, what did our patriarch do this time? Yes, what is it? Dad's luck will not be bad. Suzuki tilted his head seriously. Seeing that his younger son, who used to like to stick to Ataki, is so close to him today, Fugaku's serious face couldn't help but reveal a smile, and his generous hand rubbed the top of his younger son's head. The 3 elders also gathered around at this time. The old face seemed to be calm and steady, but in fact, his eyes were already faintly nervous. As the patriarch of their Uchiha clan, Fugaku's strength is very important. If he can create something stronger, they will have more confidence in Konoha's tit-for-tat. Emobai opened his mouth and said, the Fire-style ninjutsu experience pack is issued. As long as you hold the light group in your hand, and recite Fusion Experience Light Group in your heart, you can instantly master the 4,000 experience points. What? Can you even get Fire-style ninjutsu experience? This is simply too shocking. If the child of the ninja school integrates this experience light group, wouldn't he instantly become a genin? Not more. Uchiha Shisui said at this time, he had opened the ninjutsu experience package once, so he was very clear about this experience package. Shisui's words made everyone look at him, including the 3 elders and Uchiha Fugaku. Not only? Do you mean that if you combine this experience light group, you can make a child who is not even a genin directly promoted to become a chinin? Really or not, if dozens or hundreds of this experience light group were taken out, wouldn't it be possible to create a group of chinin troops in batches? This is unbelievable. Just by combining a small light group, one can instantly increase the strength of chinin. You must know that chinin is the backbone of the major ninja villages. Even if it is as strong as Kimura, the number of chinin is only less than that. 2,000. The ninjas in each village actually have ninja numbers. For example, the ninja editors currently recorded in Konoha village are in the early 10,000s. This number has been lined up since Kimura established the village, and among the more than 10,000 ninjas, including the dead. It is not difficult to see from this recorded number that ninjas are extremely rare for a village. Now as long as there is this experience light group, a powerful chinin army can be created casually. No wonder the Uchiha people are so shocked. Shisui, you seem to know a lot about this experience light group? Uchiha Fugaku was also surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He looked at Uchiha Shisui and asked, Shisui, I heard Suzuki mention it on the way here. You seem to have also created this experience light group. After the fusion, what is the specific strength? Uchiha Shisui nodded. Yes, the patriarch, I have indeed opened the same experience light group as you, but I only opened 2,000 points. It is these 2,000 points that have raised my fire-style ninjutsu strength to at least cage level. Even the most common great fireball technique, if I release it now, is at least several times stronger than before. Shisui, is what you said true? The elder asked while suppressing his joy. If Shisui said that his 2,000 points can make his fire-style power reach cage level, then Fugaku's 4,000 points doubled, so how powerful will it be? The other two elders were also shocked. Except for them, the other Uchiha people on the field were similar, all showing expressions of shock and ecstasy. As their patriarch, if Fugaku's strength is greatly improved, it will definitely be a good thing for them. It's true. Uchiha Shisui looked serious. Immediately, his eyes turned to Fugaku. Lord Patriarch, please fuse first. After the fusion, you can directly test the power of the fusion here. Hearing Shisui's words, not only Fugaku, but other Uchiha people on the field were stunned. Shisui, you asked the patriarch to release fire-style ninjutsu directly here? Everyone in the Uchiha tribe looked at Shisui with indescribable expressions. Good guy. What's up with this guy Shisui? The owner of the shop is still here. You just say that it's really good to release fire-style here? Mobai took everything into his eyes, and his perception of these Uchihas changed a lot in his heart. This group of Uchiha is quite normal in his blind box shop, not as arrogant as rumored. On the contrary, several Uchiha young people are quite funny. Interesting. Concentrating his mind, he said, you don't have to worry about it, as long as the abilities developed in the store can be tested in the store after integration. After Mobai spoke, Uchiha's group looked at Uchiha Fugaku with excited eyes, eager to try. Dad, that light group is flying over, hurry up and merge, Suzuki exclaimed excitedly. Okay. Uchiha Fugaku reached for the light group. He closed his eyes, held the light ball in his hand and pressed what Mobai just said to merge the light ball. Everyone watched this scene expectantly. No one said a word. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes. Fugaku, how do you feel? The elder stepped forward and asked hastily. It feels good. Uchiha Fugaku had a delighted smile on his face. He clenched his fists, and his whole body was full of strength. Advertisement. I don't know if it was because of the combination of this light group with hundreds of battles. Uchiha Fugaku felt that the flow of chakra in his body became faster, and the chakra in his body also increased. After the fusion, my brain and body were directly injected with a strong fighting experience and fighting consciousness, as if I used to use these fire-style ninjutsu to fight on the battlefield. Having said this, Fugaku's smile couldn't help deepening. Not only that, the chakra tendons in my body seemed to be widened, and the flow rate and capacity of chakra have become faster and stronger than before. What? Someone gasped. The third elder looked shocked. Fugaku, do you mean that you have not only become stronger in fire-style ninjutsu, but also your chakra tendons have been broadened? There are more chakras? Broaden the chakra tendons like never before. The second elder also had a shocked expression on his face. Although he tried his best to hide his excitement, his trembling hands betrayed him. If it is true, then we have finally found a solution to the fatal problem that has plagued the Uchiha family due to excessive consumption of chakra by Sharingan. The elder's wise and old eyes even faintly filled with wet tears. The other Uchiha people were also shocked and ecstatic. I just said that Dad's luck must be very good, and I was right. Suzuki raised his head slightly and looked at his father admiringly. Although Uchiha Itake didn't speak, anyone could tell that he was really happy for his father. After a lifetime of videos, Itake has deeply understood that his father, who has always been extremely strict with him, loves himself in his heart. Uchiha Yatsushiro squeezed his fists, and his calm voice could not hide his excitement. Master Patriarch, let's try fire-style ninjutsu, let's see how powerful it is after fusion. Yes, the Patriarch, please give it a try. Uchiha Rice Fire also looked expectant. Uchiha Fugaku didn't try it right away, but looked at Mobai and said hello to Mobai first. Boss, I'm going to release fire-style ninjutsu here next, is there really no problem? No problem, you can rest assured. Mobai knows what Uchiha's people are thinking about. It's nothing more than Konoha who has been monitoring Uchiha's movements. They don't want to expose the ability they got in the blind box. If they test their power outside, they will most likely be monitored by Uchiha Zumbu. An exception was found. Thank you boss. Fugaku thanked solemnly, and then said with a serious look, then, I'll start. Fire-style dragon fire technique. A gigantic fire dragon swept through and swept the heat, and the air seemed to be distorted and expanded by the high temperature of the fire dragon, making bursts of hissing sonic booms. This power. This is a fire dragon, I'm afraid it's not a sea of fire. Too strong. After seeing the power of the sea-level fire-style ninjutsu unleashed by Fugaku, the Uchiha tribe looked ecstatic. Abruptly, quick, go back quickly, it's going to burn here. The small blind box store was about to be engulfed by the huge fire dragon that swept over. Someone in Uchiha screamed and then dodged around. Uchiha Fugaku also changed his face. The power of the fused fire style is beyond his imagination, stronger than he thought. The high-temperature air even set off a flame explosion. Elder, release Earth-style ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku said quickly. Uchiha's ancestral fire yin attribute, only a few people in the clan have other attributes, and the Great Elder just has the Earth attribute. But, not waiting for the Elder Uchiha to release Earth-style, seeing a flash of white light in the air, everyone only heard a crisp ding sound. After that, the huge fire dragon released by Fugaku disappeared in the eyes of everyone. That's right, disappearing out of thin air. Unlike time-space ninjutsu, there are no chakra fluctuations, just an understated wave of Mobai's palm. The huge fire-style ninjutsu, like a sea of fire, disappeared in plain sight. The blind box store is in perfect condition, not to mention that it was burnt black by the fire, that is, not even a wisp of black smoke was left. Quiet. The scene was so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Everyone in Uchiha was shocked by Mobai's strange and powerful means. To say that only fire-style ninjutsu was blocked, it would not shock Uchiha, the famous family who dominated the ninja world. What really shocked a group of Uchihas was Mobai's mysterious abilities. Even if fire-style ninjutsu is blocked, at least there will be traces left in the store, but here in Mobai, no traces are left. This strange and mysterious power is the key to shocking the Uchihas. Okay, guests, the effects have been tested, and you have seen the power. You must have a bottom line. Next, let's open the blind box, Mobai said in a timely manner. Powerful. Too strong. Everyone in Uchiha looked at Mobai and changed again. If they just thought Mobai was a strong man before. At this moment, this awareness has been raised again, and Mobai is already a mountain-like existence in their hearts. Cough cough. Uchiha Shisui covered his mouth and coughed, breaking the delicate atmosphere in the store. Lord Patriarch, it seems that you are very lucky. Do you want to open the next 4 blind boxes now? Great Elder, that's right, Fugaku, while you're lucky, hurry up and open the next 4 blind boxes. It is good. Uchiha Fugaku is no nonsense. After everyone calmed down, he quickly dismantled the remaining 4 blind boxes. An ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. A bottle of Coke, 500 ml, advertisement. 10 Bing Bing pills, general-purpose Bing Bing pills in the ninja world. Huanji pills, a medicinal pill from the world of Joo. Take 1 pill to restore the skin to the most perfect state. Any scars and blemishes are repaired, and the skin is delicate and white like a newborn baby. This time, what's out? Everyone leaned forward expectantly. A shuriken. As Mobai's voice fell, an object of light fell and flew directly onto the table. It was an ordinary shuriken. The clansmen surrounded by Uchiha were startled. They didn't expect the lucky Fugaku, the second blind box, to open such a common item. However, they were not discouraged and looked at the third light group. Mobai, a bottle of Coke. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the cola that fell into his hand, but he was still calm. It seems that my luck is spent on the first blind box. He unscrewed the Coke and took a sip himself. After confirming that there was no problem, he handed it to Suzuki. Drink it, it tastes good. Thank you, Dad. Suzuki took it happily, and didn't dislike that it was his father's drink. He took it and took a few sips. His delicate little face was bulging, like a little hamster, very cute. Fugaku, your luck may not be like this, maybe the 4th blind box can open something good. The elder was serious, and he didn't know whether he was comforting Fugaku or comforting himself. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The 4th blind box came out with 10 brain pills. Mobai didn't make any detours and gave the answer directly. Oh, someone couldn't help but sigh. Mobai also didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of this group, and he directly stated the 5th blind box result. In the last blind box, Huanji pill was prescribed. Fugaku was a little puzzled. Huanji pill, what is that? Huanji pill, a kind of medicinal pill from Otherworld, can repair the skin after eating. Whether it is a scar or a natural birthmark, it can be repaired, and the skin can be restored to the delicate and smooth state of a newborn baby. This is simply a beauty-holy product. I guess every woman in the world wants to have it. The Patriarch's luck this time is good. This Huanji pill, it is estimated that the Patriarch's wife will be very happy. Don't talk about women, I want it too. This scar on my face is very annoying. If I take Huanji pills, I won't have to worry about this scar anymore. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku embarrassedly, and the fly rubbed his hands. Lord Patriarch, can you exchange this Huanji pill for me? I'll wait for the item I opened from the blind box. Can I change your line with you? I'm sorry, Aoki, I don't plan to change this muscle rejuvenating pill. Uchiha Fugaku also thoughtlessly refused. Although he can't use this kind of good stuff, but his wife Mikato can use it, how could he change it? Ah, what a pity. Fugaku, do you want to continue driving? The elder asked unwillingly. Apparently, he wasn't very happy with Uchiha Fugaku out of all 4. Compared with these items, the elders hoped that Fugaku, the patriarch, would be able to prescribe something that would improve his strength. Uchiha Fugaku hadn't answered yet, but Itachi, who had been silent, spoke at this moment. Father, I think you'd better not open it again. I just made a rough summary of the probability of the blind box. It seems that as long as the first blind box opens something good, then the next blind box will be it's hard to come up with something satisfactory. Before Uchiha Fugaku made a statement, the other tribesmen became anxious first. Is that so? Then I'll buy a blind box to try it out later, and save the rest of the money to open it tomorrow. Me too, if I can't drive something good today, then I'll save it for tomorrow. Indeed, thinking about it carefully, I think Itachi also makes sense. Don't rush to a conclusion, this is just Uchiha Itachi's personal guess, it's not certain whether it's true or not. Uchiha Rice Fire spoke, his tone a little unhappy. In the past, he was hostile to Itachi who was facing Konoha. Since watching that Lifetime video clip, Uchiha's hostility towards Itachi has reached its peak. If it wasn't for Itachi being Uchiha Fugaku's son, he really couldn't resist. Uchiha Itachi didn't pay attention to Rice Fire, and he didn't look at Rice Fire all the time, which made Uchiha Rice Fire very annoyed. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uchiha Yatsushiro. Uchiha Yatsushiro lowered his voice. Inari, pay attention to your attitude, are you trying to embarrass the patriarch? I don't. Uchiha Rice Fire muffled. He just hated Itachi, but he still respected and convinced Uchiha Fugaku as the patriarch. Otherwise, they would not have become the confidants of the patriarch like Yada and Taihuo. I agree with Itachi's point of view, Uchiha Shisui said at this time, with a firm tone. Hey, I also agree with Nissan's analysis. Nissan's previous analysis didn't miss it. Brother-controlled Suzuki can't wait to raise his hands high. In the past, Suzuki, who was only 6 years old, was not qualified to participate in such conversations. Uchiha has a strict internal hierarchy. Although Suzuki is the son of the patriarch, he is not even a genin, so his words cannot be taken seriously. But now it's different. Because of Itachi's Lifetime video, Uchiha's elites can see the talent and strength of Suzuki in the future through the video. Suzuki, who lost his family's shelter and became an orphan in future videos, can grow to such a height. What about Suzuki, who has been carefully raised by his family? How strong will his future be? As a result, Suzuki's status in the hearts of all Uchiha people has skyrocketed. It seems that Suzuki is being trained as the next patriarch. Mobai listened to the group of people muttering quietly, and did not intend to speak. Not to mention the people Uchiha, even the owner of the shop is not clear about the rules of the blind box, and it is not so easy to analyze when it comes to such mysterious things as luck. Advertisement. However, what Itachi said was exactly what he meant. Anyway, as long as the blind box is sold. In Mobai's eyes, opening one is the same as opening 10 eights. After all, it only counts as a chance to draw a lottery. If that's the case, isn't it normal for him to have a negative and sabotage mood? The three elders have been secretly paying attention to Mobai's expression. Seeing that Mobai is calm, they can't guess what Mobai is thinking for a while. It is more difficult than going to the sky to find out the secrets about the blind box from Mobai. Of course, they only dare to speculate through looks, language, and eyes. As for using Sharingan or secret techniques to test, they naturally dare not. The mysterious origin of Mobai is one thing, it is more that they pin their hopes of Uchiha's rise on the blind box. Don't dare to offend Mobai in the slightest. If the owner of Mobai is offended and doesn't sell their blind boxes, it will be worth the loss. If that's the case, let's end my blind box today. Uchiha Fugaku finally chose to believe in his own son. After watching the video in the conference room, because some of the clan members were too angry, Fugaku was trying to soothe the clan people's emotions, so that he didn't have time to have a good talk with Itachi. However, Fugaku can also see that Itachi's attitude towards him has become much better and closer. Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, but was happy. For Itachi, he has placed high expectations on it since he was a child, and it is because of this that he has always taught Itachi severely and is extremely harsh to him. This is also the reason why Itachi became more and more alienated from him. Now, because of Mobai's blind box shop and because of that video about the future, Itachi has untied the knot in his heart, and the estrangement with his father has gradually melted away. It's just that neither father and son are good at expressing their feelings directly. Itachi took the initiative to show affection to him, which was already a good start. Fugaku, this is just Itachi's guess. Didn't you prepare 1 million taels? Why don't you spend all the money? The great elder still does not want to give up. No. Fugaku shook his head. It's not the only reason for Itachi's analysis. My intuition tells me that my luck has come to an end. If I continue driving, I'll just fall into a gambler's frenzy. After he finished speaking, seeing the gloomy expression on the elder's face, Fugaku thought for a while and said, Elder, why don't I give you the money? How about you try to open a few blind boxes too? No need. The elder decisively refused. He gave Fugaku an angry look, but his tone was gentle. Do you really think I'm here to open the blind box? I just want to make you stronger. It's about the future of the Uchiha family. I'm too old, I can't wait too long. I hope to see the glorious rise of our Uchiha family in my lifetime, rather than a tragic death. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his eyes. I know. How could he not know that the elders were concerned about the safety of the Uchiha family? It's just luck, it's useless to rush. If that's the case, then fine. The elder did not say anything more. The other two elders didn't say a word either, agreeing with Fugaku's opinion. While they can't wait to make Fugaku stronger, it can't be rushed. Next, let Aoki come. Second elder Uchiha glanced at everyone, his tone unquestionably authentic. It's my turn, great, my luck has never been bad. Uchiha Aoki is confident and has a hearty smile, which is quite different from the serious and arrogant appearance of other Uchihas. Boss, this is 100,000 taels, please accept it. He smiled and handed the money to Mobai. The amount of money was 10,000 taels, Mobai simply counted it, and it was 100,000 taels. This should be the money that Uchiha Aoki had saved for a long time. It seems that the Jonin of Uchiha are not all so rich. By the time Mobai received the money, Uchiha Aoki had already picked out the blind box. He placed the blind box on the table, and did not open it immediately, but acted in a manner of prayer, and then wriggled his mouth and chanted an unknown incantation. After a long while, he seriously opened the blind box. A burst of golden light shot out from the opened blind box. One detonating charm, a common charm in the ninja world. After detonation, it will explode after a certain period of time. The power is huge, no less than the advanced fire-style ninjutsu released by Jonin. It can be used in conjunction with kunao, or it can be used for setting traps. Boss, what did Aoki drive this time? This kid is both a prayer and a spell, so luck should be a blessing, right? Although it hurts to say that, I still have to say that I think Aoki's luck may not be very good. He is too exaggerated. Sometimes luck is like this. The more you worry about it, the more counterproductive it is. Ming, you can shut up and stop cursing me. My intuition tells me that this blind box will definitely be able to open something good. This is something I carefully selected and can't go wrong. Uchiha Aoki believes in himself. Suzuki's curiosity couldn't sit still. He looked at Mobai. Boss, what did you drive? Mobai replied directly, a detonating symbol. Ha, let me just say, Aoki's luck won't be very good. Sure enough. Uchiha couldn't help cheering when he heard the result from Mobai. Shut up, the elder scolded him in displeasure. Uchiha Ming shrugged his shoulders, made a zipper to shut his mouth, and then smirked, not daring to show it too much, for fear of annoying the elders. Advertisement. A detonator, Uchiha Fugaku murmured, and although a little disappointed, he didn't show it on his face. The current clansmen need to be motivated. As the patriarch, no matter how disappointed he was in his heart, he couldn't show it to avoid affecting the morale of the clansmen. Although morale is not necessarily linked to luck, who can say for sure? What if? Uchiha Aoki hugged his head and shouted, why is my luck so bad? A detonating talisman is only between 300 taels and 500 taels, and I can only open a detonating talisman for 100,000 taels. Damn it, I'm so unwilling. However, it is useless to be unwilling. The blind box depends on luck. If you can't open something good, you can only admit that you are unlucky. The above are the thoughts of everyone in Uchiha. Of course, because they had to take into account Uchiha Aoki's mood, they did not speak out, but recited this cruel fact in their hearts. Mobai glanced at everyone. Who wants to drive next? Let me do it. Uchiha Yatsushiro stood up. He handed the prepared money to Mobai, which was exactly 200,000 taels. After nodding to Mobai, he strode to the shelf and began to carefully select blind boxes. Yashiro uncle actually wants to drive too. I hope he can have good luck. Suzuki clenched the coke in his hand nervously. He drank only a third of the 500 ml of coke. He raised his head and winked at Itaka and Nissan. What do you think? I don't know, Itaka said. Shisui also joined the conversation between the brothers at this time. I think Yatsushiro's luck should be better than Aoki. Maybe he can drive something good. Coming. As soon as the voice fell, I saw two golden lights flashing dazzlingly. Devil fruit, paramecia, Dodo fruit. Devil fruit from the world of pirates, belonging to paramecia. Ability, the constitution becomes spherical particles, evading attacks, and can also use the body transformed into Dodo to quickly attack the opponent, which is in paramecia a rather special fruit. Similar to chop chop fruit. A bottle of hypnosis perfume. It comes from a product from Otherworld. Just spraying it can make the person who smells it instantly sleepy and then fall into sleep. After seeing devil fruit, Ra was Mobai, and couldn't help being stunned. I didn't expect someone to be able to open such a good thing so soon. Although this devil fruit is just paramecia, it looks normal. But as the saying goes, there is no garbage fruit, only garbage fruit ability. If one's own talent and physique are strong enough, even the trash can develop top-level abilities. The boss's expression is a bit weird. Shouldn't the things that the 8 generations open are rubbish? Possible. Hey, after opening so many blind boxes in a row, I couldn't open anything good. I'm so nervous now, I'm afraid it's my turn, and my luck is just as bad. Me too, after all, that's 100,000 taels. I don't dare to ask for the same luck as the patriarch now. Even if I can make other worlds famous wine like Taihuo, I will be satisfied. It's not necessarily so. Uchiha Shisui had a different view. I see the boss's expression. The things that the 8 generations of seniors open should be very shocking, otherwise the boss would never show such an expression. You must know that the patriarch has opened so many blind boxes just now, and the boss's expression has not changed. Pass. Itaken nodded. Well, I think the same as Shisui. Boss, may I ask what Yatsushiro uncle did? Did he do something good like the big brother said? Suzuki walked towards Mobai and asked with bright eyes. His voice was not loud, but all of them attracted the gazes of the 3 elders Uchiha Fugaku. In addition, other Uchiha people also cast a hesitant look at the boss Mobai. Everyone is curious about what Yashiro has come up with. Mobai also detoured. He looked at Uchiha and said, "You are lucky, you drove devil fruit from Otherworld." Devil fruit, a fruit with a spiral pattern, can give people mysterious and interesting superpowers after eating. Devil fruit is divided into 3 major categories, namely Logia, Zoan, Paramecia. Logia is the master's natural ability such as wind, thunder, ice, fire, and snow after eating the fruit. Zoan can be turned into an animal and has the ability of an animal. Zoan is divided into ancient species and magical beast species, such as the 8-headed snake, phoenix, blue dragon, etc. that appear in mythology. What you drew is Paramecia's peas fruit, which has the ability to turn the body into spheres of various sizes, and to turn objects into spheres to attack the enemy. When encountering physical damage such as swords, the body can actively split into spheres. The sphere avoids damage. What? After listening to Mobai's introduction, everyone in Uchiha couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. This kind of fruit is too convenient, no need to practice, an ordinary person can become a strong person by eating this devil fruit, it's crazy. The mythical beast? Phoenix? Qinglong? You know it's very powerful. God, if you let me drive a devil fruit like this, wouldn't I be so powerful in an instant? Wow, that's amazing. Suzuki was also deeply attracted by the content of Mobai's explanation, and he stared at the 2 light groups with burning eyes. The luck of Yatsushiro uncle is really good. Devil fruit, Uchiha Itaki murmured. These fruit abilities, which are very different from ninjutsu, also make him extremely novel. Otherworld is really interesting. Compared with the abilities of the ninja world, the devil fruit abilities of these 5 flower 8 gates are really powerful and interesting. Such a world should be very exciting. Shisui narrowed his eyes in surprise. The first elder clenched his hands tightly and couldn't contain his excitement. Okay, very good, Bade, you are really reliable. This kind of devil fruit, if our Uchiha clan can open a few more from the blind box, what will Konoha be afraid of? Advertisement. Nice job, Yatsushiro. The other 2 elders also had excitement in their eyes, and their hearts were too hot. They are all battle-hardened ninjas. Although Mobai's explanation just now is not detailed enough, with their experience and eyesight, it is natural to see devil fruit's extraordinary abilities. Peas fruit, it may sound tasteless, but it is not. As long as it is developed and used in conjunction with ninjutsu, it is definitely a secret killer. It seems that Yatsushiro's luck is really good. The corners of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth rose slightly. Yada is a little older than him. They have known each other since childhood, and they have always been his right arm. Yada can make good things out of the blind box, and he is sincerely happy for him. The dazzling golden light group flew towards Uchiha Yakian at this time. An orange fruit with a strange thread shape fell on the table. Everyone in Uchiha gathered around curiously. A pair of eyes stared at devil fruit, full of curiosity and interest. Is this devil fruit? It looks really weird. I don't know how it tastes. It should be delicious. After all, such a rare and unique thing should not taste bad. Suzuki blinked. Yashiro uncle, would you like to take a bite now and taste it? Uchiha Yashiro smiled and shook his head. No, this devil fruit, I don't plan to eat it myself, I plan to take it home and give it to my son Langyu. After Uchiha Yatsushiro finished speaking, everyone was silent for a while, and then echoed. It's always a pity that Langyu couldn't refine chakra. But it's good now. If he can eat devil fruit and have the superpower of strange fruits, this is also a way out. Now that the 8 generations have finally come to an end, they have a knot in their hearts. Congratulations, Yatsushiro. Congratulations, 8 generations of seniors. Listening to everyone's thanks, Uchiha Yatsushiro blushed. By the way, let me tell you about devil fruit's flaws. Mobai glanced at everyone, and his clear voice suddenly sounded. It's not that he wants to spoil the atmosphere. Since he has drawn this devil fruit, he must make it clear. What defect is this devil fruit? A defective product? Uchiha everyone was anxious. Especially Uchiha Yatsushiro, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Mo by eagerly. Boss, is the devil fruit I opened really a defective product? Is it seriously defective? If I let my son eat this fruit, will it affect my son's body? It doesn't matter. Hearing Mo Bai's words, Uchiha Yatsushiro exhaled. The tension hangs in the heart and relaxes a little. It's fine if it doesn't affect it. Uchiha Shisui rolled his eyes and said with a thoughtful voice, Boss, this flaw you are talking about is about all devil fruits, right? Good. Mo Bai nodded, his voice calm and slow. Devil fruit can be understood as the incarnation of various demon abilities. If you eat devil fruit, you will be rejected by the sea and become a landlubber that cannot swim. Is the defect just turning into a landlubber? It doesn't seem like a fatal defect. Indeed, compared to the strange and powerful abilities of these devil fruits, they only pay the price of not being able to swim, which is really not a flaw. Great, Yatsushiro doesn't have to worry about this. Hearing the cheerful discussion among the people in Uchiha, Mo Bai shook his head. It's not that he can't swim. More accurately, devil fruit is afraid of water. Not only sea water, including river water, hot springs, game pools, their own bathtubs, etc. Wherever there is a lot of water, demon fruit power cannot stay in the water for a long time, otherwise the whole body will be paralyzed and lose its combat effectiveness. After a pause, Mo Bai continued to explain. Serious, even coma. If you accidentally fall into the sea, the demon fruit power will be drowned. What a strange flaw. In this way, people who eat devil fruit will not be able to enjoy hot springs and bathtubs. But compared to the power of devil fruit, the drawback of not being able to take a bath is nothing. What if it's raining? Uchiha Shisui, if you go on a mission to a shinobi village like the Land of Rain, where it rains all the year round, wouldn't it be impossible for those with fruit abilities to complete the mission? This deficiency of being afraid of water is also very passive when facing the enemy using water style, Uchiha Itaka said in a low voice. Uchiha Shisui spoke to Uchiha Itaki about the key issues. The words of the two reminded the rest of the Uchiha crowd, including Uchiha Yatsushiro, the heartstrings that had slackened tightened again. If you can't face the water style, the devil fruit's flaw will be fatal. You know, in the ninja world, there are a lot of people who know water style, especially Kirigakure and Rain Shinobi Village. The ninjas of these two villages are particularly good at water style. If you encounter it, wouldn't it be powerless to fight back, like a lamb to be slaughtered? Rain and water style are not affected. Seeing the concerns and worries of the people in Uchiha, Mo Bai said in an orderly manner, devil fruit is afraid of water, but it doesn't mean that you can't touch it at all, but the limit of touching it. As long as you don't exceed half your body, you'll be fine when you touch the water. If you exceed the limit of half your body, you will feel powerless. Although two different worlds. However, devil fruit, which is opened from an ordinary blind box, still has the same water-fearing defect as the world of One Piece. Mo Bai guesses. If you want to make up for this defect, you may have to open the devil fruit from the super blind box. Of course, the above is just his personal guess. Whether the super blind box can produce an improved version of the perfect and flawless devil fruit will not be known until someone accumulates 100 blind boxes and spends 1 million taels to open the super blind box. I see. In this way, devil fruit's flaws are not particularly big for us ninjas. No, to be precise, the defect is negligible, as long as you don't go into the sea and the river. Advertisement. Yes, in this way, devil fruit's flaws are nothing. Yashiro can rest assured now. Uchiha Fugaku laughed. Yes. Uchiha Yachi also raised a relieved smile. Excited in my heart. For only 100,000 taels, he can open a devil fruit with bizarre superpowers, solving the problem that has plagued him for a long time. His son, Longyu, is no longer a scorn trash who can't condense chakra. This is really good. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yakian couldn't help but get a little wet in his eyes. He looked at Mo Bai with warm eyes, respectful and grateful. All this thanks to the blind box from the owner of Mo Bai. Mo Bai is quite calm about this. He pointed to another suspended golden light group. The second thing you opened is also good. This item is also from Otherworld, called Hypnosis Perfume. As long as you spray it lightly, the person who smells it will instantly feel sleepy and fall asleep. Dropped with Mo Bai's voice. The golden light turned into a bottle of perfume, and it fell firmly into the hands of Uchiha Yatsushiro. The fragrance is only 100 ml. The bottle is exquisite, in a transparent glass bottle, and the liquid inside is a light purple color, which looks very dreamy. Uchiha Rice Fire, this fragrance is also good, it can be hypnosis, and it can play an unexpected effect for some detective enemy or espionage work. Indeed. Uchiha nodded in agreement. It seems that the luck of Yada is really good. Yada, do you want to open the blind box? Take advantage of the luck now, and open a few more, someone suggested. Uchiha Badao calmly refused. No, I'm very satisfied with opening 2 blind boxes. The next luck will not be very good. People can't be too greedy. The opportunity is left to you. Alright, since that's the case, let me open the next blind box. Uchiha, a middle-aged man about the same age as Uchiha 8000, said. Immediately, he handed the prepared money to Mo-bai respectfully. After the magical items were opened in the blind box shop, everyone in Uchiha completely regarded Mo-bai as a godlike existence and did not dare to show any disrespect. It's exactly 200,000 taels. You can pick 2 blind boxes you like. Mo-bai took the money and said without looking up, "Okay." The middle-aged Uchiha responded and quickly picked the blind box. After a group of Uchiha clansmen gathered around, he didn't hesitate and opened the 2 blind boxes at the same time. 2 more golden lights flashed. Only this time, without asking Mo-bai, the 2 golden lights turned into objects and landed on the table in front of the middle-aged Uchiha. About Devil Fruit's fear of water, this is really not something I wrote blindly, it's a setting in the original book, an ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. An automatic umbrella, fully automatic, no need to fold. Middle-aged Uchiha. He looked at the things that fell on the table, and was immediately stunned. His luck was too bad. 22 actually only opened a shuriken and an umbrella. It seems that Changfeng's luck is not very good. Luck is really mysterious. I thought Changfeng would be able to open something good. After all, he has always had good gambling luck. I didn't expect that his luck in opening the blind box would be so bad. I've decided to just drive one to try my luck. Me too. Changfeng, cheer up, not today, isn't there tomorrow? 30 places per month, not bad for this day. A friend who knew Uchiha Changfeng comforted. Uchiha Changfeng, 30 places is a lot, but the problem is that I don't have that much money. These 200,000 taels are still the private money he secretly hid. Tears. Uchiha Fugaku said at this time, well, as long as everyone can get good things from the blind box that become stronger, they can reimburse the price of the blind box, and the money will come from the clan. Great, the patriarch is really wise. Praise the patriarch. Young Uchihas started blowing rainbow farts to Uchiha Fugaku for no money. Okay, let's open the blind box. Uchiha Fugaku said. Although his face is still unsmiling, it is not difficult to see that he is in a good mood. Next, let me drive, boss, it's 100,000 taels. After Mo-bai accepted the money, the Uchiha had already selected the blind box and opened it. Unfortunately, his luck was not so good. A gorgeous skirt, a gorgeous dress with diamonds. After reading the instructions of the system, Mo-bai couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Your luck is average, but it's more than enough, and you have a very gorgeous diamond-studded dress. Words fall. The golden light flew towards the Uchiha. A dazzling skirt draped down towards him. Ha 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 ha. Flywheel, this guy actually pulls out a woman's skirt. Don't underestimate this dress. It's diamond encrusted. If you sell it on the market, it is estimated that it will sell for a high price. If you meet those nobles who like to be ostentatious, you can even sell it for a sky-high price. Humph. Enough of you. Shut up for me, what's wrong with the skirt? No matter how unlucky I am, I can make a drill skirt. Can you guys, don't make rotten slippers later. Uchiha Flywheel carefully folded her skirt while scolding the booing clan. This dress, it's so beautiful. Suzuki complimented him without hesitation. He thought of his mother, Mikato. If she wore this dress, she would be super pretty. Suzuki was a little moved. But he doesn't plan to buy from Uchiha Flywheel. Instead, I want to go and open the blind box myself. It only makes the most sense if you hand out a skirt to your mother by yourself. Nissan, can you give me the money to open the blind box? He looked at Itaki and said a little embarrassedly. Advertisement. Suzuki, do you want to open the blind box next? Itaki's voice was soft, and his eyes looking at his brother were gentle and patient. Well, I also want to make that kind of diamond-embellished skirt. I want to give it to my mother as a gift. Itaki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Seeing Suzuki looking at him expectantly, he couldn't help but reach out and tap his forehead. Great. Nissan is the best, I love Nissan the most. Another Uchiha man opened the blind box. Cola Mo-bai told the person the result directly, you prescribe a bottle of Coke. The man cried unwillingly. After that, another Uchiha tribe chose to open the blind box. Compared to the previous one, this person's luck is a little bit better. You fired a pistol, unlimited ammo, and overall pretty good. After Mo-bai's commentary fell, a pitch-black pistol was held by the Uchiha. He flipped it over, it feels good, unlimited bullets, very good, I like this gun. The Hokage world also has guns. It's just that the lethality of firearms to ninjas is very general. In addition, the bullet consumption is fast and the price is expensive. Therefore, except for some underground forces, ninjas and samurai disdain to use guns. But if the firearms with unlimited ammo are different. A pistol with unlimited bullets, it seems that the luck this time is not too bad. Next, it was another blind box that 2 Uchiha people were eager to try. A kitchen knife made of stainless steel, it will not rust. Yakiniku rice bowl, the food cooked by Mito Yume from Shiji World. It is made of high-grade A5 Wagyu beef. The meat is roasted in a special way and then sliced and covered with garlic rice fried with butter and butter. Delicious enough to make the waist soft. Emobai glanced at it and explained, "You too." One of you takes out a kitchen knife. One served a yakiniku rice bowl, which was cooked by a beautiful chef from Otherworld. It is said to be so delicious that it makes the waist soft, and it may not have the same effect as bursting shirts. If you're curious, you can try it. Gold light flashed. A kitchen knife is nothing to say. Everyone just looked at it and looked away. Except for Uchiha, who spent 100,000 taels to make a kitchen knife. Everyone else's focus was on the plate of yakiniku rice bowl, because it is so delicious. Not only does it taste delicious, but it also looks great. The tender beef is plump and juicy, and it is extra tempting to cover the crisp white rice. People can't help but lose their appetite and swallow their saliva. The most important is this plate of yakiniku rice bowl from Otherworld. The owner's description of him turned out to be so delicious that the waist is soft and the shirt is bursting. Is there really a food with this effect? Let's not talk about the taste, the effect alone is enough to attract people. Lei Hui, don't be stunned, try it and see if it really has that kind of effect. It's so delicious, it's so funny. Suzuki swallowed and was too greedy for the plate of rice bowl. But compared to delicious food, he focuses more on fun. After all, children are always very new and looking forward to interesting things. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki also looked stunned. It is really these things that are opened from the blind box, which are too bizarre. Through these various items and abilities, you can guess how strange, novel, interesting, and fascinating the world in which these items are located. Then I'll have a taste. After Uchiha Live Y, who served the yakiniku rice bowl, finished speaking, he swallowed. Then he picked up the chopsticks that came out of the blind box along with the yakiniku rice bowl, took a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth with an AHH. Moment. It's so delicious, it's unbearable. Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Suzuki, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku. 3 elders. Uchiha Live Y's face was flushed, and the expression on his face was so exaggerated that he couldn't bear to look directly. The expressions of all the Uchihas present were indescribable. Lei Hui, so you are actually such a person. Very scary. I didn't expect Lei Hui to eat like this in private. His eyes are so hot. Can't look straight. I feel like my Sharinan has been critically hit. The lively and cheerful Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Aoki even knelt down and beat the ground with laughter. Ahahaha, Lei Hui, are you taking aphrodisiac? It's so funny. Don't worry, I have already re-engraved it with Sharinan, and when you get married, I will put it on the wedding. Hahaha. Uchiha Live Y swallowed the beef, knowing that everyone was shocked by his exaggerated reaction, but he couldn't care less. Because the beef bowl in hand is really delicious. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop. He held chopsticks and kept stuffing beef into his mouth. That's the taste, it's great. Sai Gao this time, not only was his face flushed, his eyes were moist, and his muscles were bulging. Then an astonishing scene appeared. The Uchiha costume he was wearing on his body exploded on the spot with a hissing sound. Pieces of rags are flying, and then there is the picture of Uchiha Live Y holding a beef bowl and posing in an enchanting pose. On site it was eerily quiet for a while. Advertisement. Spicy eyes. 2 Nima's hot eyes. Mobai twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, it really deserves to be the food in the world of halberd. This bursting effect really makes people unable to complain. Enough, the great elders shouted solemnly. It was really Lei Hui's disgrace to Uchiha that he couldn't stand it anymore. Uchiha Light Y burst into tears. Elder, I also want to stop, but this is so delicious that I can't stop. Is it really that delicious? This is too exaggerated. Didn't the boss just say that it's delicious enough to make one's clothes burst out? Judging from Lei Hui's reaction, it should be delicious. Good on some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They were so greedy they couldn't stand it. They really wanted to go there and taste the food of Otherworld, but after seeing Lei Hui's stinging behavior after eating beef, the group of people restrained themselves. Lei Hui, tell us what it tastes like. Although I dare not eat it, I know it tastes good. I can't describe it, I can only say, it's so delicious. Blow it up. After speaking, Uchiha Live Y took another big mouthful of beef and rice. So delicious, don't worry about Lei Hui for now. Uchiha Fugaku saw that the 2 young clansmen, Aoki and Ming, were laughing wildly. He frowned and pointed at Uchiha Ming, who had not opened the blind box. Ming, you haven't opened the blind box yet, go ahead and choose the blind box, now it's your turn. Okay, the patriarch. Uchiha Ming quickly restrained the laughter on his face and did not dare to be arrogant. 3 or 2 steps forward, and after handing over the money to Mobai, he went to pick out a black blind box. Then, "I'm going." Uchiha Ming folded his hands together and whispered a word, then withdrew his expression and began to open the blind box in earnest. At this time, the attention of all the Uchiha people returned to the blind box, and Uchiha Livewai has also finished the beef bowl. After eating, he realized that he had just involuntarily acted with hot eyes, and for a while, his sense of shame exploded. "I can't wait to dig a hole and get into it, it's too embarrassing." However, he was no longer followed. After all, it's not good for a man to burst into clothes. Here, Uchiha had already opened the blind box, and the dazzling golden light illuminated his pupils. "I don't know what I'm going to open this time. I hope my luck isn't too bad." Bless you. Chakra capacity increased by 100 scales. As long as this light group is fused, 100 chakra can be increased. This is a permanent chakra, which will always exist in the user's body and can be used inexhaustibly. Mobai glanced at Uchiha Ming. "Your luck is very good," and the chakra capacity increased by 100. "Wow, it looks similar to the chakra recharge card I opened before." Suzuki couldn't help but say something after listening to it. "Hey, is it the same as Mr. Suzuki's drawing before? It seems that Ming's luck is really good." Suzuki seems to have drawn 1000 capacity. Obviously there are only 100 here. Is it too little? Uchiha Shisui glanced at the group of people with a calm gaze. "It's not the same. If I remember correctly, Suzuki's is a one-time use, and the 1000 capacity will be invalid after use. To be precise, if Suzuki cannot take this opportunity to cultivate and improve chakra after using the 1000 chakra recharge card, once the chakra recharge card is used up, the chakra in his body will still return to his original level." As someone who had also seen the Suzuki chakra recharge card, Itake nodded in agreement. "Shisui is right, I did some research on Suzuki's recharge card, and it's true. This kind of recharge card can only be used as a temporary supplement, but it cannot permanently broaden the chakra muscles. Although the capacity of the open chakra is only 100 ticks, it seems to be permanent." "What do you mean? What kind of permanent method? Can't chakra regenerate after it's used up?" "You two are confusing me when you say that." "Me too, I'm confused." Akira Uchiha, who was a party to the blind box, asked Mobai nervously at this time. "Boss, is that so? Is what Shisui told Itake right?" Mobai nodded. "Yes, their analysis is correct. Although you only have 100 scales, you are inexhaustible. As long as you don't die, no matter how you use ninjutsu, the chakra in your body will never be able to consume these 100 ticks. Even if you are beaten to death, as long as you still have a breath, this chakra can keep you alive, which is equivalent to having an extra life-saving charm." So I said, "Your luck is very good." After listening to Mobai's more detailed explanation, everyone at the scene, Uchiha, was shocked. Chakra that can never be consumed. If on the battlefield, this endless chakra will be the enemy's nightmare. Even if it is dragged, it can drag the enemy to death. This is terrible. Originally, when they heard the capacity of 100, everyone disliked it too little and did not take it to heart. But at this moment, after listening to Mobai's explanation, no one would think that way again. The people present were the elites of the Uchiha clan, and many of them had survived the battlefield. They knew best what the inexhaustible 100 chakra represented. All of a sudden, all the Uchihas looked in the direction of the light group, and their eyes were fiery. "Ming, your luck is indeed better than mine. Damn, I spent 100,000 taels to get only one detonating talisman, so I'm not reconciled." Uchiha Aoki complained. "It's really enviable, Ming, this guy. I didn't expect Ming to be able to open such a good thing. I wonder if I will have such good luck in the future." "Very good, Ming, you have been reimbursed for the 100,000 people who opened the blind box this time. You can open it again now. With this luck, you may be able to open something good." The first elder half closed his eyelids, his eyes full of joy and excitement. Uchiha Ming grinned happily and smiled brightly. "Ah, great, I am the first to reimburse the price, then I will not be welcome." After he finished speaking with a smile, under the envious eyes of the Uchihas, he walked up to the shelf in high spirits. After pondering for a while, I finally picked a red blind box. Advertisement. Good luck. Uchiha Ming laughed, and then began to open the blind box. Chakra knife, ninja weapon. There are 4 small holes on the handle to accommodate 4 fingers except the thumb. The handle and the blade are integrated and the outer edge is serrated. Chakra can be poured in. The power is good. The common weapon of Sarutobi Asuma in the original book. "Boss, how is it? What did I drive?" Uchiha Ming couldn't wait to look at Mobai. Mobai gave him a sideways look. "You fire a chakra knife." After Mobai finished speaking, Uchiha Ming already had a chakra knife in his hand. The 4 small holes just pierced through his fingers, and he waved it a few times in his hand, and it felt good. Although such chakra weapons are not cheap, they are not worth 100,000 taels. However, because it was reimbursed within the clan, it was equivalent to a chakra knife obtained in vain, and Uchiha was clearly satisfied. The great elder's face was grim and disappointed, and he stood there without saying a word. Uchiha Fugaku pinched his brows. Who will open next? I'm coming, Patriarch. Me too. So, two more Uchiha tribesmen stepped forward to select the blind box. They each gave 100,000 taels, so both of them only took a blind box. Everyone in Uchiha focused their eyes on the blind box with great interest. However, this time, they were destined to be disappointed. 1 kunao, universal kunao in the ninja world. Bing Bing pills, general purpose Bing Bing pills in the ninja world. The golden light quickly dissipated, and the items were presented directly in front of everyone, without the need for Mobai to explain. It turned out to be just Kyuwo and Bingliangwan. It seems that the luck this time is not very good. Pity. Come on, maybe you can drive something good next time. Next, another Uchiha tribe paid to open the blind box. Compared with the previous two people, his luck is not so good. Mobai, you opened a box of delicious anko soup with a shelf life of 12 months. Damn, my 100,000 taels. It's just something like anko soup. The man was so unwilling, he bent over and ran behind the crowd with a large box of anko soup that was opened. At the same time, not far from the blind box store, Black Zetsu tried many times, but was still unable to sneak into the blind box shop. His face was gloomy and angry. Damn it, Uchiha, it's okay if you can't enter this blind box store. Even the previous Uchiha meeting had a seal barrier. It's really abominable. Not long ago, Black Zetsu followed Itachi, Shisui, and Suzuki, silently sneaking into the Uchiha conference room. He thought that he could find useful information about the blind box shop. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shisui would carefully set up a sealing barrier in the meeting room. Black Zetsu was stopped outside the barrier. Although he has the means to break through the barrier, once the barrier is broken, Uchiha's people find the intruder. When he sneaked in to snoop, it was meaningless, and a battle was inevitable. Although he has lived for thousands of years, his strength is not outstanding. Facing a group of Uchiha, he just fled in embarrassment. But leaving like this, Black Zetsu is not reconciled. So he waited outside Uchiha's conference room. After finally waiting for Uchiha's group of people to come out of the conference room, Black Zetsu followed them to the blind box shop. I thought that this time I could use Uchiha's people to infiltrate the blind box store smoothly, but did not expect. Just as he drilled into the ground, he was ejected by a mysterious force. Damn it, Black Zetsu cursed. After thinking about it, he finally decided to go back first and communicate with Obito about what happened here. Maybe there will be a turnaround later. At this time, Black Zetsu didn't know that Obito had entered the blind box store and opened the blind box. He hadn't contacted Obito because of his stalking Uchiha, resulting in poor information. If Black Zetsu knew that as long as he had no malice towards the blind box, he would be able to open the blind box openly with money, he would probably be suffocated to death. If he knew it was so simple, why would he waste so many things? Unfortunately, Black Zetsu didn't know about it earlier. Hateful, Black Zetsu scolded lowly, and finally left reluctantly. Uchiha medicine smelled towards Imobai. This time, let me drive, boss, it's 200,000 taels, please accept it. Imobai took the money and glanced up at Uchiha. Advertisement. This is a fairly sedate middle-aged man, and according to his understanding, this man, like Uchiha Yada, is a confidant of Uchiha Fugaku. Guest, I wish you good luck. Thank you. Uchiha was startled for a moment, slightly flattered. Immediately, he smiled at Imobai, hesitated, and opened his mouth with an inquiring tone. Boss, can you please help me choose these two blind boxes? Ha! Is this still possible? Senior Yaoi is worthy of being one of the right arms of the Patriarch, Lord Nobuyuki. He can think of this trick. Yes, as the owner of the blind box shop, the boss will definitely not have bad luck. It's up to the boss to choose the blind box. Even if you can't open heaven-defying good things, it won't open up useless things like cola and umbrellas. It's a pity, why didn't I think of this trick just now? Damn, I've already spent all my money. Can anyone lend me some money? I'll use this trick later to get the boss to help choose the blind box. In the discussion among Uchiha's group, Imobai nodded and agreed to Uchiha's request for medicinal flavor. First of all, everything in the blind box store is based on luck. The owner of the blind box store, including me, also has to abide by the rules of the blind box store. The blind box I picked may not be as good as yours. You have to be psychological about this. Prepare. Uchiha's medicine smells, but his tone is firm. Boss, I believe your luck is better than mine. Okay. Having said that, Imobai stopped talking nonsense. Just turned around and took two blind boxes from the shelf for Uchiha flavor. One gray, one light blue. He handed the blind box to Uchiha flavor. Good luck. Uchiha took the blind box, took a deep breath, and proceeded to dismantle it cautiously. Two golden lights are dazzling. He flew straight to the table in front of Uchiha's medicine smell. That's a weird doll. Hey, this doll's eyes, how can there be a kind of evil and resentful feeling, which makes people creepy and creepy for no reason? What doll is this? Substitute doll, a strange creature from a certain otherworld, derived from the companion ghost of the S-level specter. The owner only needs to drop a drop of his own blood on the surrogate doll, and the doll can die once instead of himself. Note, the doll for the dead is a one-time item and will be invalid after use. Another blind box item also received a prompt from the system at this time. A low-level version of Ziswai Dan. The Ziswai Dan from the low martial arts world can wash impurities, viruses, etc. in the body after taking it. In addition, it can also widen the muscles and restore the body to the most perfect state one can achieve. What's the other one? Everyone's eyes turned slightly, and they turned to the object transformed by the second golden light. I saw a black elixir the size of a pearl lying quietly at the feet of the doll on the flat wooden table. The scent of medicine, accompanied by the bloody smell of the dead baby. This scene is extraordinarily strange. This looks like a pill. I always feel that these two things are very extraordinary. The blind box that the boss personally selected is really useful. Senior Yaoi has made a lot of money this time. Mobai looked at the two things and looked slightly startled. It was not known whether his luck played a role, or whether Uchiha's medicinal luck prevailed. In short, it is really good luck to be able to open these two things. Mobai looked at the surrogate doll with a hint of interest in his eyes. The doll is not big, about 20 centimeters. She was wearing a bright red lace dress and a pair of round-toed shoes on her feet. A delicate red bow was tied on top of her long black hair. This doll is really delicate, if not covered in blood. It's just those eyes full of bloodshot and resentment, no matter how weird and scary they look. This doll is called a surrogate doll. It is a strange creature from otherworld. The owner can activate the surrogate doll as long as the owner drips his own blood into the doll. When encountering a certain death situation, the surrogate doll will die instead of the owner. Once Mobai's words changed. The doll for the dead is a one-time item, and it will be invalid after one use. Hearing this, all the Uchiha pupils in the store shrank suddenly, shocked. Uchiha Itake turned his attention to the surrogate doll. It can die once in place of the owner. This doll is really weird and powerful. Such items have never existed in the entire ninja world. The blind box in the boss's shop is really amazing. Uchiha Itake looked sideways at Mobai. I found that Mobai was only surprised at first, and then he looked indifferent. It seems that this sort of thing, which they consider heaven-defying, has long been commonplace in the blind box shop owner of Mobai. Itake couldn't help but think of the fairy beans from Otherworld that Mobai mentioned to them when he and Shisui first entered the store. As long as you have a breath, you can be resurrected with full blood after eating the fairy bean. Such heaven-defying things, perhaps in Mobai's eyes, are just commonplace. Uchiha Itake clenched his palms, his mind fluctuating for a long time. Suzuki's eyes widened, staring at the bloody surrogate doll in shock. It's amazing. Owning this doll is equivalent to an extra life. I'm so envious of Uncle. Thinking that the big brother had agreed to give him the money to open the blind box again, Suzuki couldn't help but frenzy. If only he could drive something like this. But thinking about it, Suzuki calmed down. I waited to open the blind box, but to open a gift skirt for my mother, not for myself. Uchiha Shisui also looked surprised. He murmured to himself, I even open things like dead dolls. Wouldn't it be better for a blind box that has been touched by the boss's hand? Good. Medicine taste, you are so good. The great elder's face was flushed red, with a few good words in a row, and his excited expression could not be concealed. Yaoi, the 200,000 yuan has been reimbursed, and you will open 2 more. After a pause, he seemed to realize something, and spoke again in an emphatic tone. Advertisement. By the way, it's best to ask the boss to help you choose the 2 blind boxes that will be opened later. Yes, great elder. Uchiha nodded. He looked at the surrogate doll on the table, and his eyes were full of excitement and ecstasy. I really didn't expect that I would be able to open such a powerful thing from the blind box. With this surrogate doll, he is equivalent to an extra life. And this surrogate doll is a real thing. There is no rule that death must be used by himself. He can even use it to make family members who are in danger of life drop blood to recognize the Lord in advance. In this way, the original death situation of the family can be avoided. Thinking about it, Rao is the calm and reserved smell of Uchiha medicine. At this moment, he can't help but be short of breath, and his heart beats a few times. Medicine, congratulations. Uchiha Fugaku is concise and to the point, but those deep eyes couldn't hold back the joyful look. And other Uchiha people. After listening to Mobai's explanation of the doll for the dead, they all showed a look of shock and envy. A pair of eyes looked at the doll's death doll, bursting with fiery rays of light. Before, I thought the surrogate doll was weird and terrifying, but now I find that she's getting more and more cute. What's the matter? Nonsense, a doll that can die for death, so heaven-defying, even if it looks horrible, it's cute and cute. If I could have this doll, I would hold her even when I was sleeping. Hey, what are you talking about? It's easy for people to misunderstand what you said. Then again, I'm so envious of Senior Yaoi. Yeah, it's really enviable. Just this doll for the death is not something that money can measure. Damn, I've run out of money. Who still has money? Lend me 100,000 taels. I'll also learn from the medicine-flavored predecessors, and ask the boss to help pick a blind box. It seems that the blind box chosen by the boss is really lucky. Unfortunately, I have no money. Uchiha Taihuo raised his elbow and hit Uchiha Rice Fire. You haven't opened it yet, this is a good opportunity. Uchiha's eyes were hot for a while. Yes, I will also ask the boss to help me choose a blind box later. I am not lucky. I am already excited and looking forward to it. The second and third elders were also excited. Immediately, the two of them turned their attention to the black pill next to the doll. Among them, the second elder asked Mobai with an old and hoarse voice, "Boss, what is the specific effect of this pill? Can you tell us more about it?" The second elder's words reminded the Uchihas in the store. By the way, in addition to the dead doll, a pill was prescribed. Don't know what the pill does, it shouldn't be bad. Facing the curious gazes of all the Uchihas, Mobai introduced with a chuckle, "This pill is called Zisui Dan, washing marrow pill." Second elder Uchiha whispered suspiciously. Just a name, he can't guess the effect of this pill. After all, there is no such pill in the ninja world. Mobai went on to explain, Zisui Dan, as the name suggests, cuts tendons and washes the marrow. After taking the post-elixirs, when the effect is exerted, the impurities, viruses and some dark wounds in the user's body will be removed and repaired, so that the user's state can be restored to the most perfect state of his own body. Everyone in Uchiha had guessed that it was just a healing pill, but I didn't expect that this mediocre black medicinal pill would have such an amazing effect. In an instant, everyone's eyes were scorchingly directed to the Zisui Dan. Heavy breathing, bright eyes. Even 6-year-old Suzuki was no exception. He didn't want to eat it by himself, but longed to have such a pill, so that his big brother could take it. Suzuki remembers that in that Lifetime video clip, his big brother didn't die at his own hands, but he was terminally ill and had run out of oil. That battle completely consumed Nissan's last vitality. Suzuki heard it very clearly. In the introduction just now by the boss, this pill can remove and repair even viruses and dark wounds, so that the body can return to the most perfect state. If Nissan could take such a pill, will there be no more terminal illnesses like those in future videos? It's good stuff. The first elder was completely excited, and a pair of old tiger eyes frequently shot out fiery radiance. It's luck, heaven-defying. Yeah, I thought it was good enough for the dead baby, but I didn't expect that Senior Yaoi would even prescribe such a powerful medicinal pill. Cleanse the marrow pill. I really want a pill that can remove impurities in the body and repair dark wounds. Why is my luck so bad? Damn it. Me too. People are really different, it's too shocking. Blind boxes are opened at the same price. Why can others offer such a good thing as washing marrow pills for dead dolls, and I only offered a kunao? Shishui Dan. The party's Uchiha tasted ecstatic. Unable to hide his excited eyes, he immediately stared at the Zisui Dan on the table. For only 200,000 taels, he offered something good that could not be measured by price. No, to be precise, he is equivalent to not spending money. You must know that the 200,000 taels, just now, the first elder personally said that he would be reimbursed for him. Uchiha Yaoi clenched his fists and suppressed his ecstasy. He looked at Mobai, not forgetting his gratitude. Thank you boss, thank you very much, I can sell these two good things, and it is also in your light, I am very grateful. It doesn't have to be. Mobai waved his hand, it's all just your luck. However, Uchiha people don't think so. Yaoi can prescribe these two good things, perhaps due to its own luck, but more, I am afraid that it is the light of the blind box shop owner. In their hearts, Mobai has been classified as a general existence of sage of six paths. He is extraordinary, and his natural luck is also different from those ninjas. Advertisement. Boss, I want to open 2 more blind boxes next, can you help me get 2 more? Uchiha hesitated for a while before opening the mouth. Yes. Mobai glanced at him and said softly, but you have already opened 2 good things in a row. The next luck may not be so good. Are you sure you want me to get the blind box for you? Uchiha Yaoi nodded affirmatively. Boss, please help. Words fall. He took out 200,000 tael bills from his pocket and handed them to Mobai respectfully with both hands. This money is his own. Before Uchiha Yaoi came, he had prepared 700,000 taels, paid 200,000 taels before, and still had 500,000 taels to use. As for reimbursement money, it won't be that fast. After getting the Huizuli, the money will be issued after completing the application form and after some verification. Mobai said nothing, took the money, turned around and handed Uchiha 2 blind boxes directly. All the Uchihas in the store gathered around. For these 2 blind boxes, they were full of expectations and thought they would be able to open something good. However, they think too much. A box of cream ice cream 800 grams. An ordinary knife, it can be used to cut fruit. Seeing the light group lingering for a long time, Uchiha couldn't help looking at Immobile. Boss, what is the prescription this time? Immobile didn't answer, but raised his hand and summoned two groups of golden light. The golden light fell on the table before everyone's eyes. The light dissipated. A box of cold ice cream and a 15-centimeter long knife caught everyone's eyes. Only ice cream and a knife were given out. All the Uchihas were dumbfounded. Especially Uchiha medicinal flavor. He was full of confidence, and he was very sure that with the luck of the owner of Immobile, he could open two good things again. I didn't expect it to be the most common item that came out. His face froze all of a sudden. It's not that he's complaining about anything, the main reason is that the gap between the front and rear is too much, which severely exceeds his psychological expectations. So much so that he couldn't hold back his emotions. The scene seemed a little quiet. The Uchihas were really struck by the contrast between before and after. The person who originally planned to open the blind box again, and was going to let Immobile, the store owner, help to choose the blind box, couldn't help but beat the drum for a while. I thought to myself, sure enough, the opportunistic way will not work. Immobile didn't change his expression. He had long known that such a bug could not exist. The blind box system says random, then it is absolutely random. To say that it depends on luck, that is absolutely depends on luck. Discrimination? Non-existent. Next, who wants to open the blind box again? Immobile saw that everyone in Uchiha wanted to die, and as the owner, he asked a symbolic question. Boss, I'll drive. Suzuki waved his hand at this time, and after Immobile looked over, he reached out to pull Itaka's hem. Nissan, give me the money to the boss, I want to drive now. Kindness. Itaka didn't say much, he took out a 100,000 tael bill and handed it to Immobile. Immobile took the money and chuckled. Suzuki, do you want to get the blind box yourself, or do you want me to get it for you? That, I want to take it myself. Suzuki said angrily. Delicate little face, slightly embarrassed. He didn't dislike the boss. It's just that he wants to pick the blind box by himself, because this is the blind box he is going to open a gift for his mother. Okay, you can choose slowly. Immobile yawned, turned around and pulled up a chair to sit down, watching Suzuki pick the blind box. The other Uchiha tribesmen were also looking at Suzuki's blind box. The smell of Uchiha's medicine had calmed down by this time. He really lost his temper just now. However, he is a calm person. Although he is slightly embarrassed, he conceals it well. He carefully puts away the items that he has opened. After thinking about it, he handed the box of ice cream to Fugaku. This is for little Suzuki. Uchiha Fugaku is also welcome. Because Uchiha has no children in Yaoi's family, his son and daughter are already independent ninjas. I thank you for Suzuki here. Suzuki had already picked out the blind box. Uchiha Fugaku took the ice cream and strode over with Uchiha Medicinal. Boss, what am I driving out? After Suzuki opened the blind box, he saw that the golden light he opened was different from before, and it looked like a dying electric light when it went out. He couldn't help getting nervous and asked Immobile directly. Uchiha Itaki also looked at Immobile with a calm expression on his face, as if he was not nervous. But if you look closely at the clenched hands under his sleeves, you can tell that he is definitely in the same mood as Suzuki at the moment. Shisui also cast a curious gaze, but he wasn't too nervous. He thought that if Suzuki couldn't make something good this time, he would pay for another blind box for Suzuki. Although Uchiha Fugaku didn't speak, his attention was all on the golden light ball that Suzuki opened. Please allow me to take a look. After Immobile said lightly, he started to check the system prompt. Somersault cloud, a flying prop from the world of Dragon Ball, a yellow cloud, only people with a pure mind can sit on it, and the flying speed is 2,000 km per hour. Somersault cloud. I didn't expect to open such an interesting flying object. When Immobile watched 7 Dragon Ball as a child, he fantasized about having somersault clouds. Now seeing the props that he liked as a child being opened, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Seeing Suzuki staring at him nervously with wide-eyed eyes full of anticipation, Immobile didn't give a shit, smiled and said, "Congratulations, Suzuki, your luck is very good this time, and you have a very unique flying prop." Forward. Advertisement. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, then he smiled ecstatically when he realized it. Boss, tell me quickly, what kind of flying prop? OMG. He actually drove something that could fly. Awesome. Flying props, this is a good thing that can lead people to fly. Among them, the Uchiha people were shocked when they heard this answer, and then they were happy. Flying props, it sounds like an item that can take a person to fly. Little Master Suzuki's luck today is really unusual. He has opened so many good things in a row. Uchiha Itaka's eyes moved slightly. Suzuki, good luck, congratulations. There was also a happy smile on Uchiha Fugaku's serious face. The ice cream he held in his hand kept emitting cold air, and his hands were frozen red, but Fugaku didn't care. Although he didn't speak, he kept looking at Suzuki with gratified eyes, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes. Uchiha Shisui patted his friend Itaki on the shoulder. Now, don't worry. Itake looked tense just now, and he saw it all. Don't look at Itake's old age and precociousness, in fact, he is just an 11-year-old child. Itake responded in a low voice. Very good. Fugaku, you are so enviable, Suzuki, you are really good. The elder said with a smile, without concealing his appreciation and optimism for Suzuki. Fugaku didn't answer. He just smiled at the elder, as a response to him. In his heart, he is proud of the excellence of his children, but he is an introverted person and is not good at revealing his feelings. At this time, the light group turned into a cloud and flew towards Suzuki. Hey, it turned out to be a cloud. Suzuki stared at the yellow cloud that stopped in front of him, his eyes widening in surprise. Mobai smiled at this time. Yes, it's a cloud, the full name is Somersault Cloud. The flight speed is 2,000 kilometers per hour. As long as you sit on it, you can control the cloud as you want. If you want it to be slow, you can slow it down. If you want it to be fast, you can go fast. Wow, awesome. Suzuki stared at the cloud with sparkling eyes, a look of excitement eager to try. A group of uchihas also gathered around. Facing the somersault cloud, there was a lot of novel discussion. It turns out that clouds can also take people to fly. It's amazing and interesting. This yellow cloud looks very puffy and soft. If you sit on it and fly, it should be very comfortable. Looks like I want to try it. However, this cloud looks light and fluffy. Can it really be manned? Will the cloud disperse with a bang as soon as I sit on it? Definitely no such problem. If there is a problem, the boss will say it when he introduced it just now. It's really fun. It can fly 2,000 kilometers in 1 hour, and it doesn't take much time to enter other countries at this speed. If it is on the battlefield, this cloud called Somersault Cloud will definitely play an unexpected strategic role. Little Master Suzuki, go up and try it out. Let's see how this somersault cloud can fly. At this moment, Emobai opened his mouth and said, by the way, I forgot to tell you that this somersault cloud requires a person with a pure heart to sit on it, which is the so-called pure heart. Other people can't sit on it. Even if they force it, they will fall from the somersault cloud. Emobai's words made Suzuki let out a sigh of surprise. Only people with a pure mind can sit on it. How to judge this? Does it know about somersaults? Can it test the mind of the rider? Suzuki tilted his head to look at Emobai and asked a series of questions. Emobai smiled slightly. Well, yes, Somersault Cloud will judge by himself. If you are interested, you can try it. After hearing Emobai's words, not only Suzuki was excited, but the other Uchiha people on the field were also eager to move. Nissan, do you want to try it first? Although Suzuki really wanted to try it, he still thought of his big brother for the first time. Itake shook his head. No, Suzuki, come on, I might not be able to sit on it. Itake lowered his gaze slightly dimmed. In the future, he can do things like genocide, which shows that he is by no means a person with a pure and good heart. Itake. Uchiha Shisui patted his shoulder reassuringly. The careful Shisui obviously knew what Itake was thinking, so he couldn't help worrying about his friend. Itake smiled lightly, and the two of them didn't say anything more, but refocused their attention on the somersault cloud. Okay, then I'll try it. After Suzuki finished speaking, he jumped up and easily jumped onto the somersault cloud. Ha ha ha, it didn't fall. Great, somersault cloud, fly up. Suzuki threw his fist and commanded happily. Whoosh dash in the blink of an eye, somersault clouds flew around the blind box store interior. Because the space is too small, the somersault cloud does not fly fast. But Rao was like this, which still surprised the Uchiha people who witnessed this scene in the store. I didn't expect it to actually fly. So, does young Master Suzuki have the heart of a child? It looks very good. If there is this somersault cloud on the mission, wouldn't it be unnecessary to hurry? Just sit on it and fly to your destination. It's so cool. It makes me want to sit down. Uchiha Aoki and Uchiha Akira, the young Uchihas, couldn't help the longing and anticipation in their hearts, and shouted to Suzuki, who was standing above the somersault cloud. Young Master Suzuki, come down, let me try it too. Yes, let me try it too. It's so fun, Suzuki, give me a ride too. The fluffy and soft flying clouds must be super comfortable to lie on. Okay, Suzuki smiled generously. Immediately, he controlled the somersault cloud and fell, and when he was more than 1 meter from the ground, Suzuki jumped directly. You can all try, ha 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 ha, so I can see whose heart is not pure. Suzuki blinked, smiling a little darkly. Well, let me be the first to come. My heart is super pure. The kindness that will help old grandma when crossing the road. This somersault cloud, I will definitely be able to sit on it. Uchiha Aoki was confident, and after he finished speaking, he jumped up towards the somersault cloud. Boom! However, the slap in the face came so quickly that Uchiha Aoki fell down. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, Aoki, I knew you couldn't do it, a cunning guy. How can you be pure in heart? Look at me, I must be fine. After Uchiha Ming laughed, he glanced at somersault cloud and jumped up. Boom! Uchiha Ming, fell a dog and eat shit. Uchiha Aoki ha 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 ha, let you laugh at me, deserve it. This scene deeply caught the attention of Uchiha's older generation, including Fugaku and the three elders. Great Elder, can this cloud called Somersault Cloud actually be able to see through people's hearts in darkness? It's really amazing. Second Elder, the heart of a child is very rare. This old man has lived for 70 years, and he has never seen anyone with such a heart, except First Hokage. Third Elder, Suzuki, this child has such a pure and powerful mind, coupled with his own extraordinary talent, careful teaching, the future is bound to be limitless. Hearing the three elders compliment Suzuki for a while, Fugaku's mouth twitched into a faint smile. Dad, do you want to try it? As soon as he laughed, Fugaku couldn't help but feel helpless when he heard Suzuki's words. Is this still worth trying? He definitely won't be able to sit on it. It is estimated that of everyone on the field, only Suzuki can do it, and maybe Mo-bai, the owner of the blind box shop, can also do it. Okay, I'll try it too. Although Fugaku thought so in his heart, it was rare for Suzuki to be so close to him, and he didn't want to spoil his son's happiness, so he simply condoned it for a while. There are already 7 or 8 Uchiha people here, falling from the somersault cloud. Seeing that the patriarch Fugaku was coming to try, although they pretended to be serious on their faces, they also had the intention of watching a good show in their hearts. Itaki and Shisui have been watching this scene, and they both raised their brows in surprise when they saw that Fugaku was going to try it. Uchiha Fugaku was very straightforward, and when he got close to the somersault cloud, he jumped straight up. Boom! The somersault cloud scatters a hole directly, and Uchiha Fugaku falls from the cloud hole. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and when he fell, he stood up in time, without showing any embarrassment. Not even the patriarch. It seems that only the young Master Suzuki can ride and use this somersault cloud. Pity. Seeing that Fugaku, the head of the clan, tried it out in person, other middle-aged Uchihas also walked over to try it out. However, without exception, they all fell. Brother Shisui, do you want to try it? Suzuki said with a smile. He is crazy with joy now, and Somersault Cloud can only sit by himself. In this way, he has become the most unique ninja in the whole ninja world, who can fly through the clouds. Is there anything cooler than this? Exciting to think about. Awesome. Since you're looking forward to it, Suzuki, I'll give it a try. Shisui's tone was somewhat doting. He regarded Itaki as his younger brother. Naturally, Suzuki was also included in the scope of his younger brother. Shisui, I wish you success. Itaki chuckled. Shisui should be fine, right? Seeing that Shisui was going to try, everyone in Uchiha formed a group and started talking in a low voice. I also don't think Shisui has a problem. He should be Uchiha's most likely person to have the heart of a child apart from the young Master Suzuki. After all. After that, the name Uchiha did not continue, but everyone else on the field knew what he meant by his unfinished words. After all, a person who wants to maintain peace between Konoha and the village even after death, has always implemented this idea. Until his death, he didn't let him be shaken. Call him naive or stupid. But there is one thing that even the clansmen who hate Uchiha Shisui admit. Uchiha Shisui is indeed a bright person with an extremely pure mind. Itaki listened to the discussions of the clansmen, and he glanced lightly. The clansmen at this time did not know that Shisui and him both started the Mangekyo Sharingan, that remake video. Itaki tampered with the part Shisui entrusted to him with the Sharingan of the distinguished heavenly god Sharingan. The details involving Sharingan were cut out by him. Therefore, whether it is his father or other clansmen, they all think that what Shisui has at this moment is only 3 Tomo Sharingan. As for why they didn't confess to the clan, Itake and Shisui also had their own concerns. Shisui distinguished heavenly god's pupil power is horrible. Ability to modify a person's will without a trace. Once such pupil power is exposed, it will not be very good for Shisui's situation. At least the current performance of the clansman is not enough for Itake to fully trust. Boom! To the surprise of all the Uchiha crowd, Uchiha Shisui didn't get on the somersault cloud and he fell too. It seems that my heart is not pure enough. Shisui scratched his head, smiling brightly. Rain Country. Akatsuki's base. Afei, is what you just said true? In the Uchiha tribe, is there really a blind box shop that can make Sharingan out of a cardboard box? Orochimaru licked his tongue, staring at White Zetsu with a feminine look without blinking. White Zetsu face spread his hands and said slowly, I won't lie, I have seen these with my own eyes. Once you open 100,000 tails, you can open a Sharingan from the blind box. I heard that it can still be opened. Come up with something more powerful. Orochimaru's golden snake pupils could not help but show a ray of greed and interest. However, he didn't fully believe what Afei said. Although he has not been in the Akatsuki organization for a long time, he also knows that this White Zetsu, who looks like a certain spore, has an extremely unreliable mouth. It belongs to the type who can't be idle and likes to beep. Did you go in? Did you see someone take out the Sharingan from the blind box store? Orochimaru asked indifferently. White Zetsuo was speechless for a moment. After a while, he faltered, I didn't go in, but brought my black Zetsu clone in. Having said that, White Zetsu squinted his eyes and glared sharply at Orochimaru. Hey, I said Orochimaru, don't you suspect that I'm lying? I'm the first to tell you the news. You actually doubt me. Don't think about hearing useful information from Afei next time. No wonder, he was the first to notify Obito. Advertisement. I don't know what's going on with Obito and Black Zetsu now. Is that blind box shop really as interesting as it says on the billboard? Damn, I really want to see it for myself. Orochimaru smiled gloomily. Well, that's the best way to go. Sorry, Faye, I have something to do, so I'm leaving. After speaking, Orochimaru turned around and left the Akatsuki base without looking back. White Zetsuo stared at Orochimaru's back and curled his lips. What? Orochimaru has made it clear that he doesn't believe Afei's words. Wait, this guy will regret it sooner or later. After thinking about it, White Zetsu ran to find Haydn. I believe that Haydn must be very interested in the blind box store. It's okay if he's not interested. When he was in the blind box store, he added some materials from the evil gods, so he wasn't afraid that Haydn would not be interested. Ha ha ha, I'm really smart. Next, who hasn't opened the blind box? In the blind box store, Fugaka saw that the emotions of the people were no longer high, so he asked. Uchiha Ricefire came out at this time. Lord Patriarch, I haven't opened a blind box yet, but I don't plan to open it today. I plan to come back tomorrow. Originally, Uchiha Ricefire made the blind box selected by Mo by open something good when he saw the smell of medicine, and he also wanted to try this trick. However, after this move proved ineffective, Uchiha Ricefire backed down. He decided to go back tonight and make a good plan, summarizing the number of times the clansman opened the blind box, items, colors, etc. today. With this in mind, if you open the blind box tomorrow, you may have a better chance of winning. Okay, Uchiha Fugaka nodded. Seeing that the other clansman had no intention of opening the blind box, he gave it a hammer. Let's stop here today. It's getting late. Everyone should leave. After dinner, come to the conference room and bring all the spoils that were given out today. I have something important to discuss with you. Yes, the Patriarch. A group of Uchihas, before leaving, did not forget to say hello to Mobai. See you tomorrow, boss. Mobai nodded, smiled, and watched the group leave. Suzuki walked towards Mobai before leaving. Boss, can the somersault cloud be put away? If I keep flying behind the somersault cloud like this, it's easy to expose the existence of the somersault cloud. Suzuki's tone was a little distressed, but I don't want to expose it too early. Boss, can I do anything? Suzuki raised his head, his jet-black pupils filled with serious requests. Mobai smiled. It's very simple. When you're not using it, just let the somersault cloud fly to the sky. It will blend into the other clouds in the blue sky without any trace, and it won't make people see anything strange. If you want to use somersault clouds, just shout the 3 words somersault clouds into the sky. After listening to Mobai's words, Suzuki couldn't help but widen his eyes with surprise and joy on his face. That's it, it's great. Thank you, boss. Itaki and Shisui didn't leave either. They stood behind Suzuki, and they both showed surprised expressions when they heard Mobai taught Suzuki how to use it. Somersault cloud, beyond their guesses. Somersault cloud, go to the sky. The somersault cloud seemed to understand Suzuki's words, and it bounced a few times in a puffy manner, then flew to Suzuki's side and rubbed it. After that, it flew into the sky with a swish sound, until it disappeared. The sunset is westward. At this moment, there are no customers in Mobai's blind box shop. Mobai stretched his back, turned around and entered the back kitchen, planning to cook something for himself. After eating, prepare for the system lottery. Blind box stores are not just halls where blind boxes are sold. There is also a back kitchen and a bathroom at the back, and entering from the side door of the back kitchen, there is a small second floor floating high above. Mobai usually lives on the second floor of the blind box store. Although the space is not large, it is extremely clean and comfortable because of the system. Everything from high-tech appliances to furniture that matches the Mobai aesthetic. Mobai took out the purchased items from the space ring, and quickly made a dinner for himself. Sitting at the round table by the window, he ate an artisanal dinner and couldn't help muttering to himself. My craftsmanship is really not good. I hope that after the system lottery, I can win food-related things. For example, the gourmet tablecloth is very good. As long as you unfold the tablecloth, whatever you want to eat in your mind will appear on the tablecloth. In addition, the delicious seasonings in Doraemon are also good. No matter how unpalatable the food is, as long as you sprinkle a little delicious seasoning, it can become delicious. Well, if you can get the Halberd World, or the delicious food prepared in the Food Prisoners, the space ring will always be fresh, just put it in and take it out when you eat it. Thinking about it, Mobai shook his head and laughed. He stopped being wordy, finished the meal quickly, threw the bowl in the dishwasher, and turned to the second floor. Lying on the sofa, Mobai first glanced at the amount in the system account, and then he began to count the number of blind box guests. 13 times, yes, in addition to 110 draw, there are still 3 remaining times to accumulate to the next time. Mobai is still very satisfied with this. I thought that Uchiha is indeed the top tycoon in the ninja world. It has lasted for at least a few hundred years since the Sengoku period. Even if such a family is declining today and its form is not optimistic, its background is not comparable to other ninjas. Mobai couldn't help thinking that after Uchiha was exterminated in the original book, Suzuki didn't even get a penny of the huge family wealth. It is estimated that Konoha swallowed it all. Mobai has read a little bit of blogger biography. During the blogger period, the development was earth-shaking. It is estimated that the money of the Uchiha family is also used. A powerful family that has existed for hundreds of years, whether it is money or other assets, that is absolutely astronomical. It's no wonder that when the blind box was opened just now, the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku dared to promise reimbursement to the clan. Advertisement. This kind of confidence, even the high-level Konoha who is in power right now, doesn't have it. Uchiha's old bottom is really thick enough. As the owner of the blind box shop, Mobai naturally agrees with Uchiha Fugaku's approach. Uchiha has broken with Konoha now. Instead of waiting for the final fiasco, the money and the sharinan of the clan all fell into the hands of the senior Konoha. Might as well take out all the money and fight in his magical blind box shop. But these things have nothing to do with him for the time being. Mobai didn't intend to interfere in the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha. For him, as long as someone comes to open the blind box. As for who it was, he didn't care. Concentrating his thoughts, Mobai said to the system, draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery is successful. Congratulations to host, you have obtained a sword intent. It comes from the unique swordsmanship created by Duguchu, Jin Yong's martial arts world. Host needs to comprehend by itself. Congratulations to host, get a bag of fairy beans, items from the world of Dragon Ball, which can quickly recover the injury after taking it, and achieve the most perfect state. Note, it is ineffective against diseases, and some poisons can be solved with fairy beans. Dragon Ball Super Power Conference Son Gohan was poisoned, and he recovered immediately after taking the fairy beans. An ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. A magical propaganda pen, a fantastic item from a certain other world. When holding a propaganda pen, as long as you think about the story you want to promote in your mind, the propaganda pen will automatically write. After the writing is completed, a mysterious flyer will appear at the same time under the eyes of every powerful person in the world. Note, the flyer has a unique contract effect. Once the customer comes with the flyer, he will be regarded as a store guest and can pass through without hindrance. A bottle of super hair growth agent, the most desired item of a bald Superman. As long as you smear it on the bald head, you can instantly grow a thick hair. Fully automatic coffee machine, a whimsical item from a certain other world. As long as you yawn at the coffee machine, the machine will automatically spew wonderful and refreshing top coffee. 1 roasted Sea Kings. Sea Kings weighs nearly 5 tons after being baked. The taste is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and refreshing, and can be comparable to the deliciousness of top lobsters. Coke Unlimited card, the fat man loves it. You can drink it until the end of the world at one time. When you want to drink it, just say, I want to drink Coke, to the card. Flying Thunder God Technique Data Notes. The S-level space ninjutsu created by Konohagakure's second Hokage Senju Tobirama, uses the technique to achieve instant movement, and the caster will leave the Flying Thunder God technique on the target in advance. You can teleport the caster or objects that are in direct contact with the caster chakra, and the mark will remain forever. Note, this is the content of the notes, and the specific technique needs to be comprehended and studied by the host. 1 Chakra Unlimited card. The unlimited card depends on the host's own physique and determination. There is no cap or limit. It all depends on the host's own development and intelligence. Looking at the pile of things pulled out, Mobai couldn't help laughing. Although there are a few things that seem very ordinary, but overall, my luck is still very good. Konan finally arrived at Konoha village after several hours on the road. She didn't wear Zayapeo, it was too conspicuous. In the twilight, Konan was wearing a light purple dress, her hair tied back down, and draped softly over her shoulders, making her already beautiful face more and more beautiful. Is there a magic barrier? It seems that there is no way to forcefully break in. Sensing the fluctuation of the chakra seal coming from the periphery of Konoha, Konan murmured, and the cold and low voice was beautiful and beautiful. White paper shot out of her body, and Konan unleashed a paper ninjutsu. Countless pieces of white paper danced in mid-air, each of which finally turned into the shape of butterflies, and flew towards Konoha's magical barrier. At the same time, the 3 worthy Chunin guarding the Konoha gate suddenly noticed something strange. No, there is an intruder, hurry up and inform Lord 3rd Hokage. The 3 Chunin who were in charge of watching the gate, one went to the Hokage building to inform 3rd generation, the other went to check the enchantment, and only one stayed. After half an hour, Chunin, who went to check the enchantment, has returned. The Chunin who stayed at the gate asked, "What's the matter?" "I didn't see the figure of the intruder, some were just a pile of chakra pieces of paper, maybe I was late, and the person had already escaped. No matter what, this matter has to be reported to Lord Third Generation. I will go to the Hokage building, please watch here." "Go, I'm here." After that Chunin walked to a secluded forest inside Konoha. He fell with a thud. The piece of paper attached to him takes the form of Konan. This is a paper escape technique that Konan has recently researched. Attaches itself to the enemy through a faint chakra piece of paper, which is not easy to detect. After successfully infiltrating the enemy's village, use chakra to control the piece of paper and transform into a paper clone with consciousness. It's a successful dive-in. Conan's paper avatar looked up at the sky. The twilight was completely dark, and it was too eye-catching to go to Uchiha at this time. Konan plans to find a hotel at random for the night. Look for an opportunity to infiltrate the Uchiha lands the next day. "I hope everything goes well, my chakra. I can't support the paper clone for too long. Before 10 o'clock tomorrow at the latest, we must find out everything about the blind box shop and the Uchiha tribe." After the low-pitched voice fell, Konan turned into flying pieces of paper and disappeared under the misty moonlight. In addition to Konan, there is Orochimaru in the Akatsuki organization who wants to inquire about the blind box shop, although he didn't fully believe what White Zetsu said. But the existence of that blind box shop still aroused Orochimaru's curiosity and attention. Advertisement. It just so happened that he planned to go back to Konoha to explore the blind box shop and the Uchiha tribe. His good student Mitarashi Anko seems to be in a bad situation recently. This is not good. This is the container he is optimistic about. Although the aptitude is a little worse, he will not allow any accidents until there is no best choice. On the other hand, he was not completely emotionless towards this disciple. This obedient and well-behaved student treats him like a father. That short teacher's birthday, at least for someone like him, is a good memory. If it had to be strangled, it could only be done by him, Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, his feminine face glowing cold white in the moonlight. Unlike Konan, he doesn't need to waste too much time on the road. He was in Konoha, leaving behind many snake clones. These little snakes can make him possessed, and then he can find a container at will. It is not difficult for him to possess a short-term possession. For this reason, Orochimaru doesn't even need to go through the Konoha barrier, and sneaks into Konoha easily. He stood in the silent forest of death and whispered coldly. Danzo has been particularly obsessed with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in recent years. Perhaps, I don't know enough about the power of the Uchiha clan to let the sinister old guy Danzo risk contacting me. Sharingan definitely has a powerful secret that no one knows. Huh, interesting. Mo by at the moment. Looking at the items drawn in the raffle. The sword intent of Duguchu's defeat, oh, it's very strong. After Mobai saw the introduction of the system, he was not disappointed. "I have to understand it myself, but I am not very keen on swordsmanship. I guess it is not easy to understand this sword intent. I don't care, just put it away. I'll find time to comprehend it later." Mobai moved on to check out the second raffle prize, a bag of fairy beans. Mobai weighed the bag, a bag full of at least dozens of fairy beans. He couldn't help laughing happily. "Very good, although I won't get hurt in the store, but be prepared. Who would think too much of a good thing like fairy beans? Even Super Saiyans need fairy beans." Looking at the explanation of the system, even Sun Wukong has to rely on fairy beans to detoxify in the end. Tell me, so Xiandu can also detoxify? Not bad. The shuriken had nothing to see, and was passed over by Mobai. His eyes fell on the magic propaganda pen. As long as you hold a pen and fantasize about the store you want to promote, you can let the world's strong people receive the flyer at the same time. Well, isn't this thing just right for me now, my blind box store? I really need a wave of this kind of thing. Propaganda. For Mobai. At present, only the Uchiha family has come to open the blind box, which is far from enough. After all, even if a person completes all 30 blind box quotas in a month, it will only be counted as a chance to draw a lottery in the system. Although Uchiha's clansmen are not poor, they don't have many ninjas. The famous and surnamed Uchiha who appeared in the original work is only more than 20. How many ninjas Mobai has in Uchiha has not been calculated. Not too much though. You must know that Mushu has built the village for decades, and the number of ninjas is only in the early 10,000s. After removing the number of deaths, it's good to have half of it left. As you can imagine, Uchiha won't have too many ninjas. The original Obito received a batch of Sharinans after the Uchiha genocide. When replacing Suzuki with Itaka's Sharingan, there was indeed a wall of Sharinan behind Obito. But that's not just the eyes you get when you're genocide. Instead, it includes Uchiha's stockpile of eyes of deceased people in the clan. Uchiha is not like the Hyuga clan will engrave curse mark, caged bird in the branch house. In order to prevent the powerful blood of the Uchiha family from leaking out, after the death of the tribe, they will recover the corpse, and then dig out the eyes and seal it up. Preventing the leakage of powerful blood is one aspect. On the other hand, Sharingan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, needs to consume a Sharingan after starting this operation. Therefore, it is normal for the Uchiha clan to reclaim the Sharingan of their clan. I'm distracted, I'm thinking too much, let's ignore this for now, let's take a look at this magical propaganda pen. After Mo.Bai muttered. Directly from the system's warehouse, Curry took out the magic propaganda pen. It's a creamy white pen with a quirky angel on the tip. No, it's rightly ugly. This reminds Mo.Bai of an old show he once watched. In The Hunter, the gangster eldest Neon psychic angel automatically takes notes, and when activated, an ugly angel will appear attached to the pen. This angel is exactly the same as the one in Mo.Bai's hands. It has the effect of a contract and can allow guests with flyers to pass through without hindrance? Is that what I meant? As long as you have a leaflet, no matter what, the strong man of Ninja Village can ignore the seal barrier of Konoha and go straight to my blind box store? If so, it will be interesting. I don't have to worry about the source of customers at all. Already. Try it and see how well this propaganda pen works. Mo.Bai's action was quick. He got up and brought a piece of paper. Holding the magic propaganda pen, close your eyes and recite the propaganda blind box shop silently in your mind. Soon, the magic propaganda pen is activated. A burst of light flickered on the pen, and Mo.Bai didn't need to write. The ugly angel attached to the pen dragged Mo.Bai's hand with both hands and quickly wrote a string of content on the snow-white paper. Time passed by minute by minute. Soon, the white paper was full, and the light on the pen disappeared. Advertisement. The ugly angel also seemed to have lost its life, reattached to the pen and turned into a wonderful ornament. Mo.Bai opened his eyes and looked at the paper full of handwriting. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. It's really amazing. These are not my handwriting, but the content basically matches what I think in my mind. Then let's see if the powerhouses of the ninja villages in the ninja world have received this leaflet. Mo.Bai put the magic prop back into the system's item warehouse. He starts looking at the next prize. Super strong growth hormone. After reading the introduction, Mo.Bai couldn't help laughing. This is probably what Saitama wants the most. If I say it, I probably won't use it in my life. After complaining a bit, Mo.Bai didn't spend too much time on this item. He glanced quickly at the remaining lottery items. Automatic coffee machine, this one is fine. Baked sea kings. This prize is great, it suits my heart very much, I like it. There are 5 tons of top-notch delicacies, so I don't have to worry about cooking in the future. Just this amount is enough for me to eat for a while. Coke Unlimited card, this is okay. Flying Thunder God technique style material notes? Mo.Bai held his chin. If you just take notes, it is estimated that it will be difficult to learn this technique in a short time. It involves a lot of formulas. In the whole of Konoha, only Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, 2 smart people, can learn it. Even Orochimaru, who has seen Konoha's secret arts, can't do it. Even Orochimaru is a master of combining science and ninjutsu, which shows the high threshold of this technique. Mo.Bai took it out and looked it up. No wonder few people can learn it. It is estimated that only top mathematicians and ninjutsu masters can handle this technique and formula. Mo.Bai shook his head. Reluctantly, he put the thick stack of data notes back into the system warehouse. Wait until I have time to study it later. The last prize deeply caught Mo.Bai's attention. Chakra Unlimited cards. He took out this prize directly from the system warehouse curry. A thin card, about the size of a bank card. I'll take a look at it now. After speaking, Mo.Bai closed his eyes and started to fuse the Chakra Infinite cards. The powerful and warm power poured into his body like Wang Yang. Mo.Bai only felt a comfortable and invigorating burst. The thick chakra roamed the meridians in his body and flowed quickly. After a long time, Mo.Bai opened his eyes, and a pair of Mangekyo Sharinan directly replaced his original one-hook jade. The scarlet pupils have extremely complicated patterns, like 3 colliding stars, a splendid explosion. I actually evolved Mangekyo directly. After realizing the change in his eyes, Mo.Bai couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. The process of opening my eyes is different from the people of the Uchiha family. Mo.Bai is not quite sure now whether his body belongs to the Uchiha clan. He pondered for a while, and asked the system directly. System, did you reshape the body that I passed through? Ask for an evaluation ticket. Back to host, this is a brand new body based on your original body. In order to be more integrated into the ninja world, the system has fabricated the identity of a Uchiha clan for you, and fused a Uchiha gene. Mo.Bai was speechless after hearing this. I just said how this body looks exactly like me, even the moles on my body are in the same position. I dare to say that this is my clone. Mo.Bai didn't care too much about it either. He runs the chakra and examines his Mangekyo Sharinan carefully. 1 style sword killing. The name of such a second-class move is actually the pupil power of my left eye. And the name of my right eye pupil power is also very second, it is called the right hand of God. Mobai couldn't help but wonder, are you actually a middle schooler? What is going on with this strong middle-aged soul? But these are not the point. Mobai just ranted a little and focused on Mangekyo's abilities. One sword killing, the ability of Mangekyo's left eye, when activating this pupil technique, will invisibly condense powerful sword moves, which can be transformed into countless sword rains, instantly strangling the enemy. The sword intent of this pupil technique is an invisible sword that cannot be captured by the naked eye. When feeling the cold sword intent, the enemy will be strangled in an instant, and it will be directly made into a rain of blood, leaving no bones left. Hiss. Ra was Mobai himself, and after seeing this explanation of Tongli, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This sword intent is too domineering. I can't believe this is the ability of my Mangekyo Sharinan. I'm obviously a very gentle person, this is not scientific. You must know that Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are the strongest reflection of the heart of the eye-opener himself. That is, what is most desired in the heart. When Mangekyo Sharinan is turned on, Mangekyo's pupil power tends to move in this direction, activating and evolving his own pupil power. Mobai raised his hand and rubbed his chin, pondering, is it influenced by the sword intent of Duga drawn from the lottery before? There is only this possibility. After all, before that, he was someone who knew nothing about swordsmanship. Only under the influence of that sword intent will Mangekyo's ability called one-sword killing be intensified. After clearing his mind, Mobai focused his attention on the introduction of pupil power in his right eye. F***K. After seeing it clearly, no matter how calm Mobai was, he couldn't help but be shocked to burst out in elegant scolding. This is my pupil power. This is simply the realm of God. No wonder it's called the right eye of God. I was wrong. It's not secondary at all. It's very condescending. Right hand of God, the pupil power of Mangekyo's right eye. When this ability is activated, it will transform into an invisible huge palm, which will control the clock. The fingers of the giant palm can make the host return to any point in time after pulling the hour hand. When the host is injured and dying, the giant palm can pull back the time to the moment before the injury. If the power supporting this pupil power is strong enough, it can even travel through the past, the future, and stop the entire ninja world in time. Note, this technique requires a terrifyingly large amount of chakra. If there is not enough chakra, the host will be sucked to death in an instant. Pulling the hour hand for 0.1 seconds requires the amount of chakra to be consumed, which is equivalent to the full amount of a cage level. No upper limit, no lower limit, no side effects. Advertisement. Everything can be infinite as long as the host can provide powerful power. Seeing this, Mobai let out another breath. It's not that he made a fuss, it's really that this pupil power is too bunker. Generally, tricks like this involving time and space are very limited, but Mobai himself activated the pupil power. There are absolutely no restrictions. The only requirement is that he must have a strong strength to support this terrifying pupil power, and that's just one of those abilities. Except for this ability to travel through time, the right hand of God has another power. That is, can tear space cracks. The huge palm will tear out a safe space passage, allowing Mobai to reach anywhere in the ninja world in an instant. Of course, the premise is that there must be coordinates and a massive chakra support. Same. If Mobai's power is strong enough, this ability can even tear spacetime directly. Let him travel through various dimension worlds and parallel universes at will. Strong. Just one word. It happens that I just merged the Chakra Infinite card. Let me try it now. The ability of this God's right hand to tear space. Don't run too far. If chakra gets sucked dry and doesn't have time to replenish, it's really a big deal. Try the nearest place first, then go to the country of waves. This country is next to the country of fire, and the distance is just right. God's right eye tearing space. Mobai activated the pupil technique, and a huge invisible hand appeared on the second floor of the blind box shop. The palm is too huge, and the space on the second floor of Mobai is impossible to accommodate. Fortunately, this is the illusion of an invisible force, and it has no entity. In addition, Mobai's blind box shop is produced by the system, ignoring all power attacks, and therefore not being burst. If it were another house, even if it was dozens of times larger, it would be exploded and collapsed the moment the palm appeared. After a burst of invisible power fluctuations, the giant palm tore open a space passage, and Mobai took a step and stepped directly on it. After Mobai enters the space tunnel, everything disappears. The silent night sky seemed to be disturbed by something, and the air rippled like water waves. At the same time, Konoha Hokage House. Just after listening to the two Chunin on duty at the gate reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had news of the intruder, his heart throbbed inexplicably. This is an omen from the body of some kind of danger. Any top-level powerhouse can more or less have such a keen perception. He stood up abruptly and peered out the window. Lord Hokage, what's wrong? Did something happen? It was an Umbu member in Hokage's office who asked. This man was one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's guards. Not only undercover guards, The other two Chunin were also confused, shocked by third Hokage's sudden panic reaction. Strange, is it my illusion? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. Immediately, he turned around, returned to the desk and sat down again. His face became extremely gloomy and ugly. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen notice the strangeness, but so did the leader of the Roots, Shinira Danzo. Danzo is listening to several members of the Root, reporting surveillance intelligence about the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, a terrifying coercion made him shudder, and his heart beat wildly several times. Danzo also ignored the reaction of the Root subordinates, and he came out of the Root's base on the spot. After some investigation, nothing was caught. Is it because I've been paying too much attention to the Uchiha family recently, so that my energy has been exhausted, and my tired brain has stimulated the body to produce some kind of response? Danzo whispered suspiciously. Instead of turning back to the Root base, he walked towards the Hokage building on crutches. He was going to go to third generation and talk about Uchiha. At the same time, after walking out of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru found a new container not long after. Orochimaru, who possessed the container, was about to visit Mitarashi Yanko's house, but at this moment, he felt a shudder from the depths of his soul. Orochimaru froze. He seemed to stand there quietly, but every pore in the body is in a state of extreme vigilance, and it may be shot at any time. However, time passed silently. Nothing at all. There is no enemy, and there is no movement of other living creatures except for the sound of insects and frogs at night. Illusion? Orochimaru murmured hoarsely. The newly changed body was very out of line with his original voice, and it looked a little weird under the silent night sky. This scene also happened to Konan, who was staying at the hotel. She thought at first that her story of sneaking into Konoha had been exposed, and was concentrating cautiously. Ready to meet Konoha Reifu. However, after waiting for a while, there was nothing. Konan's white and delicate face could not help but pass over a trace of doubt. In the end, Konan chose to switch to another hotel out of fear of revealing his identity. Her paper avatar, once fighting, chakra's consumption is huge, and there is no way to support it until the next day. Although Konan was still in shock, she was very clear about the goal of her trip, which was to find out about the blind box shop. Advertisement. As for the rest, she didn't want to pay attention to it for the time being. The Land of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. A quiet halfway up the mountainside, where the moonlight falls softly. The blue-colored hot spring is like a bright emerald, adding a bit of fantasy in the lingering hot spring smoke. A graceful figure was quietly leaning on the stone steps. Her whole body was completely soaked in the hot spring, only her round and beautiful shoulders were exposed. Waist-length beige-brown hair spread out on the water surface, rippling with the waves. Compared with the usual arrogance and sharpness, this wooden golem has a touch of tenderness and beauty. She is closing her eyes, enjoying the quiet hot spring at night. At this time above the hot springs, a terrifying energy fluctuation appeared. The star-studded night sky suddenly dimmed, and strange and terrifying fluctuations rushed in all directions. What is this? The two-tailed Matatabi inside wooden golem screamed uncontrollably. Obviously Airway was frightened by the sudden powerful energy fluctuation of the Tathagata. Matabi, please calm down. Rising from the hot springs by wooden golem. She couldn't care less about not wearing clothes at the moment, because the out-of-control Airway almost made her unable to control her violent emotions and the tail turned into a beast. Come here, come towards us. Seeing that Airway is getting more and more out of control, wooden golem, who had been able to completely control the tailed beast, can now deal with the out-of-control Airway. By wooden golem has been on the verge of the tipping point of beastization. The chakra in her body was in chaos, and animal pupils already appeared in her eyes. However, just when she thought she was going to turn into a beast, Airway suddenly became quiet. Even she could feel it. Airway seemed to be extremely afraid of something, and it was trying to reduce its sense of existence. By wooden golem, don't talk about tail beastization at this time. Even the second-tailed chakra retreated quietly like a chicken. I don't know what happened, but it's great that Matatabi is quiet. Only by wooden golem was able to breathe. She was about to ask what happened to Airway. Just then there was a terrible tearing sound from the sky. It seems that there is some terrible existence, tearing apart the sky and coming out of the unknown abyss. Standing there stiffly, wooden golem was sweating nervously on his forehead. Her eyes were fixed on the sky without blinking. After seeing the next scene, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her face turned pale. Heaven, the sky is torn apart. What the hell is going on here? Under the horrified gaze of wooden golem, a corner of the sky was torn open. Bai's imposing figure came out calmly from inside. Well, this ability is really useful. It arrived in an instant, but the movement of the appearance is a bit too big. The consumption of chakra is quite terrifying. Fortunately, I drew the Chakra Infinite card before, otherwise I will be drained in the middle of this technique. Mobai couldn't help but be thankful for his good luck. With this powerful pupil technique, there is no need to learn anything about Flying Thunder God. Compared to Flying Thunder God and Obito's Kamui, the right hand of God is much more advanced. In this trial run, Mobai didn't even exert 1/100th of the strength of this ability. Rao is like this, and it also sucked up 90% of the massive chakra he added. Mobai thought about this, and his heart couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The right eye of God is more powerful than he imagined. You, who are you? Below, Wooden Golem, who was horrified to ultimate, finally managed to calm down and overcome the panic. She pressed her back against the stone behind her and shouted terribly to Mobai, who was standing still in the sky. What? It turned out that someone was there. Mobai was startled for a moment, then looked over. Under the moonlight, from Wooden Golem to the ultimate, the cold, arrogant and beautiful face was pale with fear. The slender neck kept dripping with cold sweat. Mobai's eyes turned slightly. Well, you have a good figure, but why do you look familiar? He raised his eyes and glanced around. There are mountain peaks everywhere, clouds and mists fill the air, typical of the country of thunder. Isn't this the land of Cloud Shinobi Village, the land of thunder? I actually came here. This is a bit outrageous. The country of waves is far from the country of thunder. It seems that only the place name really does not work, and there must be exact direction coordinates. You can go back and study this. Yes, he remembered. The woman in the hot spring, isn't it the second tail Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village by Wooden Golem? Who are you? Please answer me, what is the attempt to break into our Cloud Shinobi Village? Under the sight of Mobai, Wooden Golem's voice became lower and lower, and her cheeks became more and more red. I don't know if I'm ashamed or angry, but she is the calm and powerful perfect Jinchuriki. Although Wooden Golem was frightened, and embarrassed at the moment, she still did not back down. Her courage allowed her to face Mobai and question him. For this tough and brave female ninja, Mobai still appreciates it. He looked straight into the eyes of Wooden Golem and said with a chuckle, I'm just a passing blind box businessman. My name is Mobai, and I open a blind box shop in the Konoha Uchiha tribe. If you are interested, you are welcome. Come and open the blind box. 100,000 taels. If you are lucky, you may be able to open all kinds of powerful abilities and items from the blind box. Then, I won't bother you with the hot spring. Goodbye. After speaking, Mobai turned around and stepped into the space passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The night sky, restored as before. However, Wooden Golem in the hot spring was unable to calm down for a long time. She frowned slightly. Blind box? What is that? 100,000 taels. Scared me to death. That powerful existence finally left. Advertisement. At this time, Matatabi, who had been huddled all the time, finally said a word. It even made several heavy cries, in relief. After a while, Wooden Golem asked, Matabi, do you know the identity of that young man? Shall we report this news to Lord Rakage? I don't know, I can only tell you that it is a terrifying existence that must not be provoked. Matatabi's voice was dignified and frightened, and it was obviously frightened. As for whether to tell Rakage or not, you can decide for yourself. I don't care, I'm sleepy, don't disturb me, I'm going to sleep during this time. Having said that, Matatabi directly cut off the connection with Wooden Golem, and it just escaped. Meeting room of the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to sense when Mobai used the power of the right hand of God to tear space. Then, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki are close friends. The faces of the three of them couldn't help changing dramatically. It is believed that there is a strong invasion in the Uchiha tribe, but after leaving the conference room, they found that the shocking energy wave came from Mobai's blind box shop. After that, the three of them calmed down. It's the boss of Mobai. That would be so normal. No fuss. Then, a group of Uchihas gathered around the conference room and began to discuss excitedly. Content of the topic. It's all about the blind box shop and the items that come out of the blind box. Those Uchihas who couldn't go, were shocked when they heard it. Really or not, 100,000 taels can not only produce all kinds of ninjutsu, but also otherworldly strange items. Devil fruit. That sounds amazing. Oh my god, it's so enviable. The luck of the 8 generations of seniors is really good. Langyu, are you holding the devil fruit from the 8th generation of seniors? Uchiha Langyu nodded and said with joy, yes, this is devil fruit, Paramecia's doubt of fruit. Dad asked him to wait in the conference room and eat this peace fruit in front of all the eye-opening people. The Uchiha Langyu, from now on, is no longer a waste. I heard that an inexhaustible chakra card has been issued. Although it only has a capacity of 100, it is said that as long as you don't die, you will never be able to consume the 100 chakra. This is equivalent to having more life-saving charms. Uchiha Ming, this guy is lucky too. What's this? Senior Yaoi even prescribed something heaven-defying for dead dolls. See, that red skirt doll placed in front of Senior Medicine's desktop is a doll for death, a heaven-defying doll that can die once in place of its owner. Hey, can even such a good thing come out? It's shocking. More than that, in addition to replacing the dead baby, Senior Yaoi also prescribed a pill that removes impurities, viruses, etc. from the body after taking it, and even widens the chakra tendons to achieve the most perfect physique. Hiss. A group of uchihas who were unable to open the blind box couldn't help breathing heavily when they heard this. The patriarch and the young master Suzuki also gave out super good things. Everything is quiet. Listening to the noisy discussion, the elder scolded majestically. After everyone fell silent, Uchiha Fugaku spoke calmly. Yashiro, let Langyu eat this devil fruit now. Let everyone witness together at this moment the magical ability from Otherworld Devil Fruit. Under the watchful eyes of all, Uchiha Langyu picked up the Dowda fruit, opened his mouth, and took a big bite. Vomit. His face suddenly turned green. The taste is so ecstasy, it is indescribably unpalatable, and it smells very strange. Langyu, eat it. Although he didn't know why his son was eating shit, seeing Uchiha Rangyuki retching, Uchiha Yashiro couldn't help shouting loudly. Gudong. Uchiha Rangyao finally swallowed all devil fruit. Looking at Langyu's expression, shouldn't this devil fruit be hard to eat? It's definitely more than just unpalatable. Can't control the retching without seeing Langyu? It's estimated that the taste is not something that ordinary people can bear. This devil fruit is really interesting. Not only does it look weird, it has a variety of 8 gate abilities, but it even has a unique taste. In the murmur of a group of Uchiha Langyu finally ate the whole devil fruit. How do you feel? Uchiha Yatsushiro asked nervously. Uchiha Langyu swallowed his saliva, suppressed the strange smell, and looked up at his father. Nothing. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, his body reacted first. Instantly scattered into hundreds of round spherical particles of different sizes. Ah, my body. What's going on? Langyu, who had only one head, screamed. Looking at the part of his body that became a small ball floating in the air, he was completely stunned. Not only Uchiha Langyu was stunned, but everyone in the conference room, Uchiha, was also stunned. This is the ability of Dowda fruit, it's really interesting. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku said lightly. Uchiha Yashiro looked at his son excitedly. Langyu, you control these spheres to attack me, try the power of the attack. Okay, father. After Uchiha Rangyaya finished speaking, she closed her eyes slightly, felt it, and then began to exert force to manipulate the body parts of these spherical particles, attacking Uchiha Yatsushiro. Whoosh! Each sphere attacked Uchiha Yatsushiro at an extremely fast jumping speed. Bang 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 bang. Uchiha Yashiro looked serious. He directly shot the balls with the kunao thorn, and he didn't show mercy because he was his own son. The body part of Uchiha's ball that was turned into a ball was ejected and hit the wall, but was not injured in any way. Before long, hundreds of orbs were swarming towards Uchiha Yatsushiro in all directions. Although Langyu used the ability for the first time, he was very agile in dodging, and the ejection speed was very fast. Yashiro's attack was fierce, and he didn't show mercy, but his kunao did not cause any damage to the spherical particles that Langyu changed. It seems that this Dowda fruit is immune to physical damage, such as knives, swords, detonating charms or most ninjutsu, but cannot cause actual damage to those with Dowda fruit ability. However, if the body is scattered into so many spheres, if it encounters a seal, it will be very passive. As long as a few balls are sealed, and then Langyu recovers his body will probably lack some parts. I wonder if Langyu's body will bleed or suffer casualties after being sealed? While watching the battle, several elders analyzed it calmly. Try it and you'll know. Advertisement. Uchiha Fugaku instructed Iron Fire, Rice Fire, use a seal scroll. Soon, Uchiha Iron Fire and Uchiha Rice Fire opened the sealed scroll. When Yatsushiro and Ranyuki were fighting, the two of them sealed the body parts of several fist-sized Rangyao. Uchiha Fugaku Langyu, don't use the ability of the devil's evil fruit now, restore your original appearance and see. Yes, the patriarch. After responding, Uchiha Rangyaya took back the Dowda fruit ability. His body changed back to its original shape under the eyes of everyone, but there were several holes left in his body. No blood shed. The heart is also missing a part. Only a quarter of the liver remains. It doesn't have any effect. The ability of this devil fruit is really strange. All the Uchihas on the field were amazed. Devil fruit's ability is really different from the chakra power system in the ninja world. Losing most of the heart and liver, there is no difference. Langyu, how are you feeling now? Do you feel unwell? Uchiha Langyu was stunned. I don't feel it. It's the same as usual, that is, the wind blowing strangely in the empty space, I'm not used to it. Very good. Uchiha Fugaku rejoiced. Several other elders also looked excited. For other devil fruits, I can't help but crave. Ordinary Paramecia has such unexpected abilities. What about the powerful Logia? What about the phantom beasts? So what? Blind box. The fiery eyes of the elder swept over everyone in the audience, and he said word by word, all registered ninjas in Uchiha, open the blind box for me. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand arrogantly. If you don't have enough money, you can apply to the clan for the time being, and you will be reimbursed directly if you buy good things. It doesn't matter if you can't buy good things. The money will be reimbursed by the clan at a 50% discount. The huge conference room was full of cheers from the Uchiha people. After a long time, Uchiha Fugaku and the elders asked Uchiha to take the Ziswai Dan on the spot. In full view, Uchiha's medicinal body exuded a strong stench. It not only removes and repairs impurities and dark wounds for many years, but also at least doubles the capacity of Uchiha's medicinal chakra. Very good. Our Uchiha clan has another powerful cage-level powerhouse. Congratulations. After Uchiha Medicinal cleansed himself with water style, he looked at his body and face that was more than 10 years younger, and couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. Not only has I become stronger, but my body has also become younger and more powerful. The other Uchihas watched the scene, their eyes red with envy. Blind box, I must go to open the blind box tomorrow. Me too. I have all the money ready, I will drive 5 tomorrow. I want to drive 10. Itaki and Shisui couldn't help but smile at each other as they watched the excitement and unity of the clansmen. This is a good start for them Uchiha. Mobai satisfied after a night of experimenting with new abilities early in the morning, he got up to open a shop. I wonder how many new guests there will be today. Stretching in a good mood, Mobai took out the coffee machine he had drawn last night and placed it in a corner of the hall. He himself is not very keen on coffee, and it is just right to put it in the store. There will definitely be more customers than Uchiha in the store in the future. The total number of ninjas and samurai in the whole ninja world is 100,000. With so many people, there is bound to be a queue. When you are tired, it doesn't matter. Delicious coffee can help you refresh your mind and make sure that every customer who enters the store is in good spirits and in high spirits. Mobai had just finished fiddling with the coffee machine when he saw a slender and graceful figure walk in. Hello, I saw your billboard at the door, saying that you can open a Sharinan for 100,000 taels. Is it true? Leng Yan, with a deep and magnetic voice, came from behind Mobai. There are guests. He introduced subconsciously. Yes, guest, there is a blind box of 100,000 taels. There is more than just Sharinan in the blind box. Everything you can see and think of in the ninja world can be opened in the blind box. After turning around, Mobai raised his long eyebrows in surprise after seeing that the person who came was actually Konan, the angel of the Xiao organization. Konan wearing a purple dress is more beautiful than the Xiaopeo wearing Xiaogong. The graceful figure is fully revealed, and the long and soft hair that was scattered down also reduced the coldness of her body a lot and added a gentle beauty. It has to be said that such Konan's appearance really has nothing to say. But after a closer look, Mobai noticed something was wrong. After his Sharinan evolved into Mangekyo, his sensitivity to chakra also increased by n times. Don't know if other Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharinan is like this, but his Sharinan is so strange. Almost at a glance, Mobai could see that the Konan in front of him was not the real body, but a chakra paper avatar. Konan's eyes swept across Mobai's face lightly, and there was a slight surprise in the bottom of his eyes. The other party is too young. Before coming, she also asked about the blind box shop from White Zetsu Fei, but Fei's knowledge is limited. In addition, Fei likes to brag. From his mouth, the owner of the blind box store has become a mysterious old man who is 99 years old. It can be said that Konan has limited knowledge of blind boxes. At this moment, seeing Mobai's extraordinary bearing and handsome appearance like a noble boy, Konan couldn't help being speechless to White Zetsu Fei in his heart. Outrageous. Concentrating his mind, Konan said in a slightly suspicious tone, "Can 100,000 taels be able to open up everything that the ninja world has? Wouldn't this be too exaggerated?" Although this kind of problem is suspected every time the guests open the blind box. But facing Konan, who entered the store for the first time, Mobai dutifully explained it. Advertisement. It's not an exaggeration at all. The blind box in my store not only has items from the ninja world, ninjutsu, forbidden technique, sweji boundary, sweji net, and even all kinds of powerful god tier items from all over the world, have the ability. Whether these good things can be opened depends on the luck of the guests. Before you, my blind box shop has received more than a dozen customers. Every customer can get something out of a blind box, and some even get heaven-defying, crazy stuff. As for what it is, I won't tell you more about it. After all, it involves the privacy of the guests. With a suspicious look on Konan's face, she couldn't help but flicker in surprise after hearing Mobai mention that there were already a dozen or so guests. So fast. Less than 20 hours have passed since White Zetsu brought back the news. There are already more than a dozen guests who have come to open the blind box. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes looked at Mobai calmly. Seeing the calm expression on his face, Konan lowered his eyelashes and thought, if these dozen or so guests are real, then this blind box should really be able to open something. Otherwise, people would have smashed the shop long ago, and it would be impossible to open it steadily in the Uchiha tribe. After all, the Uchiha clan she knew were not good people to talk to. Take Madara for example. This man also is Sharingan, but he is arrogant and never easy to get along with. Seeing Conan's slender eyelashes lowered slightly without saying a word, Himobai, as the shop owner, then introduced her to the blind box. In addition to the various powerful abilities of Otherworld, the blind box in our shop can also open healing items from the blind box. For example, healing medicine pills. As long as you take one pill, you can repair all the dark wounds and diseases on the body, including blood diseases. Under Conan's slightly surprised eyes, Himobai's clear voice continued to introduce. In addition to this, there is also a life card. After fusion, you can get the corresponding lifespan. For example, if the card has a 3-year lifespan, after the card is fused, you can get 3 more years of natural lifespan, and the extra 3 years of lifespan is completely healthy. Regardless of whether you were terminally ill before taking it, or whether you suffered from a hemorrhagic disease, as long as the lifespan card is integrated, you will be guaranteed to be healthy and not sick for 3 years. Hearing this, Conan's mood was already unstable, his light orange eyes trembled, and he stared at Himobai for a long time. She thought of Nagato, who had been sucked to the bone by Rinnegan. If she can open the life card from the blind box and let Nagato fuse, can she ignore Rinnegan's domineering devouring chakra and let Nagato have a healthy body? Of course, the premise is that all the shopkeeper said is true, not rhetoric that lured her to spend money to open the blind box. Himobai took the change in Conan's expression into his eyes, and he chuckled, throwing something more shocking to Conan. Another example is a strong god-tier secret otherworld, where there is a profession called alchemist. The medicinal pills they made can even revive the dead. A medicinal pill called Huanyang pill, even if it has been dead for many years and turned into a pile of bones, as long as the Huanyang pill is placed on the forehead of the bones, it can revive the dead and turn the bones into bones, so that the dead bones who have been dead for many years can be resurrected in situ. Is what you said true? Conan couldn't help but took a deep breath to calm her overly extroverted emotions. Shopkeeper, I believe your words for the time being. It's 100,000 taels. Please get me a blind box and I'll try it. Having said that, Conan gave Himobai a deep look. I don't know if it's her illusion, since the shopkeeper introduced the blind box, she has a feeling that she has nothing to hide in front of him. It seems that everything is under the control of the other party. The things he introduced all directly hit the deepest longing in her soul. Her favorite partners, Nagato and Yahiko. An elixir that needs to heal the body, and an elixir that needs to be resurrected. This shop owner can be said to be insightful. He seemed to see through her fate and knew everything about her like the palm of his hand. If Conan hadn't been good at gathering intelligence and kept everything about herself well hidden, she would have almost thought the shopkeeper had investigated her before she came. Conan let out a light breath, took out 100,000 taels from his wallet and handed it to Himobai. However, Himobai did not reach for the money. Instead, he smiled at Conan. Sorry, guest, you don't meet our shop's rules for opening blind boxes. Conan was puzzled at first, then frowned slightly. Why? Are there other restrictions in your store? Being rejected, Conan was a little unhappy in his heart. However, her character is more calm and gentle, and she is not good at sharp words and tit for tat. That's why she still asked Himobai in a normal tone. Himobai, yes, there are restrictions. Each customer in our store can only open 30 blind boxes a month. Besides that, you must be present in person. Cannot use any chakra clones or other forbidden techniques in place of the main body to open the blind box. Just now, Himobai received a prompt from the system. Conan, a paper clone, does not meet the rules for opening blind boxes. When Himobai was talking to Conan, he took time to read the detailed description of the system. After reading it, he was not too surprised. It is normal to have restrictions. If there is no limit, people with a lot of money, like Kakuzu, Obito, these guys are definitely not bad money. If they open the blind box and open the blind box, they directly come up with impure world reincarnation, and the ninjas who control these impure world reincarnation come to his shop to open the blind box. What else is there to do? In addition to this, there is a strange creature like White Zetsu. If there are no restrictions, just bring an army of 108,000 White Zetsu to his shop. What else is there to play? Close the door. After all, the number of blind boxes on his shelf is limited. The system will put an end to this kind of card bug behavior, which is normal. After listening to Himobai's words, Conan couldn't help but feel shocked. She obviously didn't sense any chakra's presence in the shopkeeper. Why was this shopkeeper able to see at a glance that she was a paper clone, not the main body? You know, she has tried this new ninjutsu several times. She has successfully infiltrated Tsunagakure, Tuian village, and no one can see that she is a paper clone. The Konoha invasion last night was also very successful. Because she didn't want to attract Konoha's attention, that Chunin didn't kill her. She has been keeping an eye on Konoha's movements. After that Chunin reported everything to 3rd Hokage, Konoha indeed sent an Umbu team to the ceiling barrier to find out the situation. In the end, there may be nothing to be found, and it will be nothing. Advertisement. At that time, Conan was about to change hotels and just passed them by. There was no shortage of elite jonin among them, but none of them found out that she was a chakra avatar. Conan was amazed. How did the owner of this blind box shop find out that she was a paper clone? You must know that her paper avatar's concealment of chakra is extremely delicate. Face the cage-level powerhouse without worrying about being seen. Could it be that the opponent is young and his strength has surpassed cage level? Is it possible? Facing Conan's suspicious eyes, the smile on Bai's face never changed. Guest, if you still want to open the blind box, you can ask your body to come over. If I guessed correctly, your body should now receive a unique flyer. He did some research last night. The mysterious propaganda pen, a number 12 appeared on the forehead of the ugly angel. After that, Bai analyzed it again and came to the conclusion that it meant 12 hours. That is, after he used the propaganda pen for 12 hours. All cage-level powerhouses in the ninja world will receive this flyer uniformly, exactly 12 hours from now. Flyer. Conan blinked in surprise. Can you tell me what this leaflet is? Her paper clone is not connected with the consciousness of the main body. Like the clone technique, after this technique is lifted, the main body can receive the memory of the paper clone. Conan wasn't sure for a while whether his body had received the so-called flyer. I don't even know what the flyer is. The time is now 7 a.m. It's only 3 hours before 10 o'clock. She doesn't have much time, and she doesn't want to waste it. If possible, Conan of the paper clone hopes to be able to open the blind box. Check it out for yourself to see if this blind box store is as magical as the owner introduced. Bai nodded and explained the flyer. You can understand it as a promotional advertisement for my blind box store. Specifically what this leaflet looks like and what the content is, you will know when you return to the main body. I will not waste my words here. Let me tell you the use of the flyer. As long as the customer holds the flyer and thinks about opening the blind box, he will be regarded as a guest in my store. At the time of the game, no matter what your identity, where you come from, or what your strength is, you will be protected by the contractual power of the flyer. You can ignore Kanaha's seal and enchantment and be sent directly to my blind box shop. Seeing the deep surprise in Conan's eyes, Bai smiled. Your body didn't show up in the blind box store at this time. It is estimated that she is also suspicious of the authenticity of the leaflet and did not operate according to the content written on it. If you can cancel the spell and transfer everything here back to the main body. When your body comes, you can open the blind box. As long as you have money, as long as the number does not exceed 30, you can do whatever you want. If you're lucky, life cards, resurrection pills, and yang pills will not be a problem. Conan pondered for a while, and after a while, she raised her eyes and looked at Bai. Okay, I believe you once. If you lie to me, I will make you pay. After speaking, Conan made a seal and released the paper clone with a bang. Bai shook his head and chuckled. I don't know who will be the next guest. However, just as his voice fell, I saw a tall, feminine figure walking in. Bai looked over. Orochimaru. Although the Orochimaru in front of him was a strange combination of a woman and a man, Bai still recognized his identity at a glance. Because it's so obvious. In the entire ninja world, it is difficult to find a person with a unique temperament like Orochimaru. How to say, it feels very feminine and dangerous. But Orochimaru appeared in his blind box shop so quickly because Black Zetsu brought back news? Or did he also receive the flyer from the magic propaganda pen and was sent by the flyer? Welcome, guest, do you want to open the blind box? 100,000 taels. Concentrating his thoughts, Bai showed a professional smile and began to solicit business. Is this the blind box shop? It's amazing. Orochimaru licked his tongue and did not reply to Bai's words. Instead, he looked at the sales hall with interest. Those bizarre snake pupils, even if they changed their bodies, were still dangerous and cold. Finally, his eyes stopped for a long time on the blind box on the shelf. Are those all blind boxes sold in your store? He asked hoarsely. Bai nodded lightly. Not bad. Orochimaru looked back, and he stared at Bai, his pupils revealing a dangerous greed. I just looked at the billboard at the door and it said that the blind box can open Sharingan. Is this true? Nature can't fake it. It seems that Orochimaru's coveting of Sharingan has reached the level of madness. As soon as I came, I asked Sharingan, is it because I was afraid that others would not know that he was playing Sharingan's idea? Although he complained in his heart, but his face did not show it at all, Bai said calmly, not only the Sharingan, but also all kinds of magical and interesting abilities in the blind box. Guest, with your strength, I think I should have received a flyer from the store. In the flyer, the rules of the blind box are clearly written. Guest, take out the flyer and take a closer look. After reading it, you will understand. Ah! Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh, and stuck out his unusual tongue at this time. Then, a beautiful flyer vomited straight out of his cracked and deformed mouth. Bai. This picture is a bit disgusting, I can't bear to look directly at it. Orochimaru is too unhygienic. He'd bet that this flyer was definitely swallowed by Orochimaru himself. The magic propaganda pen is not so bizarre, it will send the flyer to the stomach of the guests. It's really interesting publicity. Throughout the entire ninja world, it's the first time I've seen such a unique and hard-to-predict way of publicity. Orochimaru held the drool-filled flyer with his fingers, squinting his eyes and staring at Mobai greedily. Just 10 minutes ago, he just woke up and was planning to get some food at will. But at this moment, a beautiful piece of paper suddenly appeared under his eyes. Orochimaru could see clearly that it really appeared out of nowhere. And there is no trace of chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru, who is familiar with various ninjutsu forbidden techniques, can almost conclude that this is by no means the power that their ninjas know. Think of everything you heard about the blind box shop from White Zetsu. Orochimaru was deeply intrigued. Advertisement. After. He took the golden leaflet and read it. After seeing the introduction about the blind box above, Orochimaru was even more interested. Next, after seeing that the flyer has a teleportation function, he was even more excited. Able to ignore Konoha's powerful sealing technique, as long as you have this leaflet in your hand, you can directly teleport. This is so interesting. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru opened his mouth and swallowed the leaflet. Then it was sent directly to the door of the blind box store. This teleportation ability is really interesting. In addition, Orochimaru is also very concerned about the items in the blind box. It was written on the flyer that there was even immortality in the blind box that he had been passionately pursuing, and all kinds of amazing and interesting otherworld abilities. Mobai glanced at him. In other words, the guest, you have already seen the content on the flyer. Since that's the case, I don't have to waste each other's time explaining a bunch more. Guest, how is it? Are you interested in opening a blind box now? Of course. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Mr. Mobai, can I ask you a question? Well, Orochimaru is still very polite. Mobai was not surprised that Orochimaru was able to pronounce his name. After all, there is his signature on the flyer. Since Orochimaru has seen it, he naturally knows what his name is. Please say. Smile and don't slap people in the face. Since Orochimaru is so polite, Mobai naturally won't be malicious. As long as there is no trouble in his store, everything is fine. Orochimaru shook the drool-stained leaflet. I want to know, how many such leaflets have been distributed by Mobai in the ninja world? Ask him. Sorry, he doesn't know either. The magic pen currently only distributes flyers to cage-level powerhouses. As for how many cage-level and above powerhouses there are in the ninja world, this Mobai really doesn't know. Guest, this is a business secret, you should change the question. Mobai smiled. Don't say he doesn't know, and even if he does, he won't tell Orochimaru. If that's the case, then I'll just open the blind box. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he put away the leaflet. Fortunately, this time he honestly put it into his pocket and didn't do any weird swallowing. After that, Orochimaru took out 10 bills and handed them to Mobai. Mobai saw that the money was taken out of a normal wallet, so he reached out and took it. There are exactly 10 sheets of 100,000 taels here. You can choose 10 blind boxes. The blind boxes are on the shelf, and the guests are free. Orochimaru is pride. Even though Orochimaru was born as a commoner, in fact, as a powerful Sannin, he is definitely a rich local tyrant. Among the many ninjas in Konoha, this guy has done the most tasks. It is estimated that besides Jiraiya, Orochimaru has the most number, and only 108 S-rank tasks have been done. Before defecting to Konoha, he had completed almost 1,500 tasks. One can imagine how rich Orochimaru is. Orochimaru walked over, looked around, and finally picked out a purple blind box. He was very straightforward, and took it apart directly in his hand. Under Orochimaru's novel gaze, a dazzling golden light burst from the blind box. Interesting. One skeleton soldier, an undead creature from a certain otherworld, the soldier with the lowest combat power, equivalent to the most common genin in the ninja world, food, milk. Note, this is one of the undead, and cannot provide food, but if milk is not provided for more than 30 days, the skeleton will enter a dormant period, lose its function, and become like a real skeleton. After providing milk, you can recover. Mobai couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Orochimaru opened a skeleton. This is the first time someone has opened a living body from a blind box. Although it is a skeleton, it is indeed an alternative life. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I opened? Seeing Mobai staring in the direction of the light group for a long time without saying a word, Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. Mobai shook his head and smiled. No problem, this may interest you. Seeing Orochimaru squinting his eyes slightly, Mobai pointed directly at the light group. Guest, you opened an undead skeleton, which is a branch of the undead race from the other world. After a pause, Mobai continued, the skeleton you created has similar combat power to genin, but because it is an undead, it can't be killed. If you really want to fight, the general chunin probably won't belong to it. Opponent. Skull? Undead. Orochimaru's expression changed completely. Mobai could even see his pupils shrink and dilate and flicker. It can be seen that his shock is too great, and his emotions are faintly in a state of being on the verge of madness. However, in Mo-Bai's view, it is not surprising that Orochimaru would have such a reaction. After all, Orochimaru has been obsessed with immortality and immortality since World War II. He was obsessed with the study of this aspect of the secret technique, and it was for this reason that he defected to Konoha. Now I hear that the immortal that I have been chasing has actually opened out of the blind box in another life form. It is not surprising that I am not shocked and crazy. At this time, the golden light elongated and gradually transformed into a tall figure. Then, the light dissipated, and a skeleton soldier nearly 2 meters high appeared in the store. "Dear sir, is it you who summoned me? I'm glad to serve you." The tall skeleton walked up to Mo-Bai and bowed slightly, one bone hand on the chest and the other behind the waist, performing an elegant etiquette to Mo-Bai. Orochimaru watched this scene, his pupils shrank violently. This skeleton can actually talk. He was really surprised. Staring at the skeleton's snake pupil, he was so excited that he wanted to dismember the skeleton to conduct research on the spot. "Mo-Bai, you are mistaken. The one who summoned you is not me, but the guest next to me." "I see." The skeleton immediately stood up straight with skeletons, turned and walked towards Orochimaru. "Respected lord, I am your loyal soldier, Poyardress. I am very happy to serve you." Advertisement. "Are you undead?" Orochimaru asked. "The tongue sticks out of the mouth and can't be retracted, and I don't know if it's too excited." "Yes, my esteemed lord." The skeleton's voice was very thick, with its own echo. "Where did you make your voice?" "Skeletons don't have vocal cords, so what makes their voices?" Orochimaru leaned in and looked up and down around the skeleton. With hot eyes, as if he was looking at some peerless beauty, Mo-Bai, who was watching, was a little speechless. "I don't know, my lord. Poyardress is just a small soldier, and his intelligence is not outstanding." These questions of Orochimaru are embarrassing, it is impossible to answer. Orochimaru didn't care if he couldn't get the answer he wanted. His palm stretched out and began to touch every bone in the skeleton. "Respect your lord, please don't do this. I am a pure soldier and don't provide bed-warming services." The skeleton lowered his head, his eyes without eyeballs were pitch black, and a cold white fang grinned, as if he was smiling flatteringly at Orochimaru. The next second, both Mo-Bai and Orochimaru heard his slightly shy voice. "Of course, if you can provide enough delicious milk to warm the bed of Poyardress, it is not impossible. As long as there is enough milk, you can do anything to me, my lord." After he finished speaking, he made a crotch twist at Orochimaru in a weird way. Mo-Bai. Orochimaru. What kind of strange line is this? It is too strange. The excitement in Orochimaru's eyes faded a lot after the skeleton's whole life. He pulled his hand back and smiled at the skeleton. "Can you eat?" "Of course." The skeleton grinned. "Milk is the favorite of every skeleton undead. This is the food we live on, the only food." "Orochimaru, what will happen to you if you don't drink milk? Will you die?" The skeleton turned his head, not answering Orochimaru's words. As the shop owner, Mo-Bai dutifully explained at this time, "It will not die, skeletons are undead, and there is no death. If they cannot eat for more than 30 days, they will fall into a dormant period, during which they will lose any function, which is the same as ordinary people. The bones are the same. Just give it milk afterward and it will recover. As a supplement, you can soak the skeleton directly in milk, or you can feed it from your mouth. Specifically, you can explore it yourself in the future." Mo-Bai thought, with such an interesting skeleton, Orochimaru, who is a scientific researcher, will definitely not give up his research. "It's so funny." Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth excitedly. "Lord Third Generation, this is the latest financial statement of the village you want. Would you like to read it now?" A Chunin who was in charge of this, stood at the door holding a thick stack of reports, and asked Third Generation respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him, put it on the table. "I'll look at it later." "Yes, Lord Third Hokage." Then, the Chunin carefully placed the thick stack of financial statements on the corner of the table. The desktop is cluttered with many files, so much so that this Chunin didn't notice that there was an incomparably beautiful flyer under his report. This Chunin left quietly after putting away and changing the report. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff and puffed. He frowned and muttered to himself, "I seem to have forgotten something? What did the old man say to watch? Hey, it's really getting old. Forget it. Except for Uchiha's affairs, the village has been calm recently, so let's leave it alone." After Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarettes, he leaned back on a comfortable office chair and closed his eyes. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't know it yet, missed the information of the blind box store for the second time. At the same time, Danzo walked slowly to the root base, leaning on crutches and carrying the gourmet box for breakfast. Abruptly a beautiful flyer, fluttering without wind, automatically floats onto the food box in Danzo's hand. "Who? Come out." Danzo didn't pay attention to the flyer, but shouted sternly, his body in a fighting stance. On the way, there are villagers shopping for food, and there are also 3 or 2 ninjas in a hurry. Seeing Danzo's sudden and drastic battle reaction, everyone's expressions changed, thinking that Konoha had encountered an intruder. Get out of here quickly. The villagers quickly ran away. That's Lord Danzo, go and have a look. And those ninjas ran over and asked Danzo carefully, Lord Danzo, what happened? Danzo gave the man a dignified look, it's none of your business here, just leave. Yes, Lord Danzo. Several ninjas were moved when they heard Danzo's words. Until they left the street, several ninjas finally couldn't help feeling grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Danzo is so kind. Yeah, it's really touching to stay alone to fight. As expected, the rumors are not credible. They all say that Lord Danzo is insidious and cunning, and he is stern and cruel, but I see Lord Danzo's actions just now, and he is not such a person at all. But, how do I feel that Danzo-sama's face just now seemed embarrassed, and we didn't let us go to fight alone, but to cover up something. Hey, that's enough Sakumo, what are you talking about? Lord Danzo was just doing it for us, you read it wrong. No, I really didn't read it wrong, it's because you think too much. Lord Danzo, he really had an angry expression on his face just now. In fact, Danzo was really d off. Because there were no enemies on that street, he just overreacted. It would be fine if there were no one there. Fortunately, this scene was also seen by many villagers who were shopping for vegetables and several ninjas who were working. This makes Danzo, who has been in control of the routes for many years and is used to giving orders, is embarrassed. Now, advertisement. He set his sights on the culprit leaflet. The 3 big characters of Blind Box Store are the first to catch Danzo's eyes. Blind Box Shop? What is that? Is there such a shop in the village? The old man has never heard of it. Danzo frowned slightly and muttered. The new word blind box aroused his curiosity and interest. He reached out and picked up the flyer. The delicate and unique touch of the paper made Danzo's hand pause. This kind of paper, the old man has never seen it before. It's not so much paper, it's more like some kind of synthetic product, and the drawing on it is beautiful. After Danzo thought about it for a while, he picked it up and took a closer look. At first, he just squinted his eyes and didn't care much. However, when he looked down and read the contents of the flyer, Danzo suddenly showed a surprised look. So this is what the blind box means. As long as 100,000 taels, if you're lucky, you will be able to get all kinds of powerful blood descendants, immortal arts, and even the rumored power of 6 paths of Sage of 6 paths from the blind box. In addition to this, there is the existence of the other world. Healing card, immortal bean, resurrection crystal, longevity card, devil fruit, Kaiwang God's boxing technique, Kaiwang boxing. God? The boxing technique created by God can even be opened from the blind box. Danzo's face became more and more moving as he looked, and the expression on his face became more and more gloomy. Because of the following content, it is even more shocking. Rao is a high-level figure like Danzo who has been in charge of the route for many years and has dealt with countless bloody and dark incidents. He was shocked by the content of this flyer. How dare you write it? If the flyer wasn't so exaggerated, Danzo might have believed it. After all, this leaflet appeared in front of him without warning, without any chakra fluctuations, and without any trace of the enemy. It is indeed a bit of a mysterious method. This, Danzo has been drawn to before. However, the latter thing is too exaggerated. Danzo scoffed at this. If such a powerful thing exists, who would use it and put it in a blind box for others to open? 100,000 taels is a lot, but that's just for most people. For a leader like Danzo who has been in charge of the route for many years, one of the top executives of Konoha village, 100,000 taels sprinkled in with water. The blind box really has this ability, not to mention 100,000 taels, it is 1 billion, 10 billion, and a bunch of strong people are holding money and breaking their heads to snap up. I guess it's the Uchiha clan again. This family should not exist in the ninja world. The old man's tit-for-tat against Uchiha is indeed right. Danzo squinted coldly. The strength in his hand also tightened suddenly. He originally wanted to crush the leaflet, but Danzo's hand paused slightly when he thought that the leaflet mentioned the contract effect of teleportation at the end. Forget it, this leaflet, the old man will put it away for the time being. After putting away the leaflet, Danzo cast a cold murderous look in the direction of the Uchiha tribe. Since Uchiha made a noise and sent the handle to me, don't blame the old man for being ruthless, root base. Lord Danzo, what are your orders? A few root fame and black cannons knelt in front of Danzo. Danzo said coldly, go to Uchiha, find a small shop called Blind Box, check it carefully, and if necessary, destroy it. Orochimaru was very satisfied with the skeleton creatures from Otherworld that were opened in the first blind box, although the strength is lower. But the value of research is immeasurable to him. I'll start the second one. He smiled and said to Mobai. Mobai nodded, guest, please. Orochimaru quickly took the second blind box, this time with the red blind box. When he opened the blind box, the skeleton also leaned over. There was clearly nothing in the dark eye sockets, but Emobai still could see the eagerness to try from the holes in his eyes. What a strange creature. Emobai shook his head and stopped paying attention to this unusual skeleton. At this point, Orochimaru had taken the blind box apart. A handful of kunao, universal kunao in the ninja world. This time, there is no need to ask Emobai, the contents of the blind box are directly transformed from the golden light. Orochimaru took the kunao in his hand and fiddled with it a few times. After discovering that it was just an ordinary kunao, he threw it to the skeleton at will. Generous lord, thank you for your gift. The skeleton held the kunao and waved it a few times, as if he had obtained a treasure. It is estimated that in its other world, low-level cannon fodder soldiers like it are not qualified to have weapons. So owning a very ordinary kunao, this skeleton also looks like he has no knowledge. Can't put it down. Orochimaru just glanced, then looked away. He then went to get the blind box. He has already paid 1,000,000 taels and can open 8 more blind boxes. Pondered for a while. In the end, Orochimaru picked 3 black blind boxes and took them down. This time, he used the clone technique and opened 3 blind boxes at the same time. 3 dazzling golden lights flashed. 1 ninjutsu scroll, a ninjutsu scroll that records the S-level ninjutsu spiritualization technique. Spiritualization technique, the S-level soul ninjutsu mastered by Kato Dan from the world of ninjas, transforms oneself into a living soul, traverses and kills enemies regardless of distance, and can also control the other's body and enter the spiritual world of others. Action, perceive, kill. An unremarkable knife, it can be used to cut fruit. Rainbow Diamond A20, a game card item from the Island of Greed in the Hunter world, a diamond shining with 7 colors. Use this diamond as a gift to propose. The success rate is 100%, as long as the gem is in hand, 2 people will not separate. How? Orochimaru asked. This time, he was no longer so confident about his luck. Emobai glanced at him, you're lucky this time. The first blind box opened an S-rank ninjutsu scroll, which came from Jiateng Duan's spiritualization technique. You who are in the same period as Jiateng Duan must be very familiar with this powerful soul ninjutsu. I won't introduce more here, and then I will talk about the following. Orochimaru nodded in motion for Emobai to continue. Advertisement. He is indeed familiar with Jiateng Duan's soul ninjutsu. This is very similar to the living corpse reincarnation forbidden technique he masters, but Jiateng Duan's spiritualization technique is not as good as his living corpse reincarnation. Spiritualization technique cannot occupy and take away the body of others for a long time. You can only use the soul to control the body of others for a short time, and finally return to the body. And his living corpse reincarnation forbidden technique does it. Although his living corpse reincarnation also has many flaws. For example, each reincarnation must be separated by 3 years, and the spiritual power of the container must be weaker than his. In addition, this spell will cause certain damage to his soul. Before and after each new container, his body will be weak for a period of time. No matter if the body of a man or a woman is used as a container, the complexion and eyes will become his original appearance. And there is a certain soul rejection. Of course, even though living corpse reincarnation has so many flaws, Orochimaru is still far superior to the spiritualization technique. As for why Emobai, the shopkeeper, knew that he understood Jiateng Duan's ability, Orochimaru didn't even bother to ask. Nonsense. Even the spiritualization technique of Jiateng Duan can be extracted from the blind box. Knowing that Jiateng Duan was at the same time as him, what is the fuss about? Emobai's voice, at this time, sounded, the second blind box is a knife, there is nothing to say about it. Emobai skipped. The third blind box is a rainbow diamond, an item from a certain other world, which emits colorful light like a rainbow. As long as you propose marriage with this rainbow diamond, the success rate is 100%, and you always carry the rainbow stone in your body, the two will never be separated. After listening to Emobai's explanation, Orochimaru was not very interested. After, the golden light flew into his hands. A beautiful rainbow diamond and a knife landed firmly in his palm. Orochimaru threw the knife at the skeleton again. The skeleton took it with joy, so happy that his jaw almost dislocated with laughter. Orochimaru played with rainbow diamonds in a daze. Pretty is pretty, and it's not good for me. However, this time, he didn't give the skeleton. The image of Jiraiya can't help but come to mind, that guy may need this diamond. Keep it. When I met Jiraiya later, I might be able to use it as a bargaining chip, but not necessarily a deal with him. Thinking of this, Orochimaru put away the rainbow diamond. There are 5 blind boxes left. This time, I will open them all. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he took down the 5 blind boxes and opened them all at once. Seeing 5 golden lights floating above his head, Orochimaru looked at Emobai expectantly. Mr. Emobai, how is my luck this time? At the same time, the land of thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. Early in the morning, 4th Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer be gathered in Raikage's office. What do you think? 4th Raikage held a beautiful flyer in his hand and looked at his adopted brother Killer Bee solemnly. The flyer in his hand suddenly appeared on his desk. He was very sure of this. Because his desk was messy at the time, Mabai complained softly when he was cleaning up for him. He remembered very clearly that Azabai kept the tabletop clean. This exquisite flyer appeared out of thin air the moment he turned to drink water. This is weird. Before Fourth Rakage could read the above, his younger brother Killer Bee came over. Like him, Killer Bee has a leaflet in his hand. Brother, you have to ask my opinion. Yo, I don't know either. Yeah, I can only say the things above. It's terrible. Killer Bee answered Rakage while shrugging his shoulders while drinking rap. Crack. Fourth Rakage slammed the table. Under his strength, the new table that had just been replaced a few days ago had a huge palm print, which seemed to be scrapped again. He looked at his brother. Be more serious with me. Oh, seeing his eldest brother's face darkening, Killer Bee immediately stopped singing and changed his voice. Brother, haven't you read the above? I suggest you watch it now. Hearing Killer Bee's words, Fourth Rakage took the flyer and looked at it. After a while, his eyes widened with a look of astonishment on his face. Blind Box Shop. 100,000 Tales can open all kinds of powerful bloodline boundaries, and even have all kinds of terrifying abilities in the other world, which is simply unbelievable. After Mobai listened to Orochimaru's question, he started to check the system prompt. A box of eyeshadow with pearl scent, it is more dazzling when applied. A delicious apple, freshly picked, very fresh. Experience for 1000 swinging swords. After a junior swordsman's sword swinging experience is combined with the experience light group, he can obtain this experience and be firmly mastered by his brain. Ignore bug, a magical item from Doraemon. Function: after you decide to ignore someone, once you are inattentive and talk to this person again, this ignorant bug will come to bite you. Dio's love belt, items from the JoJo world. Dio Brando's belt, everything can be JoJo, what are you waiting for? After reading the system description, Mobai simply introduced it to Orochimaru. These 5 blind boxes respectively open out eyeshadows, apples, the experience of wielding 1000 swords, ignoring bugs, and a love belt from a villain in Otherworld. Orochimaru was speechless. Even eyeshadow. A certain villain's belt. What the hell is this? Looks like I've had bad luck this time. Advertisement. Orochimaru licked his tongue and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Not for Mobai, though. Orochimaru is not stupid, although Mobai can't sense the relevant chakra breath. But he would not naively think that Mobai, who could open such a magical blind box, would be an ordinary person without strength. If he had to be so naive, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. Obviously, the shopkeeper in front of him called Mobai. He either hid his strength. Either his strength is so high that even he, Sunan, can't catch any clues. Orochimaru chose to believe the latter. Although what he opened in the blind box shop, there are no heaven-defying items, but like the undead skeletons of the undead, items with various wonderful effects in Otherworld. It is not something that the strong men of the ninja world can do. Mobai didn't know that Orochimaru was thinking so much at the moment, but even if he knew, he didn't care. The reason why there is no chakra fluctuation in him is that he used a technique he figured out yesterday. After opening the pupil power of Mangekyo's right hand, Mobai's understanding of ninjutsu and the use of chakra have improved in heights without a teacher. Mobai didn't bother to name it either, so he just called it anonymous. After launching this operation, the chakra in his body will be completely hidden. As long as he is in the store, no matter how strong the person is, he cannot see his strength. After he left the shop, this technique would not be able to borrow the potential of the system, and its power would be greatly reduced. At this time, as long as he is stronger than Mobai, he can sense the chakra on him. Of course, it doesn't matter if you feel it. Mobai didn't really care about that either. This is just a new ninjutsu created by his flash of inspiration last night. As for whether his own strength will be seen through, he did not struggle too much with this issue. At this time, the opened items fell on the table one after another. Orochimaru glanced at it and didn't care. Mobai knew that these things had little appeal to Orochimaru. However, as the shopkeeper, he explained it dutifully. I won't introduce more about eyeshadow and apple. That light group is an experienced light group with 1000 swings of the sword. As long as this light group is integrated, you can have this experience in memory, and it will be firmly remembered by the brain and master. What? This caught Orochimaru's attention. Can you even integrate experience? In that case, you should also have experience in ninjutsu, or Sharingan, or white eye experience, right? Mobai knew that Orochimaru was obsessed with Sharingan. He nodded and didn't hide it. It does. It's really exciting, Orochimaru said with interest. The Sharingan container of the Uchiha family cannot be obtained. It would also be nice if you could get Sharingan-related experience points from the blind box. With a horse smile, he said, does that ignorant worm have any peculiar abilities? He pointed to the ignorant insect resembling a beetle and asked. Mobai chuckled and nodded. Yes, this worm called ignorant worm, you put it on your body. When you decide to ignore a person, but you don't do it, and you talk to that person again. At this time, the ignorant worm is sharp, the long mouth will stab you, and it will hurt. What an interesting little thing, Orochimaru chuckled. Immediately, he put away the ignorant bug. This kind of bug with strange abilities is worth researching. The scientific logic involved in this is worth his time to interpret. As for Dio's belt, Orochimaru didn't even bother to look at it. It is clear. That's a belt someone else used. Orochimaru didn't show it on his face, but he was disgusted in his heart. He said to the skeleton, "The rest of the things, you put away. Oh my generous lord, may the devil bless you and praise your enthusiasm, hula." The skeleton was ecstatic, cradling everything in its arms. Mobai looked at this unusual skeleton and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not to mention, this skeleton has been looked at for a long time, and it is quite interesting. I'm not very intelligent, it's funny. Mr. Mobai, I will open 10 more blind boxes, here is. Orochimaru's words stopped abruptly. A transmission wave came. Conan's slender figure was sent directly to the blind box store by the flyer. Her appearance surprised Orochimaru for a moment, narrowing her long and narrow eyes. "Conan, so you also received the flyer." Orochimaru's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the leaflet in Conan's hand without a trace. Conan was also startled. She didn't expect to meet Orochimaru in the blind box shop. Immediately, she could not help frowning. For Orochimaru, she has the lowest level of trust in the entire Akatsuki organization. This dangerous man like Lion Majesty, Conan's vigilance and rejection of him are even stronger than the Madara she suspects. Because of this famous ninja world, Orochimaru, known as one of the Sunin, once wanted to kill them. In the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade represented Konoha village against Hanzo, the leader of Rain Shinobi village. It's hard to decide victory or defeat. So Hanzo of the Salamander, who had the name of a demigod, bestowed upon them the title of Sunin. After this, Sunin began to show his edge and became famous in the ninja world. At that time, Conan and the others, who were orphans of war, had a yearning and admiration for Sunin. "I want to apprentice to Sunin." Advertisement. The three of them start looking for Sunin. However, when they found Sunin with high hopes, Orochimaru's first words were, "Will you kill them?" Even after so many years, Conan still clearly remembers that Orochimaru's murderousness towards them was undisguised. If Sensei Jiraiya and Tsunade hadn't stopped them, Orochimaru would have killed all three of them. Orochimaru is a terrifyingly intelligent and ruthless powerhouse, and Conan seriously suspects Orochimaru has long recognized their identities. Know that they are war orphans taken in by Mr. Jiraiya. But the man kept pretending that he didn't recognize them. Its purpose is to be doubted. Conan lowered his eyes, hiding his emotions well. When she raised her eyes again, there was only a dull calm in her eyes. "It's no surprise, you got it, didn't you?" Conan said lightly. Then she ignored Orochimaru and put the leaflet away properly. "When I looked up inadvertently, I happened to see the skeleton." A look of astonishment flashed across the beautiful eyes. "Alive, skeletons? It's fun, isn't it?" When Orochimaru saw Conan staring at the skeleton, his eyes were clearly shocked, and he muttered in a low voice. The skeleton grinned when it saw that it was being noticed. "Ah, I am a generous and powerful lord, you are really wise. As your loyal skeleton soldier, of course I am interesting. This skeleton can actually talk." Conan couldn't hide the surprise on his face now. This scene is so weird. A talking skeleton is simply incredible. Even if I have seen many strange and weird secret techniques in the ninja world, forbidden technique. But she was still amazed by the writhing skeleton in front of her with a flattering face to Orochimaru. After a while, Conan suppressed his fluctuating emotions. "Is this also something that came out of the blind box?" "Not bad," Orochimaru said bluntly without concealing it. Conan fell silent. Her gaze looked at the skeleton with a little novelty. "There was a trace of worry in my heart. Shiwan has apparently been opening the blind box for a while. I don't know what good things he opened." This man who has long been in the world of Mega Shinobi joined the Xiao organization for an extremely impure purpose. Conan even suspects that Orochimaru is coming for Rinnegan. Now Nagato has Rinnegan, controls 6 paths and can suppress Orochimaru. If Orochimaru pulls out a strong god-tier alien from the blind box, I'm afraid even Nagato will have a hard time checking him. Mobai saw this scene in his eyes. He looked at Conan and said in a timely manner, "Guest, you are welcome to come back again. Are you ready to open the blind box now?" Orochimaru looked at Mobai at the same time as Conan. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. "So Conan has been here before, I don't know if it's a good thing." Orochimaru felt a little dread in his heart. "I couldn't come up with something that would make my strength stronger. If Conan, one of the founders of Akatsuki, comes up with something good to improve his abilities, it won't be good for his next plans." Conan did not answer Orochimaru. Instead, he said to Mobai, "I want to wait for a while before opening the blind box, is that okay?" As soon as Mobai heard it, he immediately understood Conan's concerns. This is not for Orochimaru to watch her open the blind box. He looked at Konan, guessed, if you have concerns and don't want other customers in the store to watch you open the blind box, you can buy a copy of Isolation Barrier for money. As long as there is an isolation barrier, even if there are other customers in the store at the same time, you will not be able to see the process of opening the blind box. This isolation barrier, like the blind box, was there when the store opened. Just because the price is too expensive, Mobai stopped paying attention after reading it once. After all, at that time, he hadn't even sold a blind box worth 100,000 taels, let alone an isolation barrier worth 100 million taels. It was the vigilant attitude between Konan and Orochimaru just now that reminded him of the existence of this isolation barrier. Konan was a little moved. However, she knew very little about this isolation barrier, and she planned to understand it first. So, she asked, what does this isolation barrier have? Can you be specific? Can. Mobai chuckled, this isolation barrier, you can understand it as an independent space with a light screen. As long as you have purchased an isolation barrier, when you visit our store, if you don't want other guests to see you, you can use the isolation barrier directly. In this way, no one except me, the shop owner, will know that you are visiting our shop. Because after opening the isolation barrier, you are in a unique different space. Although your own perspective is still in the blind box store, in fact, you are in a different time and space than the customers in the store. Maybe it sounds a bit confusing, but you can listen to it and know what kind of thing it is. The more specific introduction and instructions for the isolation barrier will be directly connected to your consciousness after you buy it, so I won't be wordy here. An isolation barrier that can isolate an independent space. After hearing about Mobai's introduction, Konan immediately showed a shocked expression. If this can be done, then the value of this isolation barrier is immeasurable. Orochimaru's eyes were fiery. Time and space ninjutsu has always been his weakness. He had read the notes of the Flying Thunder God technique. In addition to the content recorded by Second Hokage, there is also the improved experience of 4th generation Namikaze Minato. It is an extremely precious detail. Advertisement. But Rao is like this. With his intelligence and extensive experience in ninjutsu, he was stumped not long after getting started. Even though he spent a lot of time researching, he still failed to improve, and finally had to give up this technique. If he buys this isolation barrier and studies it slowly, even if he can't crack the barrier, but as long as he can feel a little bit of fur, it may have an unexpected effect on his improvement of time and space ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel hot. At this time, Konan said, how much does this isolation barrier cost? Orochimaru suddenly looked up. No matter how much money, it was worth buying. 100 million taels. Mobai directly quoted a sky-high figure. Konan listened and frowned slightly. The price is a bit expensive. Is it expensive? Mobai stretched out a finger and shook it. No, it's not expensive at all. It's still a discounted price. A barrier that can isolate a unique and different space, let alone a finished product, just a piece of research data, is more than 100 million. It can sell at this price because the small store is in the new store period, and the number of isolation barriers is limited. At present, I only have less than 7 in my hand. It is difficult to say whether there will be any more after they are sold out. If the two of you are interested, I suggest you buy it directly. Mobai really didn't fudge. There are not many customers in his store now, so he is not afraid of opening the blind box and making good things for people to covet. When there are more people, it will be different. You must know that the ninja world is a high-risk world where wars are launched at every turn. Even a powerful family like Uchiha that has existed for hundreds of years can be coveted and hostile because of the sharing on of the blood, and finally the family has been annihilated. If only heaven-defying goodies were to be sold in his blind box shop. For example, things like resurrection cards and Zheng Xiao Dan can't improve personal strength but are heaven-defying enough. At that time, I am afraid that as soon as the front foot leaves his blind box shop, the back foot will be ambushed by all parties, killing people and stealing treasures. Buying an isolation barrier in advance is definitely a wise choice. Even a cage-level powerhouse who really wants to offer heaven-defying good things can't say that he must sit back and relax. Look at how fierce the third Raikage is. However, in the Third Ninja War, this fierce Raikage was forcibly fought by 10,000 ninja wheels for 3 days and 3 nights. Live and die. After listening to Mobai's explanation, Orochimaru spoke in a low voice. This price is really not expensive. Mr. Mobai, I want to buy one. At the same time, several root members in black robes quietly sneaked into the Uchiha clan. After some searching, finally, in the quiet corner of the commercial street, I found the blind box store. You can't go wrong. The blind box shop Danzo-sama said is right there. Come on, let's go now. Meeting room of the Uchiha tribe. Early in the morning, all the elite of Uchiha gathered here. The original plan was to discuss and arrange a list of the clansmen who opened the blind box today, but at this moment, The chief elder, the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha medicinal flavor whose strength was raised to cage level after taking the Zisui Dan, Uchiha Shisui and others, all appeared at the same time with a beautiful flyer. This is the flyer for the blind box shop, Uchiha Shisui exclaimed. As his voice fell, the expressions of all Uchihas on the field changed. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and said simply and decisively, "This meeting is over first, everyone bring the money, follow me, and now go to the blind box shop." His eyes swept over everyone. "Wait for everyone to be smart, no matter what, we have to seize the opportunity." Yes, the patriarch. So, a group of Uchiha people got up suddenly, put their money in their pockets, and hurried to the blind box. For fear of being late, the blind boxes of the blind box store were sold out first, and they were not in their turn. In store, Orochimaru looked at Mobai and said in a slightly negotiating tone, "I don't have that much money with me, can I take credit? I can give you the money later." Mobai shook his head with a chuckle, "Sorry, customer, it's our shop's rules, no credit." After thinking about it, Mobai suggested, "Well, guest, if you really want it, you can go back and get the money now, and I will reserve a spot for you directly. When you have enough money, just come and pick up the goods." Hearing Mobai's rejection originally, Orochimaru's face was a little gloomy. But after hearing that Mobai was willing to reserve a spot for him, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. "Then I would like to thank Mobai-kun." The low voice fell, and Orochimaru gave Konan a deep look. No guesswork, he expected Konan to buy it too. Just a pity. He had also wanted to see what goodies Konan could pull out of the blind box. Now that there is an isolation barrier, this idea is doomed to fail. Orochimaru had no intention of staying any longer. He beckoned to the skeleton, one skeleton, turned around and strode away from the blind box store. "Guest, how are you thinking?" Advertisement. Seeing that Konan had been silent all the time, with a look of undecided thinking, Mobai simply asked directly. Konan nodded. 100 million taels, I bought it. Just under Mobai's gaze, Konan's expression was a little hesitant. Like Orochimaru, she didn't carry that much money with her. She originally only wanted to inquire about the information of the blind box shop. Therefore, he only carried 3 million taels with him. Unexpectedly, before the blind box was opened, she was the first to see the isolation barrier. "Guest, if you don't have that much money with you, just like the guest just now, I'll reserve a place for you." Mobai treats everyone equally. "You can open the blind box first, and when you come next time to bring the money, I will isolate you. Thank you to the owner." Konan pursed his lips and raised a small smile at Mobai. Mobai raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised by Konan's smile. But soon, he regained his indifference. "You're welcome, guest. Shopkeeper, you can just call me Konan." After thinking about it, Konan still revealed his name to Mobai. Mobai chuckled, "If that's the case, you can just call me Mobai." Looking at the warm smile on Konan's face, Mobai was in a good mood. "Konan, how many blind boxes are you going to open today?" "Shikaido, I'll start with 10. Konan also doesn't know how lucky he is? On that magical flyer, the rules for the blind box shop are clearly written. A guest can only open 30 blind boxes per month. Today is only the 9th, and Konan doesn't want to use up all this month's quota at once. After all, if one day's luck is not good, then the money of these 30 blind boxes is equivalent to wasted." She blinked, then took out 10 100,000 tael bills and handed them to Mobai. Mobai took the money, nodded and said, "Blind boxes are all on the shelf, you can choose 10. Kindness." Konan responded lightly and quickly walked to the shelf. Out of prudence, she did not take 10 blind boxes at a time, but only picked 2, white and lavender respectively. Taking a deep breath, Konan's slender fingers quickly opened the white blind box. A dazzling golden light flashed by suddenly, hovering in the sky for a long time. Seeing that no items fell out of the blind box, Konan asked Mobai curiously and expectantly, "Mr. Mobai, what did I drive?" The door of the blind box store. Orochimaru took a deep look at the unremarkable facade of the blind box shop. His eyes were fiery and greedy. What a mysterious shop. Immediately, his hands quickly formed a seal, summoning technique. Regardless of whether or not Uchiha and Konoha's people will be disturbed, Orochimaru directly summons the 10,000 snakes. Then, after the snake opened its mouth and devoured him and the skeleton, Orochimaru seals again, casts the reverse summoning technique and leaves. Just as Orochimaru left, several members of the root group suddenly appeared at the door of the store. Chief among them is a middle-aged elite jonin. He looked at the small shop in front of him, and the 3 big characters of the blind box shop were written on the signboard, "Walk into." He signaled the 4 root members behind him. Immediately, several men aggressively walked towards the blind box store. Boom! In the next second, the members of the root, including the middle-aged, were bombarded by some invisible force. Bang 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 bang. Several people fell to the ground one after another, bringing up a cloud of dust and confusion. How is this going? The people at the base were shocked. They just walked through the gate, and there is no enchantment chakra 1, 2, 3 fluctuations. Why is this so? Ren, try your perception ninjutsu again. Yes, the root member, called Ren, quickly used perception ninjutsu. After half an hour, there are no chakra fluctuations, and no traces of the ceiling enchantment. 35 The middle-aged man did not believe in evil and let everyone in again. This time, it was still bombed. Even if he was prepared, he was thrown into a mess. Because all of this is too fast, and it's coming in an instant. Not to mention the use of ninjutsu, even if their own consciousness didn't respond, they fell and flew out. Weird. This blind box shop that appeared out of nowhere is really weird. Captain, look here. The young root members pointed to the billboard on the wall and shouted in a low voice. Several root members immediately looked over. 100,000 taels is a blind box. Can I open Sherinan? The members of the root were stunned there. They looked at each other for a while, and the expressions on their faces were suspicious. Captain, I'll try. The root member called Ren said. Then, after the middle-aged man agreed, he walked cautiously towards the door of the blind box shop. However, this time, he went in smoothly. Ren really went in. This blind box shop is really mysterious and weird. When several people saw this, their expressions were shocked, and they all followed one after another. However, all of them were bounced out and fell into a dog to eat shit. What's going on? Ming Ming can go in. Why were we stopped? The people at the root can't figure it out for a while. How did they know that this was because they had malice towards the blind box shop, so they were rejected by the energy barrier set up by the system? Not only can't they go in, they can't even see anything inside the store even standing at the door. At the same time, just as the Uchiha elites arrived at the intersection of the commercial street, they sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation. This chakra scent, can't be wrong, this is Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. Uchiha Fugaku is serious and authentic. Hearing this, all the Uchiha people looked solemn. Orochimaru has defected to Konoha for a long time, and the ninjas sent by the third generation to trace him have never heard of him, so he unexpectedly ran back to Konoha on his own initiative. Appearing in our Uchiha tribe at this time, the horror is that Orochimaru also received that leaflet. 99 The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face a little gloomy. This is not good news for the Uchiha clan. The first elder originally thought that the existence of the blind box shop would take a few days to spread. But I didn't expect that the blind box store would complete the promotion in such an outrageous and efficient way as a leaflet. What worries him most now is how many people have received this flyer. If all ninjas distribute it, all ninjas will receive it. Then next, the Uchiha tribe, I'm afraid it will be in chaos. Father, let's go first, Itachi reminded. At this point in time, Itachi, who was Umbu, was supposed to report, but he didn't. Likewise, Shisui did not go. Advertisement. They all figured it out and were ready to quit Umbu, putting their focus and energy on the clan. After watching the future video, neither of them will go to Umbu to act as two-sided spies. Uchiha Fugaku nodded towards Itachi and waved his hand. Everyone get ready for battle, come and follow me. In store. Immobile checks the system prompt. Rong Yin Dan, a pill from a certain world of self-cultivation. After taking it, you can restore your face to the peak state at the age of 18. The skin is as delicate as a newborn baby, and all the scars and blemishes on the body are automatically repaired. In addition, it also has the effect of low-level cleansing pills. It can remove impurities from the body, remove viruses, dark wounds, etc. In addition, after taking this face pill, the youth will remain forever and the face will not age. No matter how old you are, stay at the peak of 18 until you die. After a quick look at the instructions, Mobai couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This thing is too attractive for women. Konan's luck appears to be good. Compared with the Hwanji pill that Uchiha Fugaku had prescribed before, the effect of this face pill is more powerful. Mobai opened his mouth, intending to explain to Konan the item she had given out, but at this moment, the root member named Ren rushed over. I'm from the root, under the orders of Lord Danzo, thoroughly investigate your blind box shop. Mobai ignored the root member and looked at Konan instead. Sorry, something happened, I'll deal with it. Konan, wait a minute. Konan nodded, then glanced coldly at the root member. In the bottom of his eyes, there was a trace of murderousness. According to the intelligence she recently collected, the reason why Hanzo suddenly turned against the tide when he was negotiating an alliance with Nagato and Yahiko, which led to her kidnapping and Yahiko's death, was because Chimera Danzo interfered and incited Hanzo to deal with him. It's just that it's been too many years. She tried her best, but only found a little clue. There is no definitive proof that Danzo is behind it. Konan's mood fluctuated violently. Here. Mobai's expression was indifferent, and he didn't say a word of nonsense. With a slap in the face, the root member didn't even have time to let out a scream, and it turned into a brilliant light and dust. Dazzling and beautiful. Yes, that's right, directly into glowing dust. Not to mention the bones, not even a drop of blood was left. dies so neatly. This scene fell into Conan's eyes, and her orange pupils shrank violently. In my heart, I was even more shocked to ultimate. The strength of the ninja at the root just now was at least the elite Chunin level. Such a Chunin, even if a cage-level powerhouse wants to kill it, cannot instantly kill him. At the very least, it will take a while to resolve. But here in Immobile, not only the instant kill, but not even a drop of the opponent's blood was left behind. It's like being wiped out of this world by a mighty supernatural force. Yes, that's right, erasing. Just using the word instant kill is not enough to describe the shock in Conan's heart. She stared at Immobile with shocked eyes. It's the power of God. This was the only thought in Conan's mind. If it weren't for the gods, she would never have imagined that there would be such a terrible murder method. That's right, it's terrifying. This kind of killing method that directly erases and turns people into a fog is more shocking and terrifying than the various bloody fights in the ninja world. Conan has a gut feeling. Even with her cage-level strength, if Immobile wants to take action against her, her fate will probably be wiped out in an instant, just like the roots just now. Like never existed in this world. The only thing left is a short and splendid dust. Conan's heartbeat suddenly jumped violently. There are shocks, and some inexplicable things. 4.6 well, finally come in. At this moment, the embarrassed members of the root group finally successfully entered the blind box store. Where's Ren? One of them wondered, didn't he come in? Why didn't he see him, people? This man's voice reminded others. The people at the root immediately glanced at the small blind box shop. However, after a circle, still did not see Ren, who came first. Several people couldn't help but change their expressions. The middle-aged man in the lead stared at Immobile badly. Did you do something to the people from our roots? Hurry up and hand them over. We are under the order of Lord Danzo. The man's voice stopped abruptly. What? Team leader. The remaining members of the root, watching their captain, slammed into a flying light and dust under Immobile's light slap. After everyone screamed, they were deeply terrified and horrified. A pair of eyes opened to the maximum in horror. It was even covered with bloodshots of despair and shock to ultimate. In the small blind box store, it was quiet for a while until ultimate needle drop can be heard. Gudong. One of the root members made an uncontrollable gulping sound. Immediately, they all retreated in fear. If they just faced the strong, they wouldn't be so afraid. After all, they were all elite ninjas who had experienced war and bloodshed. However, Immobile's killing method just now was too shocking. Their captain, strength elite Jonin level. Such a strong man, under the gentle slap of the shopkeeper, did not even splatter a drop of blood, and turned into a strange mist of dust, like the handwriting of God. It's like completely erasing a person from the world. Fear. The owner of this blind box shop is so scary. This is no longer a power that a man can possess. Escape. Leave here. This is the voice of the remaining few root members. At this moment, they were so terrified of ultimate that they couldn't even make a sound. Snapped. Clap. 95 however, they just turned away and took a step, and a slender and well-proportioned palm suddenly slapped over. The consciousness of several people has not yet reacted, and it has also turned into a dreamy light dust. Roaring. Reflecting the morning sun shining in, it is extremely gorgeous. The group of uchiha who came and happened to see this scene in their eyes. One by one, their eyes widened in shock, shocking to the extreme. Looking at Immobile's eyes, he was in awe and horror. For a while, no one made a sound. Everyone froze in place, drenched in cold sweat. Oh, sorry for scaring you. 35 Immobile looked at a group of pale-faced uchihas, smiling the same as before. However, in the eyes of everyone in Uchiha, they are like gods and demons. Nothing, we interrupted. Uchiha Fugaku stabilized his mind after a while, and he lowered his tone to Kaido. You guys are here to open the blind box, right? Immobile's gaze swept the group of Uchiha lightly. At a cursory glance, it is estimated that at least 60 or 70 people have come. With so many people, it is definitely impossible to receive them at the same time. Immobile pondered for a while, then he said, there are a lot of people here today, so let's just say that those who opened the blind box yesterday will not be able to accept them today. You arrange it yourself. If you have never opened a blind box, please line up first. Come one by one, it will be more orderly and faster. 35 Uchiha Fugaku froze the corners of his mouth. Okay, we will arrange it ourselves, boss. Please entertain other guests first, and we will line up by ourselves. Several elders looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Originally, they also wanted to take the opportunity of opening the blind box to ask about the Immobile flyer. But after witnessing Immobile's terrifying method of erasing the roots, several elders stopped. Ask? Ha ha. Didn't you see the shopkeeper's slap, and the person turned into a glowing dust? They want to live a few more years, but they don't want to die. Taking the expressions of Uchiha's group into his eyes, Immobile was very satisfied. No longer afraid of death, after seeing such a shocking and terrifying picture, I was also cowardly. Good. I just installed a big force through the energy barrier of the system. It seems that the effect is full. Look at dozens of Uchiha's faces turning pale. It's not that Mobai likes to be in the limelight and pretend to be pushy, mainly because his blind box shop is located in the Uchiha tribe, and the system has given him a Uchiha identity. It's okay in a short time, but in a long time, I'm afraid that some Uchiha who can't carry it out will pretend to be his clan. Treat his blind box shop as an asset of the Uchiha family, and don't allow others to open blind boxes. It's not that Mobai is overhearted. In this ninja world, it's normal to have such thoughts. Especially Uchiha with Sharingan, with their arrogant and paranoid personality, it is not surprising that they would have such thoughts. Of course, Mobai is not afraid of them floating. Those who dare to float up, he doesn't mind taking pictures one by one. It's just that since there are more shocking deterrent methods now, why not use them? Why wait for them to float up? Killing this possibility in advance is not fragrant. Mobai's gaze fell on the flyer held by the elder and Fugaku. I understand. Uchiha gathered so many people in his blind box shop early in the morning that he was worried that there were too many people who received the flyers, and they would not be able to get their turn. That's why they rushed over in a hurry, wanting to seize the opportunity. However, this group of people thought too much. Advertisement. It is estimated that they hurried over without even reading the leaflet. Mobai then looked at Uchiha Fugaku and pointed to the flyer he was holding in his hand. This flyer, the person you received, you'd better take a look now. The rules for the blind box shop are written in more detail, including the blind box items that you have not heard of before, which are listed above. After thinking about it, Mobai finally decided to tell the leaflet the news that only cage-level powerhouses can receive. Don't worry, this leaflet is not distributed by the whole ninja world as you think. This flyer can only be received by the strong cage-level masters of the major ninja villages. After listening to the Uchiha people in the store, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great! This way, they don't have to worry about the blind box being emptied. It's just that the number of cage-level powerhouses is not large. Even if the cage-level powerhouses in the whole ninja world gather in the blind box shop, they are not afraid that they will rob the blind box. The above is the voice of everyone in Uchiha. After witnessing Mobai obliterate people at the root, a group of Uchihas are now in awe of Mobai Ultimate. If you are full of words, you only dare to recite them in your heart, but do not dare to say them. It is estimated that the shocking scene just now was enough for them to digest for a long time. Even the most lively Uchiha Aoki and Uchiha Akira, these two are very quiet and well-behaved. Walking cautiously, anger caught Mobai's attention. Itaki and Shisui are the calmest-looking people in Uchiha. On the one hand, they see clearly. It is impossible to hide the existence of this blind box shop. They can take advantage of the opportunity. On the other hand, the two have long been grateful to Mobai in their hearts. Because the existence of the blind box store allows them to see the future direction and change their destiny in advance. As for the fate of Uchiha, they believe that as long as the blind box still exists, it is absolutely impossible for their Uchiha clan to be exterminated. All the money accumulated in the clan is taken out of the blind box, and it can always be opened to a good thing that becomes stronger. As long as there is no trouble in the store, the owner of Mobai will not take action against them. It is precisely because Itaki and Shisui can understand clearly, so they are not as cautious as the clansmen at this moment, and they are trembling with fear. Having said everything, Mobai didn't care about Uchiha's people. He walked towards Konan, who had been waiting quietly. Sorry, Konan, for keeping you waiting. Smiling apologetically, Mobai pointed to the light group suspended in midair, and said softly, let's continue. Yeah. Konan pursed his lips. Originally wanted to smile at Mobai, but she found that her face seemed a little stiff. The scene just now had a great impact on her mind. So much so that her heart beat faster when she looked at Mobai now. Konan took a deep breath. After a long while, she raised her eyes and asked lightly, Mobai-kun, what did the blind box open just now? You are prescribing Ranjian pill, a kind of elixir from a mysterious otherworld in the east. After taking it, you can bring your face back to its peak state at the age of 18. Seeing that Konan was already attracted by the effect of this medicine pill, Mobai continued to explain in a calm tone. Besides, this medicine pill can also remove impurities from the body, remove viruses, dark wounds, etc. 99. It can restore the skin and body to a perfect state. From then on, the youth will remain forever, the face will not age, and it will always maintain the perfect face of 18 years old until death. Hearing this, Konan couldn't help showing a look of joy and shock. Delighted, because the beauty effect of this elixir is amazing. As a woman, there is nothing that doesn't want your appearance to remain at its peak forever. Shocked, because this medicinal pill 140, called Ranjian Dan, not only has amazing medicinal effects on beauty, but also can remove impurities from the body and repair dark wounds. What makes Konan care the most is to remove the virus. If Nagato takes this pill, will it restore Nagato's body to a healthy level? Thinking of this, Konan's breathing became unsteady for a while. At this moment, the golden light group suspended in midair dissipated, and an elixir with golden luster fell into Conan's palm. Ranji Dan is not big, about the size of an ordinary pearl. Conan took it in his hand and scrutinized it a few times, and suddenly the fragrance lingered in his hand. The smell is very good, with some kind of unknown floral fragrance, which is fragrant. Is this Ranji Dan? It's amazing, Conan murmured, and then carefully put away the medicine pill. If nothing can heal Nagato's body after that beauty pill, she let Nagato take it. The Uchihas who were queuing quietly on the side also saw the face Dan opened by Conan. Because the shop is not big, they listened to what Mobai explained. It is more heaven-defying than the Hwanji pill that the patriarch prescribed yesterday. 35 youth is not old, and your face is forever. No matter how old you are, you have the peak appearance of 18 years old. This elixir called Ranji Dan is really amazing. Uchiha Yatsushiro lowered his voice with a shocked tone. Uchiha also sighed with emotion. More than that, after taking this face pill, it also has the same effect as the cleansing pill that I prescribed yesterday. It can remove impurities, viruses, dark wounds, etc. This Yan Dan is a combination of the functions of Hwanji pill and Shusui Dan. Are the two in one? It's an incredible elixir. 99 I envy this woman, she is so lucky. No, it's really unfortunate that such a good thing was opened in the first blind box. Uchiha Inari stared expectantly at the unopened blind box on the table. I don't know what else she can open next. Because the effect of Ranji Dan was so amazing, everyone in Uchiha was deeply attracted. Fear has also subsided a lot. When queuing, they gathered together in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered softly. Uchiha Fugaku cast his gaze, and his eyes were full of amazement. Just after returning home from a meeting last night, he gave his wife Mikato the Hwanji pill. The effect is visible to the naked eye and is amazing. Mikato is already a mother of 2 children, and even if it is well maintained, there are still some traces of time. But after taking Hwanji pills, his wife's face and skin instantly returned to the most perfect state. Right now, this face pill is actually a collection of the effects of 2 kinds of pills. No, I'm not prepared to say that. After all, the Hwanji pill he prescribed did not have the heaven-defying effect of eternal youth and immortality. After taking Hwanji pills, you just return to your most perfect state, but as time goes by, it will still look old. The efficacy of Hwanji pill and Ranji Dan are 2 different. After taking this pill, there will be another cage-level powerhouse. The elder's eyes were blazing. What appearance is not old? This is not in the attention of the first elder. For the great elder, being able to become stronger is the key. The only way to get rid of the predicament of the Uchiha family is to get stronger things out of the blind box. In order to ignore the suppression and targeting of Konoha, lead the Uchiha family to a better glory. Just when everyone's minds were up and down and they were amazed, Conan had already opened the second lilac blind box. After the golden light passed, the system prompt also arrived as scheduled. Confidentiality pen, a prop item from the world of Doraemon. If you use it to write, only the designated recipient can see the content, and everyone else can only see the blank. Different from before, this time, after the system prompted, Jin Guang flew over directly. A dark blue pen fell into Conan's hand. She picked it up and watched curiously for a while. After she couldn't guess the function, she looked at Mobai. This pen, what's the use? Mobai directly Kaido, this pen is called a secret pen, and it is also an item from Otherworld. Use it to write, only the person you want to see can see the content, even if others take what you wrote. Read it was also empty. I see. Conan nodded and put the pen away. The role of this pen does not sound amazing at first, but Conan, who is quite experienced in intelligence, knows the value of this pen. It is very useful for her to use it to write messages and not worry about being intercepted. I'll go on. After putting away the secrecy pen, Conan said lightly. Mobai nodded, you have already paid 10, please feel free. 35 this time. Conan took 5 blind boxes directly. Putting them on the table in a row, she first removed the yellow one. The golden light flashed dazzlingly. The Uchiha people who were queuing up all looked here. Even some of the Uchiha people who were queuing outside the door saw that Conan was about to open a blind box again, and the line stopped, and they went straight to the front of the line to join in the fun. That is to say, Mobai's method of obliterating the roots before shocked them, otherwise the group of Uchihas would not be watching from the side, but directly surrounded them and watched from a close distance. A cup of bubble tea, with pearls, it tastes better. Looking at Conan's expectant eyes, Mobai told her the answer directly. This time you are opening a cup of bubble milk tea, a drink, a mixture of tea and milk. The black pearls in it are made from powdered rhizomes of some kind. It's a good drink when chewed. Conan was a little disappointed after listening to it. Jin Guang also flew in at this time, and a cup of packed milk tea fell steadily on the table. Conan just glanced at it and didn't mean to drink. She's not one for sweets. This cup of milk tea looks very sweet. Maybe most girls love to drink, but she doesn't. I'll go on to the next one. She looked at Mobai and said in a low voice. Mobai smiled, good luck. Thanks. After thanking him, Conan turned his attention back to the blind box, and slender finger quickly opened the third blind box again. The uchihas who were lining up began to discuss in a low voice. Unfortunately, it's just a drink. This is normal. After all, luck is very mysterious. Before the blind box is opened, no one knows what will be opened. 99. Do you think she will have good luck this time? It's hard to say, the probability that the blind box can open something is too random, it's really hard to guess. Advertisement. At this point, Conan had completely disassembled the blind box. Ninja throwing experience points. After integrating the experience light group, the user's own master's ninja throwing skills can be fully increased by 1000 points on the original basis. What's out this time? This time the light group didn't fly down. Conan couldn't help asking Mobai. Mobai didn't talk nonsense, and explained directly. This time, the ninja throwing experience points are given out. 55. After integrating this experience light group, the ninja tools like the common shuriken or kunao, will increase your experience value by 1000 points on the basis of your original. The light group flew over. From the golden blind box light ball, when it falls into Conan's hands, it becomes the experience fusion light ball. Still golden. It's just that the volume of the fusion light group is smaller than that of the blind box light group. How does this fit together? 35. Conan asked. She was surprised that even the experience could be integrated. It's just that Conan is quite suitable for opening magical items in the blind box after the relaxation of the first blind box to open the Ranjian Dan. This ninja throwing experience value is good, but compared to Ranjian Dan, it is more than a star and a half. Conan was surprised by this, but he didn't have an overly surprised expression on his face. The fusion method is very simple. You only need to hold the light group in your hand, and then silently recite fusion experience light group in your mind. After Mobai finished speaking, he pointed to the small ball of light in Conan's hand, and suggested, you can look at it now. Okay, then I'll merge now. Conan also simply closed her eyes after finishing speaking, and began to merge the experience light group according to what Mobai said. Someone has given out experience points again. It seems that this experience light group has a high rate of issuance. According to this probability, the Sharinan experience value of our Uchiha family is also worth looking forward to. I can understand other experience light groups, but what kind of experience method is Sharingan's experience light group? Can it be directly evolved Mangekyo Sharinan after integrating the experience light group? 35. Hey, not really. Doesn't the flower kaleidoscope Sharinan require the negative emotions of ultimate to be activated? If the Mangekyo Sharinan can be opened by merging the experience light group, then will the Mangekyo Sharinan appear in batches in the future? If it's normal, I agree with your point of view, but in the magical blind box, everything is possible. Even all kinds of otherworld items and abilities can be opened from the blind box, and the experience value of Sharinan can be used to open Mangekyo. It seems not too hard to accept, right? 35. Just as everyone in Uchiha was talking, Conan had already merged. She opened her eyes, and there was a faint joy in her eyes. When he stared at Mobai, his eyes were a little brighter than usual. This experience light group is really amazing. Those memories are like my personal experience, and the picture of each exercise is clearly presented in my mind directly. 5. I don't even feel the slightest bit of fatigue from practice, but it seems like I've experienced countless exercises. This kind of feeling is really novel and interesting, as long as you like it. Mobai smiled unchanged. Yes, I like it. Conan also smiled. The light smile made her look bright, her eyes slightly curved into a crescent moon. Cough, this smile, please let me protect it. Joke, but Mobai was once again amazed by Conan's smile. Conan looks good when she's not smiling, she looks even better when she smiles. Looks like my luck is pretty good. When Conan spoke, her smile had stopped, and she glanced at the long line outside the door. After thinking about it, I finally decided to open all the blind boxes I just took down at one time. She formed a seal and transformed into 3 avatars. Start taking apart the 3 blind boxes on the table at the same time. So she's also a ninja. Is she also Konoha's ninja? How come I've never seen it before? It shouldn't be. If such a beautiful female ninja is from Konoha, it is impossible for us not to know each other. Because they didn't dare to use Sharinan, some Uchiha people who didn't perceive ninjutsu didn't know that Conan was a ninja. They only thought Conan was a normal person before. At this time, I was surprised to see Conan using the clone technique. After all, Conan's looks are so outstanding that it's hard not to attract attention. The older Uchihas, who were more powerful, didn't say a word. It's just that they looked at Conan with a bit of suspicion. In particular, Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui, who had read the flyer while taking advantage of the gap between Conan's fusion experience light group, guessed that Conan's strength was not low. Not only is it not low, but it is even a powerful cage-level powerhouse. Most likely, she also received the flyer, which was directly transmitted into the store through the contractual power of the flyer. It also makes sense why Conan appeared in the Uchiha tribe, they didn't even notice it. It's just that such a young cage-level powerhouse, and not Jinchuriki, is really something to be concerned about. When did the ninja world have such a strong man? Which village is she from? For a time, several Uchihas who had reached cage-level strength were all fluctuating and thinking about each other. At this point, Conan has finished dismantling the blind box. 3 golden lights flashed. Conan lifted the clone technique and looked at Mobai. This time, I hope I can have good luck. An ordinary shuriken, a general-purpose shuriken in the ninja world. 10 detonating talismans, a general-purpose detonating talisman in the ninja world. A certain kind of ninjutsu is sealed into a paper in the form of a rune, which is a spell. After a certain period of time, it can explode with great power, no less than the advanced fire-style ninjutsu released by Jonin. Since the detonator is a fire attribute, ninjas without fire attribute chakra can use the detonator to release fire-style ninjutsu, and can also be used as a medium for ninjas to use ninjutsu, which can be used with other ninja tools, and can also be used to set traps. 10 sets of fashionable dresses from a dress-up game. The actualized clothing is fashionable, cutting-edge, elegant, noble, and each set is carefully designed, unique and ingenious. Don't know what's out? Let's look forward to it. I guess there should always be one good thing in the 3 blind boxes. After all, this woman had good luck before. 35 I am the opposite of you, precisely because of her good luck before. This time I estimate that the probability of opening something good is very low. 35 In the whispers of several Uchiha clansmen, Mobai looked at Conan and said directly, these 3 blind boxes each opened a shuriken, 10 detonating charms, and 10 stylish and beautiful dresses. Conan's luck this time can only be said to be slightly worse. The value of these things combined is definitely not 300,000 taels. Conan listened, frowning slightly. I didn't order what I wanted. It seems that my luck is starting to get worse. The golden light came flying, and everything fell on the table. 10 gorgeous dresses covered the table. If it was another woman, she would be very happy with such a one-of-a-kind dress from Otherworld. But Conan isn't too much of a fan of these kinds of foreign things. The things she wants to open are either things that can make people stronger, or things that can heal. No matter how bad it is also a prop with a strange function like the secret pen that was released before 140. Just one look at the dresses, and Conan looked away with no interest. Not necessarily, maybe next time, you'll be able to drive something good. Good luck, Conan, encouraged 99 Mobai. It's not that he said that as a shop owner, such a thing as luck, really can't say. Sometimes you think that you can't drive good things, but you can drive unexpected things. When you are full of confidence, you can't do anything. Perhaps, this is one of the joys of opening blind boxes. The anxiety, nervousness, and excitement of expecting something good to be delivered is really exciting. I left 2 blind boxes, and I opened them all at once. Conan brought the 2 blind boxes directly, and without any hesitation, she opened them one after the other. 2 golden lights shot out one after the other. A handful of kunao, a universal type of kunao in the ninja world. A detective mystery novel, a supernatural power novel from the world of writers, a mystery novel written by Edgar Allan Poe. Let the person who opens the novel breathe into the world of the book, and only by cracking all the cases in the book can they come out of the book. Note, people who are sucked into the book cannot use any abilities, including super abilities of various worlds, devil fruit abilities, ninjutsu, etc. In addition, there is another way to crack, that is to violently beat up all the characters in the book. Really interesting ability. After reading the system's instructions, Mobai couldn't help but be interested in the ability to draw people into the world of the book. It's a fun ability. My luck this time, shouldn't it be bad too? 35 Seeing that Mobai didn't speak for a long time, Conan asked subconsciously as her heart tightened. Mobai shook his head. He stretched out his hand and drew the 2 light groups over, and when they landed in his hands, they turned into a handful of kunao and a book. It turned out to be only a book, and it was really bad luck. Conan said disappointedly. It seems that her luck really ran out, and she opened 2 more useless things. It takes 200,000 taels to open these 2 things, blood loss. I hope that when it's my turn, I won't be so unlucky. I managed to save 200,000 taels, but I don't want to drive things like kunao and shuriken. 35 Who isn't? Itaki, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Shisui next to him. Someone has opened the book from the blind box again. It seems that the probability of opening the book from the blind box is not low. Shisui, if you want to collect the whole set of the book, your hope is much higher. Shisui smiled heartily. This way I'm more motivated. 35 His gaze paused slightly and landed on the large and thick book. I feel that this is not an ordinary book, and it may not have any unexpected abilities. Itaki also cast his eyes and whispered, isn't it ordinary? Mobai listened to everyone's discussion and said to Conan with a smile, your luck is not bad, although you drive an ordinary kunao, it's really not that good. 5 But the other book, it's interesting, no, or rather, useful, and it can play an unexpected role. Given that there were many Uchiha people present in the small shop, Emobai did not go on. Instead, he turned around and took out a pen and paper from the cashier. Written on it succinctly. Someone let out a sigh in confusion. Why didn't the boss say it? Shouldn't this book have any amazing secrets? Boss, what is he writing? I'm really curious. Me too, but half of the commentary is gone. I thought it was just an ordinary book. Now, looking at the boss, this book is definitely not ordinary. Alas, my curiosity is completely suspended, and I can't get an answer. It's so uncomfortable, my heart is itchy and uncomfortable like a cat scratching. A group of uchihas were deeply aroused by curiosity, but they couldn't get an answer, so they wailed in low voices for a while. The tangle like scratching the heart is uncomfortable. Not only the young uchihas with insufficient concentration, but also the older elders were all aroused. First elder, Afeg Fugaku, what kind of book do you think it will be? Will it record some powerful cultivation methods, which can greatly increase the strength after cultivation and be reborn? Uchiha Fugaku is also very itchy, and wants to know what kind of book it is, so that Emobai suddenly does not explain it and changes it to the way of writing. This was the first time he had seen it, and it made him very concerned. Uchiha Fugaku's idea is different from that of the Great Elder. He does not think that it is a book of cultivation. However, he also knew that the Great Elder was concerned with the Uchiha family, and was most concerned about the way to become stronger. Therefore, he did not express his own views to refute the elders. Maybe, Uchiha Fugaku said. At this time, Emobai wrote it. He stopped and handed Konan the palm-sized cardboard full of handwriting. The detailed descriptions about this book are all in it, and the interesting part of this book is exactly that. As soon as you say it, the book may lose its unexpected function for you. Emobai remembers the battle between Konan and Obito in the original book, and the 600 billion explosions almost killed Obito. But because he underestimated Sharingan's forbidden technique as Izanagi, he finally died at the hands of Obito. Emobai couldn't help feeling sorry for Konan's death. This is also the reason why he did not publicly introduce and explain this mystery novel. This book, as long as the book is opened, people within a few meters will be sucked in. If Konan still can't escape the fate of fighting Obito in the future, this book, which can drag people into the world of books, might save her life. As long as Obito is dragged into the book world, chakra-related ninjutsu cannot be used. In this way, the two of them are estimated to be unable to fight. Konan took the paper from Emobai. At first, she just looked at the contents of the paper with curiosity, but when she saw it, she couldn't help but be deeply moved. The eyes that looked at Emobai trembled with gratitude. Thanks. Konan carefully put away the paper and the magical book. When she looked up, she looked at Emobai's bright eyes full of gratitude. At this scene, the group of Uchiha who watched the queue was even more distressed. What the hell is this written about? Who can tell me? 35 I am so full of curiosity that I can't get an answer. I'm going to lose sleep tonight. Me too. It's hard, but no matter how hard it is, you have to endure it. On the paper, apart from Emobai, only Konan knew what was written. Neither Emobai nor Konan can say it. What role does this piece of paper have with the open book? It is estimated that it will become the first mystery of the blind box shop. Emobai-kun, thank you. Today's blind box, I plan to be here first, and next time I come, I will bring the money over. Konan was very serious and authentic with a grateful look. Originally, she planned to open 10 more blind boxes, eager to open healing items and medicinal pills. However, after the book was published, she did not plan to open it again. Because of this book, it has aroused the strong curiosity and attention of the Uchiha family. This is not a good thing for Konan. Neither herself nor all the Akatsuki organizations she is in want to attract the attention of Konoha in a high profile. She was high profile enough just now. If this continues, it may cause inconvenience to her in Xiao's next actions. Anyway, she holds a leaflet in her hand, and it is very convenient if she wants to open the blind box. Moreover, Emobai-kun has promised to leave her a place with an isolation barrier. Konan plans to continue opening the blind box after he brings enough 100 million taels to buy the isolation barrier next time. She looked at Emobai and said hello, see you next time, Emobai-kun. Emobai smiled, okay, take a slow walk, look forward to your next visit, Konan. Seeing Konan turn around and leave, Emobai remembered that there was still a skirt she had drawn on the table with Kyu, and he hurriedly stopped her. Konan, you forgot to take these skirts. 35 Konan glanced at it and said with a chuckle, Emobai-kun, please help me save it. It's not very convenient for me to hold it now, I'll come and get it next time. 359 Okay then, bye. After Konan left, Emobai looked at the Uchiha crowd in line, showing his usual professional smile. Sorry, guests, I kept you waiting for a long time. Now it's your turn to open the blind box. Who will come first? I'll go first. Uchiha, who was at the front of the line, said the words after falling. He walked over and respectfully handed the 300,000 taels to Emobai. "Hello boss, I plan to open 3 blind boxes." Immobile took the money, nodded and said, "Okay, you can choose it yourself, good luck." Uchiha Rice Fire pursed his lips and smiled. Regarding Immobile's good attitude, his face was reserved, but his heart was full of joy. He didn't forget that Immobile was stalwart when he wiped out his roots just now. Such a godlike being is so friendly than him. For a time, Uchiha Rice Fire couldn't help but feel fiery and flattered. Fortunately, Immobile didn't have the ability to read minds, so he didn't know that the opposite Uchiha had such a good mental show. If he knew, he probably couldn't help but have black lines on his forehead. Too much drama. The proper boring type did not run away. As for Immobile, as long as he doesn't cause trouble in the store, his attitude is the same. People at the root will be obliterated, mainly because their malicious value is too high, and they are about to break out of the police line. Yes, that's right, Immobile can see the malicious value of every customer entering the store towards the blind box store. The system energy shield of the blind box store, in addition to isolating the prying and reconnaissance intelligence of people with other purposes. There are other functions, for example, one of them is to be able to see the malicious value of every customer entering the store. If the malicious value is below 5 points, you can enter the store. If the score is more than 5 points, it will be ejected and will not be allowed to enter the store. Anything above 7 is extremely malicious. Once this score is exceeded, it will be judged by the system as an enemy seriously attacking the blind box store. At the same time, as long as the malicious value of more than 7 points is reached, it will also be put in by the system, and then it will be obliterated. People at the root can come in because of this. Uchiha Obito, who came to open the blind box before, actually had some malice towards the blind box. It's just that the malicious value in his heart is not high, only 2.7 points. Compared with malicious value, Obito is more curious and interested in blind boxes. This is also the reason why Obito can enter the store and open the blind box smoothly, and the black Zetsu bullets fly out. Black Zetsu's malicious value is more than double that of Obito. It has reached the malicious level that the system determines that it is not allowed to enter the store. So there was a scene where Black Zetsu couldn't get into the blind box store no matter how hard he tried. The people at the root said they came to investigate his blind box shop thoroughly, but the malicious value of these people was all above 9 points, and they were almost full. Clearly it was on Danzo's orders to destroy his blind box shop. That's it, it's strange not to be obliterated by the system. Uchiha Rice Fire pursed his lips, and stood in front of the shelf with a serious face to select the blind box. He chose very carefully. Everyone in Uchiha saw that Uchiha Rice Huo, who usually acts resolutely, was so grumpy, and couldn't help but complain. Senior Rice Fire is so slow, how long does it take to pick? Keep your voice down, be careful if Senior Rice Huo hears it, and I'll give you double the task when you go back. No way, is Senior Rice Fire such a vengeful person? 35 Ha. Hey, you said that, I didn't say that. I really can't see it. This reminds me of the Iron Fire before, who seemed to be silent and refrained. I didn't expect to be so cunning when I opened the blind box, and I was not honest at all. Now the Rice Fire is also very different from usual, and it really answers that sentence, you can't just look at the surface, it's hidden deep enough, these two guys. Hey, don't complain so loudly, Rice Fire has already selected the blind box, he is looking over here, be quiet. All quiet. The great elder spoke solemnly, stopping everyone's muttering. At this time, Uchiha Rice Fire has already started to dismantle the blind box. He is full of confidence, and the movement of opening the blind box reveals an indescribable demeanor. Just last night, Uchiha Rice Torch made an in-depth analysis of all the clansmen who opened the blind box. He thought he had figured out the probability that the blind box would explode. So very confident and calm. The blind box was opened at this time, and golden light appeared in the air. Uchiha Rice Fire smiled and looked at Immobile. Boss, what is the order? The Uchihas who were lining up couldn't help but be surprised to see such a calm Uchiha Rice Fire. Senior Rice Fire is so confident, shouldn't he really drive something good? 35 really or not? Boss hasn't announced the answer yet, how could Senior Rice Fire know? 39 Uchiha Yatsushiro, I remember that this is the first time that Rice Fire opened the blind box. This kid is really good. He was so calm when he opened the blind box for the first time. 35 When I was the first blind box, my hands were all sweaty and nervous when I opened the box. Compared with the Rice Fire, I was much inferior. The Rice Fire is really good. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He has always been extremely optimistic about this subordinate who is also a capable confidant. At this time, Fugaku was very happy to see Rice Fire so calm and confident. Pao Huo studied it all night last night, and maybe he figured out any patterns. Uchiha's iron-hued deep voice also sounded at this moment. He and Uchiha Rice Fire are both single, and both of their parents and relatives died in the Third Ninja War, so they both live in Uchiha's ninja apartment. Advertisement. The apartment types are next to each other, and the two often get together to chat. Saibo Taihuo is very familiar with the Uchiha rice fire. After hearing his words, everyone on the field became interested. He looked at the golden light with burning eyes and anticipation. If Dao Huo really reasoned and found out some laws, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for their family. The most exciting thing is none other than the great elder. His hot and excited eyes never moved away. A pack of instant noodles, sauerkraut flavor, strong enough. After reading the prompt, Mobai was speechless for a while. Out of instant noodles is nothing. But isn't the enough behind the system really making fun of it? He looked at the confident Uchiha rice fire, unable to bear to tell him the cruel truth. If Uchiha rice fire knew that not only was he extremely unlucky, but he was even poked at by the system, his mentality would probably collapse. Of course, as a conscientious and perfect shop owner, Mobai naturally wouldn't hit customers like that. He cleared his throat. You ordered a pack of instant noodles, Uchiha rice fire? He widened his eyes, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Instant noodles? I made instant noodles? Ordinary instant noodles? Is there anything unusual about instant noodles? Mobai didn't say a word, and directly waved to the light group, and the golden light directly transformed into a packet of instant noodles in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Someone burst into barbell-like laughter on the spot. Shut up. The great elder glared over and scolded fiercely. The man quickly covered his mouth, his face flushed red. 4 flowers. It's not that he wanted to laugh like that on purpose, it's just that the contrast between the before and after Uchiha rice fire is so unbearable. Simply a huge rollover scene. It's really instant noodles. It seems that the direction of rice fire research last night was wrong, and the law of blind boxes is really not so easy to find out. Unfortunately, 100,000 taels open a pack of ordinary instant noodles. Senior rice fire won't be hit, right? Why is his face so pale? It shouldn't be. Senior rice fire's spiritual confidence is strong, so he won't be hit by a bag of instant noodles. But this instant noodle is open from a blind box, and a pack of instant noodles is open for 100,000 taels. Can you not beat it for you? 35 yes. Alas, it can only be said that Senior rice fire's luck is not very good. I hope he will have good luck in the next blind box. Itaki and Shisui couldn't help but laugh when they watched this scene. Like Uchiha Taihuo, Uchiha rice fire is also the one in charge of monitoring them. But unlike the silent iron fire, this guy Uchiha rice fire is born with a strong poisonous tongue. Good words in his mouth can become a sharp weapon to attack people. Itaki and Shisui were actually tired of him. It's just because of Uchiha Fugaku's face, the two have been holding back. Now seeing Uchiha rice fire eating turtles in the first blind box, the two of them couldn't help but feel relieved. A teenager after all. Although he is a genius of precociousness, his temperament occasionally reveals the lively and detached uniqueness of young people. Itaki and Shisui looked at each other and finally couldn't help laughing. Uchiha rice fire pays the most attention to the two of them. This almost became a conditioned reflex of his body, and even when he was opening the blind box, he didn't forget to pay attention to Itaki and Shisui. Hearing the muffled laughter of the two at this moment, Uchiha's face flushed with anger. The feeling of suffocation was stuck in his chest, and it made him feel so uncomfortable that Sherinan stared out unconsciously. Pao Huo, calm down. Fugaku exclaimed sharply. How satisfied I was with the performance of rice fire just now, how disappointed I am now. Sorry, Patriarch, Okay, rice fire, don't say it, don't you still have 2 blind boxes left? Clean up your mood, and cheer up, maybe the next blind box, you can open something good. The elders encouraged. Yes. Uchiha rice fire closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes returned to their normal pupil color. Boss, I will continue to open 2 blind boxes next. Before going to pick up the blind box, Uchiha rice fire did not forget to say hello to Mobai. Seeing Uchiha rice fire being so polite, Mobai smiled. Good luck. Thank you. 35 So, in Mobai's good luck, Uchiha rice fire got lost, and he regained his confidence. This time, I'm going to open 2 blind boxes at the same time. He placed the 2 blind boxes he had taken on the table. Then Jian made a clone, and at the same time came to dismantle the blind box. At the same time when the 2 golden rays of light appeared, there was even a sound of music. This is completely different from the way that the golden light emerges from any blind box in the past, which made all Uchiha in the store brighten their eyes and look forward to it in amazement. There is music. This is the first time I have seen such a special way of opening the blind box. Me too. Uchiha Aoki stared at the light ball with fiery eyes. Senior rice fire should have produced something very powerful, and it's so special that he brings his own music to the scene. I bet it's going to be heaven-defying this time. 1 music box, refined music box, no battery is needed, as long as it is placed in a bright place, it can be automatically charged. Pregnancy Stone S10, a prop from the Island of Greed in the Hunter world. In the original book, it is a 3-kilogram stone. For the convenience of carrying, this system is specially reduced to a 30G stone. Efficacy: carry the stone on the body for a month, as long as it does not leave the body. After a week, both men and women can become pregnant. Stones are divided into female stones and male stones. With female stones, you can have a female child. With a male stone, you can conceive a male child. This stone is a male stone. What are you waiting for? Just bring the stone for 3 months, you can guarantee a son, and a man can too. After reading it, Mobai was shocked. Subconsciously, he took several steps away from the light group of the pregnant stone. Men can have children as long as they bring stones. This is a bit unscientific. Whose child are you carrying? How to get pregnant? This, shock. Boss, what's the matter? Is the thing I opened this time better? Seeing the shocked expression on Mobai's face, Uchiha Ricefire finally couldn't help but ask with anticipation and curiosity. The other Uchihas also looked at the light group with great interest. Isn't there really a good thing? The boss also 153 is the first time that he shows such a shocked look. It must be super amazing. We Uchiha have opened many blind boxes in a row, and we have also opened a lot of good things, but we have never seen the boss show such a look. Senior Ricefire must have opened something amazing. What will it be? It's really exciting. Mobai's mouth twitched, astonishing enough, and he looked at Uchiha Ricefire eccentrically. The first blind box: you open a music box, a decoration that automatically plays music. As long as it is placed in a bright place, it can be automatically charged without batteries. 5 Is it just a music box? Uchiha Ricefire whispered. Immediately, he frowned, his expression of disappointment very obvious. But soon, he asked again, what about the other blind box? What was opened? Among them, the Uchiha tribesmen felt regretful when they heard that the first blind box was just a music box. Unfortunately, I thought Senior Ricefire had a good luck this time. After all, the light group that appeared with music was too rare. I didn't expect it to be just a music box. Uchiha Aoki's tone was disappointed. Although it is not his own blind box, but as the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Isn't there another blind box? Ricefire luck, maybe in the last blind box. 39 Yes, the shocked expression of the boss just now is not fake. There must be something unexpected in the second blind box of Ricefire. Mobai glanced at Uchiha Ricefire. The second blind box is a stone, weighing 30 grams. It comes from a magical island in the otherworld. This stone is very special. The full name is also called Pregnancy Stone. What? Nanny! I heard it right. What's it called? Pregnancy Stone. This name, oh my god, doesn't it really have the function of making people pregnant? A group of Uchihas were shocked. All of a sudden there was a commotion. For a while, the elders stopped berating, because he was just as shocked as the Uchihas on the field. Pregnancy Stone? This kind of stone, wouldn't it really be as its name? Does it really have this magical ability? Uchiha Ricefire froze when he heard it. He rolled his eyes and looked at Mobai dully and dull. Boss, what did you just say? What kind of stone did you have in your arms? Mobai, pregnancy stone. He covered his lips with his fist and coughed, covering up his gaffe just now, and continued to explain calmly. As long as you carry the pregnancy stone on your body for 3 months, no matter whether you are a man or a woman, you can get pregnant within a week. The pregnancy stone is divided into female and male stones. If you carry a female stone, you'll have a female fetus. If you carry a male stone, you will be pregnant with a female fetus. Is a stone tire? Mobai looked at Uchiha Ricefire's face as if struck by lightning, and his tone unconsciously brought some sympathy. The one you gave out is a male stone. As long as you carry this stone on your body for 3 months, you can conceive a son. 5 The small blind box door is eerily quiet in an instant. After listening to Mobai's explanation, everyone was stunned. Uchiha Ricefire cried out uncontrollably. Why would I prescribe this kind of thing? I don't need it. Damn it. I researched it all night. Why is it worse than what others have not studied the blind box to open? 39 Senior Ricefire was beaten out of control. It's no wonder that anyone who prescribes something like a pregnancy stone will get out of control. It's okay, there are quite a few pregnancy stones. You don't need them yourself, you can give them to those in need. For example, some families who have been married for many years and can't give birth to children need this kind of pregnancy stones. 35 It's really a magical stone. You said that the child born from this pregnancy stone, whose bloodline is it? This involves my knowledge blind spot. In the murmur of the discussion, 2 golden lights flew over. Advertisement. This scene, in the past, everyone would look forward to it and pay attention, but this time no one dared to come together. Not only did no one dare to step forward, but all the Uchiha people on the field, young and old, all stepped back in unison. If it weren't for the lack of space in the store, it is estimated that it would be more than a few steps back. 2 things fell steadily on the table. The good music of the music box rang again. The music box is very delicate, the surface is plated with a layer of gold, and the workmanship is extremely exquisite. On the edge of the music box is a very ordinary stone. Umobai glanced at it and couldn't believe that such an ordinary stone had the ability to make people pregnant. If someone got this stone to play tricks and put it on someone else for 3 months, damn it, it would be impossible to guard against. Umobai thought about it, maybe he could take this stone. At that time, whoever dares to provoke him, but who is not guilty of death, can give the other party a pregnancy stone and send a child to send a blessing. It was decided, he changed this stone. This guest, if you really don't want this stone, I can trade it with you, what do you think? Umobai looked at the beaten Uchiha rice fire and asked. Uchiha raised his head suddenly, nodded his head like garlic, change for change, boss, I'll trade with you now, no matter what, I'm willing. I don't take advantage of you either, so you can open a blind box again, and I will pay for the money in the blind box. Mainly because he was not able to estimate the value of the pregnancy stone at the moment. Everything in him was drawn by lottery from the system, and the value was very high. It is really not worthwhile to exchange it for pregnancy stones. And some things of average value, when they are exchanged for pregnancy stones, they lose the style of his shopkeeper, making him, the owner of a shop, take advantage of others, which is too much. Simply, let Uchiha Rice Fire choose a blind box again. Just deduct 100,000 taels from his system account. This is a way that no one suffers, and can maintain his blind box shopkeeper's style. Hearing this, Uchiha Rice Fire couldn't help but be overjoyed. Thank you, boss, I'm so grateful. He felt that the boss took care of him. If Umobai didn't change the pregnancy stone, he also planned to run into the woods and dig a hole to bury it. Anyway, I dare not put it by my side. In this way, it is really good. 55. Is the deal still possible? It seems that in the future, if you are not satisfied with the items, you can ask the people present in the store if anyone wants to trade. If the boss likes it, it will be even better, so that you can open an additional blind box. Uchiha Fugaku exchanging unsatisfactory items for a place in a blind box is indeed a fair deal. The other Uchiha people also nodded in approval. Although the pregnancy stone is magical and powerful, it is really disgusting for people who don't need it. After all, it would be terrifying if you accidentally let yourself get pregnant. It's really nice to be able to trade a blind box. In case this blind box can open something heaven-defying, it will be a real profit. Of course, if you were to sell this pregnancy stone yourself, those who needed it would definitely be willing to pay 100,000 taels. Even if it is sold to nobles and some wealthy big businessmen, this pregnancy can be sold for a higher price. It's just that the waiting period is too long, maybe 3 or 5 months, and you may not be able to meet buyers. And with such a miraculous stone, it is difficult for you to convince others that it has the effect of pregnancy. Even if 4.6 is afraid of selling it, at least you have to wait until the other party is successfully pregnant before you can get the money. In general, it is more convenient and cost-effective to directly exchange the blind box on the spot. Itaki and Shisui looked at each other, and both saw relief and happiness in the other's eyes. Changed out. Itaki was relieved. Yeah, great. Shisui exhaled deeply. They admitted that the moment they heard about the effect of the pregnancy stone, they were terrified, for fear that Uchiha Rice Fire would use the pregnancy stone against them. Such a small stone, if it is caught by the Uchiha Rice Fire who is in charge of monitoring them, it will be carried for 3 months. This is just. I can't imagine that scene. At this time, Umobai walked over and put the pregnancy stone into the space ring. As for why it is not included in the storage warehouse that comes with the system, this is because it is an item opened in someone else's blind box, not drawn by the system by lottery, and cannot be stored in the system warehouse. Only the things extracted by the system can be put into the system warehouse. After Umobai took away the pregnancy stone, he said to the system in his mind, 100,000 taels will be deducted from my account to pay for a blind box under Uchiha Rice Fire. Ding, the deduction is successful. At this time, Uchiha Rice Fire has been selected, which is an orange blind box. At the same time, root base. Danzo finally couldn't sit still after waiting for a long time for the people at the root to come back. He called a Barame to fetch the roots, and ordered, you go to the Uchiha tribe and see what happened. Remember, whether you see those people or not, you don't need to show up, you just need to use your Abarame clan's secret techniques to find out the information, understand? Understood, Lord Danzo, Abarame responded. Go. 39 Danzo waved his hand and muttered gloomily to himself after watching Abarame take the root away. Shisui and Itaka, neither of them came to Umbu to report today. The Uchiha family, there is indeed a problem. I wonder if it has something to do with the blind box shop. After pondering for a moment, Danzo stood up and planned to go to the Hokage building. Hokage house. Third generation saw the financial statement halfway, and Kakashi of Umbu came in at this time, and he looked up. What's the matter, Kakashi? Kakashi wears a cat mask, an Umbu uniform, and Umbu's unique tattoo on his left arm. Lord third generation, Uchiha Itaka did not come to Umbu to report today. As his captain, I will report to you. 99 Kakashi said in a deep, magnetic voice in an orderly manner. Originally, such a thing did not need to be reported to Hokage, but third generation had privately asked him to pay attention to Uchiha Itaki. 05. So due to his duty, Kakashi waited in Umbu for a long time, but after Itaka didn't come to report, he hesitated for a while, and then came to report to third generation. Third generation frowned. Where's Uchiha Shisui? Is he absent? Uchiha Shisui didn't come to Umbu to report either, Kakashi replied. Did something happen to the Uchiha clan? Third generation whispered to himself. His face was ugly, but with Kakashi here, he didn't say any more. He waved his hand and said, I know about this, you can go and do it, Kakashi. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Kakashi got up, quickly walked out of the Hokage building, and bumped into Danzo who was coming over. He glanced at Danzo. Lord Danzo. Yeah. Danzo nodded. He looked Kakashi up and down. For this son of White Fang, he actually admired it very much, and once asked the third generation for someone. However, with such an outstanding talent, third generation would naturally not be able to hand it over to him. So Danzo brooded about it for a while. Most of the work of Umbu and the roots overlaps, and there is no communication between Danzo and Kakashi. It's just that Kakashi is wary of him, and usually does not want to have too much contact with him except for work. This makes Danzo quite unhappy. Lord Danzo, is there anything else? Facing Danzo's gloomy eyes, Kakashi asked. It's alright, go do your work. After Danzo gave a cold voice, he ignored Kakashi and turned around and entered the Hokage building. In situ. The brows under Kakashi's mask frowned slightly, and he had a gut feeling that something was going to happen recently. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about what to do with the Uchiha coup. Danzo has approached him privately several times about this. The other two advisors, like Danzo, advocated the use of force to quell the Uchiha coup. They all thought of the plan, with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi as executors. In this way, they will be able to clean up the high-level Konoha, and they don't need to bear the infamy. It is impossible to say that you are not interested in this plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the shadow of the village, naturally does not want the village to have a powerful family beyond his control. But this plan was not seamless. Although the two Uchiha tribes, Itachi and Shisui, could be blamed for genocide, smart people knew what happened. Besides, when the other ninjas in the village saw the huge Uchiha being exterminated, it was impossible for them to be free from fear and suspicion. First of all, these ninjas who once supported him will definitely doubt him, and the prestige and trust of him as a Hokage will definitely be greatly reduced. He can stabilize the ambitious Danzo, and in addition to his own strength is stronger than Danzo, the support of other ninjas in the village is also important. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Once he gets involved in Uchiha's genocide, no matter how clean he thinks he is. Advertisement. As long as it is done, it will leave traces. The huge Uchiha family cannot be erased if he wants to. During the game, those ninjas who supported him, such as Inoshikacho, Abarame, Hayaga, etc. would definitely no longer trust and support him. It's hard to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched the center of his forehead, giving him a headache. What's so difficult? Sarutobi. Danzo, who came in, asked casually after hearing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes dangerously. You don't knock on the door when you come in, it's time to change it. 39 Danzo found a chair and sat down. He didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but said, Sarutobi, what are you thinking about Uchiha? I heard that Itachi and Shisui didn't come to Umbu to report. I'm afraid they've wavered and no longer favored our side, but chose their own family. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, then he spoke quietly. I won't intervene in this matter, and you'd better not act rashly. No matter how Uchiha is said, he is also the initiator family of Konoha Jienkan, a noble family that has continued from the Sengoku period to the present. I don't want you to do this. Immoral things. Humph, what a hypocrisy. This is Danzo's voice at the moment. Don't think he doesn't know, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long regarded the powerful and arrogant Uchiha as a thorn in his side and a thorn in the flesh. For the Uchiha clan who have the power of Sharingan but cannot be controlled by him, they have long wanted to solve it. Just because of Uchiha's power and fame, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find a perfect solution. What is moral or immoral, it is better to say than to sing. This guy Sarutobi really wants to be so brilliant, Konoha will not be able to adjust his talents to zero now, and he will not pick up. Top powerhouses such as White Fang, Sunin, 4th generation Namikaze Minato, who used to be so powerful, died and walked. 3rd generation morality? Ha ha. In that case, I see. 35 Danzo didn't want to break up with 3rd generation either. He finally eased his relationship with Sarutobi and didn't want to break up again. After the death of the 4th generation, when Sarutobi Hiruzen went to Daimyo to take over the job of succeeding Hokage, on the way back, he sent people from his roots to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it didn't work. In the original root assassination team, except for Yamato who was spared by Kakashi, everyone else died. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came back, did not hold him accountable. This incident was kept secret, and no one knew about it except the Umbu team and 3rd generation led by Kakashi at the time. He Danzo still serves as the leader of the roots. In this regard, Danzo has also analyzed in depth. He is very clear why Sarutobi Hiruzen let him go. Not because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's generosity, but because Sarutobi is the shadow of the village. He needs to be upright. Some dark or dirty work, some dirty work that Umbu can't do, has to be done by his roots. In the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, where there is light, there must be darkness. To put it bluntly, it is necessary to leave a backer to do the dirty work. He, Shinmura Danzo, was the perfect candidate. Danzo stood up at this time and was about to leave. When he walked to the door, he suddenly thought of the flyer he received on the way. Danzo paused and asked in a vague tone, Sarutobi, did you receive the flyer? What leaflet, Danzo, what are you talking about? 33 Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Nothing. It seems that Sarutobi did not receive the flyer. Out of selfishness, Danzo did not intend to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about the existence of the blind box shop. He turned around and strode away. Inside the blind box store, Uchiha Rice Fire quickly took down the blind box to open. After the golden light burst out, a group of Uchihas started talking. For the blind box obtained from this transaction, their expectations and interest are no lower than that of Uchiha Rice Fire himself. Tao Huo has opened 3 blind boxes in a row, and his luck is not very good. I wonder if this blind box, which has been contaminated with the boss's luck, can break the bad luck of Rice Fire. It is really exciting. 35 At this time, Mobai received a prompt from the system. Armament Haki, the ability from the world of pirates, Haki, is divided into Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki. This time Armament Haki is an ability that can improve its own defense and attack power, acting like invisible armor. It can also evolve into attack power, and then compete with demon fruit power, and can even touch the entity of the Logia fruit power. In addition to acting on its own body, Armament Haki can also attach to objects. Armament color can be acquired through practice, and can also become stronger through practice. How to use: Coloring Haki has different usage skills due to its flowable characteristics, which can be divided into hardening, winding, external release, and internal destruction. The more specific ability usage instructions will be branded directly on the user's brain after the user fuses the light group, and the detailed explanation will be skipped here. After reading it, Mobai couldn't help but be surprised. With Armament Haki in the draw, it seems that Uchiha has good luck this time. Pregnancy Stone is not in vain. Mobai blinked his eyelids and explained, congratulations, this time you are lucky, you have an ability from the other world, Armament Haki. Armament Haki? What kind of ability is this? The name sounds like Haki, it must be very strong. No matter what, Senior Rice Fire finally came up with something good this time. 5 Even the boss said good luck, this Armament Haki, it is estimated to be very strong. 35 The first elder looked hot. Boss, what kind of ability is this? Please explain it to us. Mobai glanced at the elder and nodded. Armament Haki and Devil Fruit come from the same world. Haki is divided into 3 types, namely Armament Color, Seeing Color, and Conqueror's Haki. Here is Armament Haki. I will focus on Armament Haki, and the other 2. If someone opens it in the future, I will explain it in detail, and I won't go into details here. Just a little pause, Mobai continued. Armament Haki is a combination of defense and attack ability, which can be divided into 4 skills, namely hardening, winding, external release, and internal destruction. It can be strengthened through continuous practice. Someone of you offered Devil Fruit before, and I mentioned Devil Fruit's Logia to you at the time. Logia can be elementalized, ignoring physical attacks, and the only thing that can restrain Logia's demon fruit power, besides Sea Stone, is the Haki ability system. The Armament Haki opened this time, the entity that can directly touch the elementalized Logia-capable person, is an ability system that can compete with demon fruit power. After listening to Mobai's long series of explanations, everyone in Uchiha was full of joy. The ability to compete with demon fruit power, this Armament Haki, seems very powerful, and it can become stronger through cultivation. Is there a possibility, after Senior Rice Huo has integrated and mastered this ability, he can teach it to us? As soon as this person's voice fell, everyone suddenly let out an exhilarating inhalation sound. If we can learn this ability, then the overall strength of our Uchiha will definitely rise to a higher level. This Armament Haki has unlimited potential just by listening to the description. It integrates defense and attack. Once he learns this ability, he will definitely have a considerable breakthrough and leap in his own physique. 35 Like the Medicine Senior and the Patriarch to widen the chakra tendons. Hey, if this is true, then I must learn this ability. 35 Me too, our Sharingan in Uchiha has 2 high demands on chakra. Every time I use the Sharingan, I feel like my body is going to be hollowed out, and it takes a while to ease the fatigue every time. 5 I'm excited when I think about it. If our physique and chakra improve in an all-round way, and cooperate with Sharingan's ability, haha, it must be super strong. Hearing the excited noise of a group of Uchihas, Mobai laughed dumbly. How can it be so simple? The ability of Otherworld, unless it is opened from the blind box, it is impossible to learn. For example, like ninjutsu in the ninja world, even if you master the basic theory of every ninjutsu and go to other worlds, you can't teach others. Because, no chakra. Chakra, based on the strange power brought by the divine tree, exists in the blood of the ninja world. Without this bloodline, it is useless even if you know how to make chakra. Because there is no chakra gene in your body at all, you can't extract it even if you practice until you die. The same is true. The abilities of other worlds are the same. Even if you know the cultivation method of this ability, it is impossible to cultivate it. Without the bloodline, without the existence of the cornerstone of world ability, practicing is a waste of practice. Of course, except for items and abilities that are opened from the blind box. The things opened in the blind box are all blessed by the system. You can ignore the rules of the world and have the same ability as the original world. Even if you are lucky enough, you can open the system repaired ability from the blind box, which is more perfect than the original world and has no defects. Yes, that's right, Mobai's blind box system is so awesome, so unreasonable. At this time, the golden light flew in and transformed into a light group that could fuse the ability of the armed color. A group of lights hovered in front of Uchiha Rice Fire. Is this Armament Haki's fusion light group? I'm really looking forward to it. Rice Fire, hurry up and fuse. 99 The first elder shouted, and blue veins appeared on his hands because of his excitement. He clenched his fists, unable to contain his excitement. Itaki and Shisui are also following the scene. The ability from the same world as Devil Fruit, I don't know how to use it. Itaki muttered softly. Shisui thought of Third Raikage, a fierce man who could single-handed 8 tails with his flesh. After Uchiha Rice Fire fuses this Armament Haki, it may be possible to single-handed the tailed beast. Shisui boldly imagined. Boss, can I just recite the fusion directly? Uchiha Rice Fire looked at Mobai excitedly. Well, not bad. Mobai nodded lightly. Advertisement. Fusion. Uchiha Inari closed his eyes, held the light ball in his hand, and began to fuse Armament Haki. After half an hour. Armament Haki. 99 Just after the fusion, Uchiha Rice Fire couldn't help but experiment with new abilities. Invisible to the naked eye, his fist was covered with a layer of Haki, as hard as steel. Boss, can I try this ability now? Uchiha Rice Fire, who was eager to try, still did not forget to ask Mobai. This is also the first time Mobai has seen Armament Haki in use. Different from what the manga sees, in the manga, Oda painted black in order to allow readers to see this ability better. Actually, Armament Haki is used without any color. In the original, Rayleigh also explained to Armament Haki that it is like wearing an invisible armor. When using it, other people can't see it with the naked eye, and can only sense a strong and fierce breath, but there is no entity. Mobai is also curious about Haki's power in the world of Hokage. At the moment, he nodded, yes. After Mobai agreed, Uchiha threw his fist, punching the knife he had drawn. Boom. The steel knife shattered directly into multiple pieces under his fist. This ability is good. After just trying it out, Uchiha Rice Fire was so excited. Although the people of Uchiha can't see the Armament Haki wrapped around the Uchiha Rice Fire, they can feel the cold breath originating from the Armament Haki. Especially when he saw Uchiha Rice Fire slamming down the sharp blade with one punch, the knife was broken into many pieces, and his hand was nothing at all. The Uchihas couldn't help but feel excited for a while. The defense is really strong. Tao Huo has only just merged with Armament Haki to have such a defense. This ability is indeed an ability that can compete with Devil Fruit. It is really powerful. The elder was in high spirits. Although the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan are powerful, their body's defensive ability is a big shortcoming. If the clansmen can learn Armament Haki, and cooperate with Sharingan, thought here. The great elder couldn't help but feel extremely hot, and his eyes glowed. Rice Fire, how are you feeling now? Uchiha Taihuo walked over and asked. It feels very good, it's better than ever. After integrating Armament Haki, I can feel that my body has become stronger. I know what you are all curious about, just want to ask me if the chakra tendons have broadened, right? Now that you know it, don't say it, hurry up, don't give a shit. That's right, Rice Fire, you are doing it on purpose, knowing that everyone is in a hurry, you are deliberately hanging on everyone's appetite, damn it. Senior Rice Huo, have your chakra veins widened? You said hurry up, it's killing us. 39 Uchiha Fugaku and several elders also looked towards Uchiha Rice Fire. Mao Huo, don't be a jerk, let's talk, tell everyone, have you broadened your chakra veins? Uchiha Fugaku spoke directly. Since the patriarch has spoken, then I won't sell it, my chakra muscles have really broadened. I'm just a master Armament Haki, just getting started. The chakra muscles in my body have more than doubled their size. Now, my strength is at least close to cage level 5. Hearing Uchiha Rice Fire's words, Mobai was not surprised. The physique of the pirate world is indeed a fierce one. He has long guessed that Uchiha Rice Fire can widen chakra's tendons after fusion with Armament Haki. Therefore, after witnessing, Deo, Li Hao, also looked as usual. In Uchiha, someone gasped. Just getting started will strengthen your physique and widen the chakra tendons. If you continue to practice, won't you be able to raise your physique to a terrifying realm? 99 Great, this ability is awesome. It's like it's tailor-made for our Uchiha family. After learning armament haki, our Uchiha family has been unable to support Sharingan's flaws, and will completely solve the fire. Ha ha ha, I'm excited when I think about it. With a strong physique, a steel-like defense, and the ability of Sharingan, our Uchiha family is afraid that we will be invincible in the ninja world. Seeing that the clansmen were going crazy, Itachi shook his head. He whispered to Shisui, the clansmen think too simply, this armament haki ability, I don't think it can be learned. Shisui also agreed with Itachi. That's right, just like our Sharingan is our Uchiha's unique blood lineage, this armed spirit haki, I am afraid that in the original world, not everyone can learn the power of Master, let alone leave the original world 5. I estimate that these other world abilities that are open from the blind box, except for myself, cannot be learned by Master. 55 Itachi nodded, and Shisui thought of something with him. Although Uchiha Fugaku was also very excited, as the patriarch, he was not too overjoyed. After thinking for a while, he asked Immobite, boss, may I ask if this ability can be taught to the Uchiha family by rice fire? 35 When the other Uchihas heard the words, they all looked over with hope. Immobite didn't hide it, and said bluntly, this ability, even if you teach it, you can't learn it. All the abilities that come out of the blind box, except for the person who opened the blind box, other people can't learn Master. He glanced at everyone and saw the disappointment and frustration of these people in his eyes. Immobite's tone was as calm as ever. You don't have to be too concerned, it's not a deliberate limit set by the blind box, but just like your Sharingan's bloodline limit, these abilities from Otherworld need the support of blood, or the energy system of the world to which they belong. You don't have the so-called bloodline, and without the energy cornerstone of the original world, it is naturally impossible to learn these abilities. This is also the mystery and power of the blind box. No matter which world's ability is opened, as long as the blind box is opened, after fusion, it is guaranteed that everyone who opens it will be able to master easily. Originally, everyone in Uchiha heard that they couldn't study, and they felt a sense of loss and care in their hearts. But after Immobite's explanation, he was relieved. Yes, even their own Sharingan, the coveted people in the ninja world can't have it. This is the case for the same world, let alone Otherworld. It's their whimsical. After explaining, Immobite didn't care what the Uchihas thought. He looked at Uchiha Rice Fire. Are you going to open the blind box? If not, let the next person come. 35 Uchiha Rice Huo shook his head with a smile and said respectfully, boss, I have already driven a super good armament haki, and I don't plan to drive it again. You can let the next clan come. 39 Immobite nodded in response to Uchiha Rice Fire. Immediately, he said to the Uchiha crowd in the queue, next, who is coming? 153, outside the blind box store. Aberame froze there with a solemn expression. My bug clone was unable to detect that blind box door, and was directly ejected by an unknown force. What a weird store. Aberame took the root of Danzo's order, he gritted his teeth, and released a large number of chakra poisonous parasites from his body. Going to try to infiltrate the blind box shop with poison bugs. Success. Seeing the poisonous insects flying into the blind box shop, Aberame was delighted. However, in the next second, his face with a half mask, his expression changed greatly. Disappeared, my poisonous insects have completely lost contact, as if they were erased by some powerful force. Aberame, who used secret techniques to connect with poisonous insects, took root at the moment when the poisonous insects lost contact, and he also sensed a terrifying force, not good. Aberame screamed and wanted to cut chakra, but it was too late. I am afraid that the force is tracking. He only felt that he was imprisoned by some terrifying existence, and his whole body seemed to fall into an icy abyss, unable to move. Puff! A burst of blood surged, and Aberame instead spewed a mouthful of blood on the spot. Immediately, the whole person's consciousness sank, and he fainted completely. He should be glad that he didn't try to enter the blind box shop, but just used poisonous insects and insect clones to test. Otherwise, now it is not just as simple as vomiting blood, I am afraid that it will be directly obliterated by the system. In store. Immobite also received a prompt from the system when a Uchiha paid money to open the blind box. Regarding the situation of Aberame taking root and testing the blind box shop, Immobite learned the detailed process through the system, but he didn't take it to heart. Don't say that it's just Aberame's roots, even if Danzo comes in person, it's also a contribution to the system's protection, AFEG, energy. Immobite just took a look at the situation and withdrew his attention. His gaze turned to the Uchiha tribe who opened the blind box. At this time, the blind box has been disassembled. In a burst of dazzling golden light, the system prompt sounded again. Exploding clay Little Asuka from Iwegakure 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji's apprentice, Deidara's blood follower ability, a unique white clay with explosive ability. Birdie, as its name suggests, is a bird-shaped explosive clay that can explode in flight. 99 Note: the clay produced by the blind box is guaranteed to be out of Deidara's control. Even if Deidara shows up, he cannot recall and control the detonating clay. The little bird detonating clay is a complete and independent item. Use. Under that man's expectant gaze, Emobai said directly, "You have created an explosive clay. This item comes from 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji's disciple, Deodara. You can use this clay at will, even if you run into Deodara, don't worry. The items opened in the blind box are independent items. Except for you, even Deodara himself can't detonate or manipulate this clay." The man wasn't too disappointed. The clay didn't sound too strong, but it was interesting. It would be nice to study Uegakure's bloodline limit with this clay study. So, he happily took the clay and walked towards his familiar friend. Next, Emobai said. At the same time, Land of the Earth, Uegakure. In the Tsuchikage office, Onoji held the flyer in his hand and looked at his son, Lois. Advertisement. This flyer suddenly appeared on my desk. I've seen it, and what's written on it is quite amazing. You should take a look too. Lois took the exquisite flyer from his father and looked at it seriously. After half an hour, he couldn't help but stare at Oyeji with a look of astonishment. "Father, it's incredible, isn't it?" "I think so too." Onoji frowned. After reading the Lois, his expression became solemn for a long time. "It's not easy to be able to put this flyer on the desk under your father's eyes without knowing it. The person behind this is not easy." 39 Father, do you think this blind box shop is really as magical as the flyer says? If you can perform all kinds of ninjutsu in the ninja world, chakra, and the limit of blood will be fine. It even says that there are magical items and powerful abilities in all the worlds of the heavens. It can even bring the dead back to life. The most amazing thing is that it also says that God created the ability to destroy the world. Lois thought about what he just saw, and his heart couldn't help but violently ups and downs. It turns out that outside the ninja world, there are many colorful other worlds. Regardless of whether the blind box store described in this flyer is true or false, at least this imagination and the huge structure of the world brought him a strong shock and ideological impact. This is what my previous self never dared to think about. "Dad, show it to me too," Haitu said crisply. Black Soil is only 2 years older than Naruto and Suzuki, so now she is still a cute little loli. Lois did not reject her daughter because she was young. The daughter's talent is extremely high, and it is the object of key training, so Huang Tu directly handed the flyer to her daughter. He brought the Black Soil over, and his big black eyes shone for a while after seeing the introduction above. "This blind box shop is amazing. Grandpa, Dad, I'm going to open a blind box. This blind box shop is so much fun." Black Soil jumped with excitement. But Lois became cautious. "This flyer that appeared out of thin air is too weird. Maybe it's not necessarily the enemy's trap, and it has to be carefully considered." Onoji looked at his son and nodded. "It's right to be cautious, but you don't have to be too cautious. This flyer can appear under my nose out of thin air, and the other party must be very powerful. If you want to do something to us, you don't need a lot of trouble at all, just do it directly. I can't even notice how this leaflet appears. If the other party does something to me, I don't think I can resist it." Speaking of which, Onoji couldn't help but have a headache. When did such a terrifying existence appear in the ninja world? The emergence of this blind box store, I don't know, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Sunagakure in the Land of Winds. Those who received the flyers, except for 4th Kazekage Luasha. Sunagakure's advisor, Cho's mother-in-law, also received this mysterious flyer. Inside Feng Ying's office. At this moment, the atmosphere is solemn. Luosha looked at Granny Cho. "What do you think?" For the mother-in-law Cho, Luosha still respects her very much. Mother-in-law Cho is not only stronger than him, she has lived long enough, and her wisdom and experience are worthy of his learning. Granny Cho sighed. "This flyer appeared right under my nose. I tried it with ninjutsu, but couldn't find any trace of the manipulator. This ability has surpassed the ninjas I know. I think we might give it a try." Because of the disappearance of 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Ninja World War was directly triggered, and they, Sunagakure, also suffered heavy losses in the 3rd Ninja World War. All potential young generation died in this battle. Their Sand Shinobi is now at the bottom of the 5 ninja villages. Even with her and Luosha supporting her, she was still in an awkward situation. Among the younger generation, there is not a single person who can draw it. Even Gaara, who is a Jinchuriki, has a big gap in strength compared to Jinchuriki, who has been able to control the power of the tailed beasts well in other villages. As the 4th Kazekage of Sand Shinobi, Luosha is naturally very familiar with the current situation in his village. After listening to Cho's mother-in-law, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your idea is similar to mine. This blind box store can appear in front of us without knowing anything about it. It is probably much stronger than us. For such a strong person, if you want to do something, you don't need to test it. You can just do it directly. It's superfluous to worry about this. 100,000 taels for a blind box. The price is not high, I just can't make up my mind for a while. Should I go there myself?" Luosha was not afraid that he would be in danger. It's just that the current Tsunagakore's heart is floating. The disappearance of third Kaze Cage, there is still no clue or news. The village needs him, Fengying, to sit in town and stabilize people's hearts. Granicho stood up. Let me go, this old body may not be active for a long time. I will take this opportunity to go there in person. If you can take this opportunity to investigate Kanaha's intelligence, it would be good. The next one will come from the old man, the elder said. After watching so many people open the blind box in a row, he was also moved and wanted to try his luck. However, the elder was just trying his luck, and he didn't want to occupy the young people's resources and places for blind boxes. He only intends to open 2 blind boxes to try. Whether he can open something good, he doesn't plan to open it again, leaving the opportunity to the young people of Uchiha. This is 200,000 taels, please accept the boss. He handed the prepared money to Mo Bai. Mo Bai, who took the money, glanced at him. He was a little surprised that the elder only opened 2 blind boxes. After all, as a clan elder, he is definitely not short of money, and only 2 are open, which is indeed quite small. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but admire the great elder's concentration. He couldn't help thinking of Kanaha's high-level F4, there is no harm without comparison. Compared to third generation in Danzo, the elder Uchiha is much stronger in character. This is the true will of fire. Third generation often talks about where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless, but his own approach is exactly the opposite. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not been on the battlefield since becoming Hokage. All of them are young people who go to the front line and work hard, and they sit firmly on the Daiotai in the back. The so-called older generation burns themselves and protects the young is like a joke. There is no shadow of a village like the third generation. When there is a war in the ninja world, the shadow of a village never goes to the battlefield. It's not that Imobai intends to target third generation and Danzo. The main reason is that these 2 people boasted too much, but they have never been able to show a successful record and admirable character. The so-called strongest Hokage of the third generation, the hero of the ninja world, and the title of Doctor of the Ninja world are really embarrassing. No matter which title, the strength and record shown by the third generation are incomparable. I don't know how this came out. Shaking his head, Imobai put these mixed thoughts behind him and began to pay attention to the elder's demolition of the blind box. Of the 2 blind boxes, the great elder only dismantled one. In addition to Imobai, the owner of the shop, the Uchihas on the field are also paying attention to the elders opening the blind box. Maybe too focused, for a time, no one speaks. The golden light flashed suddenly. Mortar, a military weapon from the modern world. Mortar is a kind of curved smoothbore artillery with short gun body, large firing angle and high ballistic arc. The mortar launched this time has a range of up to 15 kilometers, and the killing range of the shell can reach 1,300 square meters, equivalent to the size of 3 basketball courts. Note, since it is produced in a blind box, it can provide unlimited ammunition. Boss, does the old man have anything available? The first elder looked at Imobai and asked with a smile. Imobai nodded. You have launched a mortar, a kind of artillery that is easy to carry and easy to operate, with good power, a range of up to 15 kilometers, and a maximum lethality range of 1,300 square meters. As long as it is not damaged, it can be used repeatedly, and the ammo is unlimited. After listening to Imobai's commentary, the Uchihas on the field couldn't help but talk. This mortar sounds good, it's a very interesting weapon, but I don't know what it looks like. It seems that there is no such weapon in the ninja world, and its power sounds very powerful. It's really good. This power is at least equivalent to more than 600 detonating talismans, and compared with the detonating talisman, this mortar can be used repeatedly as long as it is not damaged. Flipped. If you don't say it, I don't think that. If you say so, the value of this mortar is indeed far more than 100,000 taels, 600 detonating charms, at least 200,000 taels, and this is a one-time item, but mortars are infinite shells, which can be used repeatedly. Oh, this is more than a profit, it is a bloody profit. 39 It seems that the great elder has good luck. This mortar is so good, I can't help but want to try its power. Me too, it would be great if this kind of thing could be researched. This power is really great. Look, the golden light is flying over. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this mortar looks like. Under the happy shout of this man, a dazzling golden light flew towards the great elder. This time, it didn't fall on the table, but fell directly into the ground. Under the gazes of all the Uchihas, the golden light gradually dissipated, and the appearance of the mortar came into everyone's eyes. Is this a mortar? So cool, I love it. Want to dream about you, no matter how much you like it, it's not your turn. If the first elder can't use it himself, it will be useless to Ching Wu, the grandson of the great elder, is not very talented among the younger generation, only has double tomo, chin and strength. Uchiha Ao no was also present. He watched his grandfather drive out such a cool and good thing, and smiled excitedly. Grandpa, can this mortar be used by me? The first elder laughed and scolded, you brat, Grandpa has not even tried his hand, so he started to take notes. Advertisement. the Great Elder was in a good mood, and squatted down to study the mortar. The pitch-black stainless steel gun body is not too big. Even Shinin can easily carry it on the battlefield, the point is that it can be assembled. Just now, the Great Elder received relevant usage and operation instructions in his mind. There is no need to ask Mobai for this, he now has the information and operation method of the Master Mortar. It can be said that the Great Elder is already an old gunner who is good at range. Uchiha Ao also squatted down and touched it fondly. Compared to the detonating talisman, this mortar is really cool. This is the explosive weapon that men should use. Okay, I know you like it. After I go back, I'll tell you about the detailed operation. This thing is indispensable for you, the elder said with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa. It seems that the Great Elder is lucky. Uchiha Fugaku whispered in a good mood. Then he looked at the blind box placed on the table. Elder, you still have a blind box left, take advantage of your luck and open it. All right. The Great Elder clapped his hands and got up to dismantle the second blind box. The Great Elder who can fire mortars, I don't know if the luck can continue this time. I guess it should be fine. The Uchihas gathered around curiously again. He turned his attention away from the mortar and looked expectantly at the blind box that the elder had opened. During the golden light flashing, Mobai took time to glance at the system prompt. No Man's Land drink, a prop from the world of Doraemon, a pink liquid drink. When you want to be alone, as long as you drink this drink that enters No Man's Land, you will definitely not be able to drink it. Will meet anyone. 4 flowers. Mobai couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the drink that came out. This drink may sound like a useless drink at first, but it is not. For ninjas, this is definitely a super killer to assassinate and spy on the enemy. Used well, it doesn't stop there. Think about it, if Jinchuriki was able to have this magical drink when Xiao organized the tailed beasts in the original book, after taking a sip, it would be impossible for the Xiao organization to see them. You can't even see anyone, let alone kill Jinchuriki to capture tailed beasts. Thinking of this, Mobai shook his head and laughed. I sighed in my heart, the props of Doraemon are really easy to use and amazing. Every item looks childish, but its power is simply a cosmic bug. Boss, what did the Great Elder offer this time? That's right, boss, what did my grandpa do? How good is his luck this time? Boss, what is it? 35, please tell me, will you? 35. Listening to this tone, it is really weak and pitiful and helpless. Seeing a group of Uchiha staring at him eagerly one by one, wanting to urge but afraid of being cautiously tangled, Mobai couldn't help but be speechless. Is he so scary? Mobai restrained his mind and said no nonsense, and said directly, this time the first elder has opened a bottle of drink, the full name is No Man's Land drink, or enter No Man's Land drink, a pink magical drink. Once you drink it, you will instantly enter the realm of no one. To put it bluntly, after drinking this pink drink, no one will see you, and even if you pass by face to face, under the influence of the drink, no one will discover your existence. 35. There is such a drink? It's amazing. Sounds interesting. How did that happen? It's so funny. It's very interesting, this drink. Qingwu, let your grandfather give you a drink later, let's try it on the spot, and see if it really can't see you in the small blind box store. If it can be so, then so much fun. Above is the conversation of young Uchiha. Their focus is on fun, and they don't think much about it for a while. However, these people didn't think much of it. But Itake and Shisui, who had been silently watching the elder open the blind box, immediately discovered the horror and power of this drink. This drink. 35. Itake widened his eyes, and when he turned his head to look at Shisui, his calm and handsome face was full of astonishment. Shisui also had a surprised look on his face. He looked at Itake. Itake, it seems that you really thought of a place with me, this drink called No Man's Land. You can drink it without meeting anyone and enter the real No Man's Land. If it is absolutely 100% perfect for the assassination mission, and then it can even flutter away under the eyes of the other party openly. Itake nodded, his tone not calm. With this magical drink, even if it is to assassinate the shadow of a village, it is estimated that it can complete the task quietly, and then retire and leave perfectly. The voices of the two were not loud, but the group of Uchihas could hear them clearly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The quivering shrinkage cavity shrank violently because of excessive shock.